The world of science cares about you. Eureka! We found it! With the tools of science, we have invented, yes, hand sanitizer. But not just any hand sanitizer. This hand sanitizer was developed and approved by the Dark One himself. Here are a few of the things our product can bring you.
Serve, bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Serve, bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Serve, bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Serve, bow wow. Mud.
Wait.
What are we gonna do tonight, Singe Man?
The same thing we do every night, Boston Ray. Try to take over the world.
You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Immerse yourself in all it contains, in all its glory, and Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no line to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Let's stay playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming at the barn, a higher place, the Flat Earth Farm.
Crank up the music. Keep an eye on the back.
This presentation is provided to you to amuse or entertain and not to conform or inform. The content on this channel should not be used to replace professional, financial, medical, or legal advice. All footage taken and used from public sources falls under the fair use of the Digital Millennial Copyright Act of 1998. Therefore, no breach of privacy or copyright has been committed.
You know, when you look at this Mariner 9 satellite, it really does look like a ceiling fan. Actually, now that you mentioned it, it is a ceiling fan. Whoa.
It's Christmas Eve. Three friends decide to go out to a bar and have a drink. On the way there, the roads are icy. They spin out of control and crash. Unfortunately, all three of them perish. As they go up to the gates of the pearly gates where St. Peter is, because that's who's in all these jokes, he says to them, "Look, I've got a Christmas special. If you can prove that you were celebrating Christmas, even though it's a pagan holiday and we don't practice it here in heaven, I'll let you go back down to earth like nothing happened." So the first guy pulls out a lighter and goes, "Look, a Christmas candle." St. Peter says, "It's kind of a stretch, but go ahead." The second guy reaches in, he pulls out his keys and he goes, "Look, Christmas bells." He's like, "Oh, you guys are really pushing it, but yeah, okay, go for it. You're going back home. Everything's cool." He goes to the third guy. The third guy's thinking and thinking. He pulls out a pair of women's panties. And St. Peter's like, oh, come on, man. Like the first two are a stretch, but this is Christmas. What do those panties have to do with anything? And the third guy says, they're carols. They're carols. They're carols. Hello there.
Satellite tracking continues.
Wow. Wow. Do we have a special show for you tonight? In fact, look, I'll prove it. Just like in the days when you'd turn on your old televised vision and you'd sit there at Christmas time to watch the Charlie Brown Christmas. And this would come on and you'd get all giddy. Yes. How's everyone doing? Happy Friday. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Happy Easter. Happy Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, 4th of July, whatever. Fill in the blank. I'm just glad that we were all able to gather here. I can't hold back my excitement. I know I like to talk, and I'll probably do a really long intro, but I have so many people that are literally chomping at the bit. Ooh, we need to discuss that. I'll put a pin in that. That to get on the screen, and you guys have no idea what's in store, so neither do I. So without further ado, let's see. What do I have here? I have, where'd it go? Come on, clickety click. Where are you? This one.
Jen, to you.
Look at that. Welcome, Jen. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me. Glad to be here.
It wouldn't be a Christmas special without you. And then, of course,
Ray.
Where is he? Here he is. Hi, Ray.
How you doing?
Hi, Ray.
But I just have one other question.
Where's the shampoo?
There he is.
Eddie.
Now, Shabu, do you like being on the left or the right? I know that sometimes. Do you like being on the right where Ray is? I'll move you.
Right now, I don't mind really.
You sure? Oh, we can. Okay. Well, I'll switch it. I'll keep changing it throughout the night. But then it's going to get really confusing because here's what happens when you leave your door open. Sometimes random bears walk in. I don't have an intro for him. I'll give him this.
Boom, baby.
And there he is.
Oh,
Right? So
Rasta's in the house.
Look at my screen. It's full of people. We'll never get anything done. I love it.
One more person will have the Hollywood Squares.
Yeah, well, there's a chance. There's somebody that supposedly might try to call in, so we'll see. Excuse me. So we'll see. But for now, what do you guys think of this spectacular, huh? Where we have here? This is going to go down in the history books.
That's very true.
Oh, that was kind of a letdown from the excitement we were all feeling. Mike Brady's kind of a downer in that one. Just saying, Jen. I know you love him.
I love Mike Brady. So
I didn't even make the connection. Someone did in the chat that Carol was the name of the mom because that joke had Carol.
Marcy would be my girlfriend. I'd be like, dude, your dad is hot. Everybody's cringing right now. They're like, no,
oh, I don't have anything for this. Here we go.
No, thank you.
Gotta get a no bueno one. You gotta look for a no bueno clip.
All right, I'll work on that.
No bueno.
Just take the voice out and make it say no bueno.
I know that one's perfect the way it was. I'll have to make another one or find another one. But I already have 1,000 in here. I saw Billingtano in here.
It's called Just the Tip.
Good to see you there, sir. And but yeah, we're doing great. There's Illuminati confirmed 66 people according to YouTube. Thank you everyone for being here.
33 on my chat. You got
right? Well, I think the only reason we're not over with this spectacular, not over 150 is because half the country's without power and
you
stuff,
guys,
most likely.
While we're talking about the number 6666, right? So no, seriously, the other day, I was at a store, and the lady that was ringing me up was like Indian or Muslim or some sort of Muslim. I think she was Indian, but my change was 6666, like. You know what I mean? It was all sixes. Yeah. It was like $66.66. And we both looked at each other, and I was like, "That's the mark of the beast." And she was like, "No, that's a good number." And I'm like, "Really?" Yeah. So, like in their religion, they think it's a good number. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy. It's like the number of man or whatever. I don't know.
I've heard of that. Yeah.
She was like, "That's lucky." She was like, "Yeah, that's good luck." I was like, "Really?"
I thought 777s was lucky. 666 lucky now.
We went to this. It depends on what part of the world you're from, I guess.
I guess so. Yeah. Well, just like doesn't this? I mean, of course, I don't want to do it. They'll put me on Russian bids, but you do the OK sign, and it used to mean like okay, but in some countries it was calling somebody an a-hole, and then of course now we just think it's summoning Satan. But yeah, what were you saying, Rasta?
Well, first off, with the sign language too, I mean, like the devil horn sign is also "I love you," it's like.
And sign made that sign.
But see, I think they bastardize the languages and they make those signs, so we use them, using it the way that we're taught, not knowing the original use goes way back.
I think though it's the energy you put into it. It's like if you want it to say "I love you," then it says "I love you." If you want it to say "Hail Satan," then that can be what you want it to say too. It really.
This is true. I see what you're saying there, Rasta. But the point, what we're saying is when you have deceptive people taking something like a known sigil to them of a certain demon, say it's the upside down peace sign, for instance, right? And they get us to use it thinking we're using it as love and peace, when really in actuality that thing is a deception, summoning demons. And so in that we are being deceived, even though we're thinking it's a good thing and we're putting our good intentions into it. It's like saying what does it say? The path to hell is paved with good intentions. So you're doing something under a deception that way, not knowing the truth of the matter of what it might really mean.
Ross, I see what you're saying. You're putting your energy, and that's how you're feeling it. But what Jen's saying is there's a side effect that it is also putting into because we all use the same system, right? The ether, whatever you want to call it. So it goes in there. That's what
I do see that and agree with that, but I also see that if you're going to apply it in that aspect, then like with Christmas, for instance, like it's like, because, I was a real bummer on Christmas for a few years being a truther, you know, and just like was really anti all the symbolism and all the things that go along with it, you know, with Santa Claus and the tree and all that stuff. But now, like I've come to like go full circle on it. Now I love it. I have a tree in my house right now, and you know, I wish
I have a
people
tree
would
right there.
Okay, here's what the way I see this now, because like you, here's what I'll tell you our story. So we had a Christmas where we had it all decked out, and the kids came over, and we had a great Christmas. And then they left, and it was right in the beginning of our awakening process. And I put on this dude. I think it was, oh shoot, what was his name? I can't think of it. But anyways, he had a thing where he went over everything about Christmas and where it all comes from, and how potentially you are allowing, you know, an opening portals or whatever of these entities to do this, to mess with you. And we took everything down. And so, but then we didn't want to be Scrooge because the kids are into it and stuff. So, like for instance, what we did here, let me bring this up real quick. Goes along with what I was going to start with. So thanks for bringing this up. Clickety click. Here we go. Okay. So what does God say in the Bible about Christmas trees? Because he basically spells it right out. And where is this? Okay, the Christmas tree. It talks about how the Christmas tree was came about, and for some reason none of these tabs loaded because of the power outage. But basically, it goes over the story of Osiris, and when Osiris dies, comes back as like supposedly like a tree, an evergreen tree, and then cutting one and bringing it inside is like you're praying to the god Osiris. That's why my thumbnail has that on the tree. And let me just get rid of this. Not helpful. But here you go. Here in Jeremiah 10, it says, hear ye the word of the Lord speaketh unto you, O the house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of the heathen, for the heathen are dismayed. For the customs of the people are vain. For one, tell me if this doesn't sound like what we're dealing with. For one cutteth a tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen with the axe. They deck it with silver and gold. They fasten it with nails and hammers, that it move not. And so he goes on to say that just, you know, you're living amongst them, but he doesn't want you to do as they do. Because
be in the world, but not of it.
Correct. Stranger in a strange land. And it's difficult. I understand. It's difficult to live like this, especially with children. Of, you know, any age, but young children especially. So what I would say is this: try to work around it as best you can and feel comfortable. But just know that the act of cutting a tree, bringing it inside and decorating it is specifically said, don't do that. So you are upsetting God. Now, to what level? I don't know. That's between you and God. But all I can say is I'll try to do as many things as I can to walk the line as close to being righteous as possible. But as my wife reminds me, every single one of us falls out of grace every single day. It's just the matter of living here.
Yeah.
And so like what we did this year, because I didn't want to Grinch out, we didn't kill a tree. We took a top of a tree like we were going to have to, what do you call it, trim anyways. And I put it outside. And so it's representation for the children. They come by and they can see some lights. I know. I'm still gonna have to explain it, but I didn't bring it in. I don't know. But what do you guys think?
What if you get a plastic tree? Does that count? Like,
yeah, plastic. Yeah, does that work around the?
That
thing?
probably
like,
maybe.
You don't have to kill a tree.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't it say down there in that passage they carry their idols because they can't move on their own and stuff? That reminded me of like putting a fake Santa outside your house. You see the person carrying it across their lawn, this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
you know,
and of course, it's an anagram of Santa, of course.
And you're teaching the kids to believe in something that doesn't exist, like a false god, like a false entity. Like they get credit for all the toys and everything, like some guy that, you know, Satan.
Well, this is why they made Jesus' birthday on December 25th, that special that I had put up that I did on Christmas. So the Christians wouldn't backslide into the pagan festivals of fertility. This is the winter solstice, the feast. and Christians were always backsliding in and celebrating. So that's why they said, well, let's just put Jesus's birthday there. So we'll mix the two. Now it's Jesus's birthday and everybody's celebrating that, but they're also continuing on with the pagan traditions of, Yule tides and Saturnalia and all these Mithra, all these other different gods. You can only have one God, not all God plus all these other gods. You can't burn your candle at both ends, kind of.
If you go back far enough, they didn't celebrate Christmas like this. They didn't have trees and all this other stuff. That was part of the bastardization of trying, like you said, change the birth of Jesus and mix it in with this retail thing that's going on now. And the way I look at Christmas now is, if my children see it as a time to get together, share some joy and gifts or whatever, well, I'll use, like Rasta, like you were saying, I'll use that energy in a good way. And I'll do my best to dance around the things that I'm told not to do. But I know, God knows, I have to live in this life. And, how many people can you possibly lose over this? If you start having these conversations, nobody wants to hear it. They can't.
Oh, I know. I almost got thrown out of somebody's house talking about all this at Christmas time.
Saturnalia was like that movie. When everything's just like and basically, like, from my research, what it's showing is like the Jesuits and the Roman Catholic Church and the Vatican basically took like a Saturnalia and tried to Christianize it. You know what I mean? And that's basically, they Christianized Saturnalia is what they did. It's hard for me because every year it's like my kids love all the Christmas stuff. Michelle likes it. I had to pay $75 for a tree over here in Boston this year.
Wow.
It's like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like, crazy. I don't care. Like, I did it for them because that makes them happy. But they completely destroyed it already. Like,
Well, see, that's the thing. You cannot take the Jewish part of me out. I got my tree free from my yard.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who would pay? Like, you guys.
I gotta hit myself with this.
That's very true.
You guys are lucky where you have trees like in your backyard and you can just.
Wait, I mean, you guys.
Like
okay.
the people that live out in the suburbs.
I get it.
Like, I live in the city. If I can't go chop a tree down, dude, you know what they probably
could at like 2 in the morning or something. Get out there.
Yeah, maybe Mass Accountability come bail you out. That'd be cool. He'd film it.
He would come bail me out.
Of course he would. Yeah.
Yeah, here in Oregon, like the Christmas trees are a huge part of the economy here. There's a ton of farmers who that's their main thing that they farm is the Christmas trees, and they ship them all around the world to like Hawaii and other parts of the country, and it it provides jobs and also stimulates the economy in that way. And so I see that as a good thing, that and the Christmas lights, I really enjoyed. I don't know if it talks about the lights at all in the verses, but I really enjoy the lights. I love that people put them on their houses, and it makes it a lot more bright and just festive. Some people leave their lights up all year round.
I like a good light show. I gotta admit, I do like. I went through the festival light show here. I took my mom through it, my son, and everything. But the Christmas time, I like gathering. I like the whole feeling of family around, and I do enjoy the gift giving and everything. I don't do the tree thing. I haven't done it in 17 years. Yeah. This year, because I have family living with me, I did decide to put stockings up at my fireplace, and I got little presents in there for them. But as far as the Santa side of it, that side of it with the the trees and the wreaths and all that, I don't need all that stuff in my life, and that's okay for me. I don't have small kids. It's for everybody to figure it out.
It's one of these tough decisions that people are making, like when they had the thing with, can you send your kids to school? Can you not? It's really tough. And my heart goes out to people with children that are really having this issue. So what was that?
Yeah, the Santa thing is the biggest thing for me, the lying to the children and teaching them, as they get older, to lie to their kids about the same thing that they found out was a lie. And, I saw this one meme where it's like, is Santa a hoax? And he's telling the little kid, and he's like, no, think about how many people would have to be in on it. for it, for him not to be real.
Well,
And
also,
it's like,
it's conditioning us to be okay with lying to our children. And each generation that comes through, we're the ones who are perpetuating a lie. And then when all these other little lies are put onto our children that we've already been indoctrinated to, we just glaze over it. The Tooth Fairy, all this stuff, the Easter Bunny and everything. Easter Bunny has nothing to do with Jesus. It's the same as Christmas. It has to do with fertility.
Isn't it wild? Hey, I have to pause for a second. I have to pause for a second because at least I saw Tommy and a few other people coming late.
I don't feel dirty.
Right, Melanie, mark them down. Okay, go ahead, Andrew. Sorry.
Wouldn't lying also like put you automatically on the naughty list? Like, like there's Santa's naughty and nice list. Well, wouldn't he put you on that for lying?
Well, he's really Satan, and his naughty list is actually the good list for him. So.
Yeah.
And then I saw this one thing, where he brings like sticks and coal for the bad kids. Well, now like in Europe and places, they would love to get the coal.
Yeah, they get Krampus over
there.
there.
Right. No, they love coal because they're freezing.
Yeah, right.
Where is he?
That's very true.
That's for Jen. Here, you get these guys. Where are they? They're down here.
True. Yep. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Yeah, that Krampus character, he's freaky too. My mom had never heard of Krampus. I showed her the German parade that they have every year over there for Krampus, and she was mortified.
Yeah.
Ray, I feel terrible that you have to work tonight. I mean, they're okay with you being on air?
Nancy, Nancy, is it all right that I'm on Ceiling Fan tonight? Did you clear that? Send the facsimile over to Jeannie. And tell Suzanne to quiet down with that tood.
I saw they had a cake later, so that'll be nice. At least get that at the office. Okay, so let's use the word Jen. Let's transition. This is the word Jen likes.
I love the little notes that Sailor Fan clock on the way in to the agency where I'm at. Yeah, I love it. He leaves me little like messages in the morning. It's like little Bible scriptures and stuff at the punch clock. It's like, have a good day. It's it really makes my day really great. Like I'm
gonna need something stronger than tea, honey, just so you know. Let's see. Although I would. Could I have some more hot water? The way you chance. Okay, so I thought this was interesting. I'll just let him listen. Hey, guy's pretty funny the way he talked. Here, let's see. Hide this. Clickety click here.
These two. Imagine taking a photo of a guy doing deadlifts in the middle of a crosswalk, then getting upset when someone crosses the street. Oh, you're influencing. Yeah, the only thing you're influencing is natural selection. Why don't you stay there a little longer? Let it do its job. Yeah, then you got this one. Thinks the world is an amusement park. There you go. That's how you got to treat these people. Just push them to the side. Yeah, let's take selfies with wild bears now.
God.
Why not? Look at her shot. He's going to stand up with the tongue around you and make
bears are violent now. Before people were feeding them. Remember in the old photos, you see people feeding them all over in the 1800s. Now they're like,
yeah, right. And did her boobs get huge all of a sudden? What happened? What's going on here? What a weird still. It's twice the size of her head. You can put her head here and here.
Airbags.
What happened?
What the heck was that?
Airbags.
Whoa.
The bear comes at her and it's a natural. It's like, poof. Bear bags. I just got what you said, Jen. Oh my goodness. Where's the guy?
I like that.
Bear bags. That's fantastic.
Okay, you're gonna have to coin that one.
Make that a t-shirt, Jen. Bear bags.
That's a $1 million shirt all day long right there.
Oh my goodness. So let's continue.
Snapchat. Then you got this one, taking a photo with her entire identity.
That was really mean but funny.
What?
That one's cruel but funny.
God, they're everywhere.
Like really trying to get sponsored by them.
How about you really try to live a life without seeking validation? What is this shit? I don't think this guy needs a photo, honey. I'm thinking more of an exorcism. Well,
right?
This is
that was like that movie that the lady crawls out of the TV.
the world we live in now, folks. The look at me generation, where everyone finds a way to make everything about themselves and make sure you see it. What a legacy to leave behind.
Okay, so the whole reason that I was doing this is not, I mean, we all know this is going on, but once again, this book that, a lot of channels tell you not to look at, but I'm just telling you, there's a lot of prophecies in this one book called the Bible, and you go to Timothy, 2 Timothy, and that also known, in the last days, perilous times shall come, for men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors, heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasures more than lovers of God, having a form of godliness, but denying the power. That's the whole you become a god kind of new age stuff, which is really the old age, Satanism. And from such turn away. For of this sort are they which creep into houses and lead captive silly women laden with sins, led away with diverse lusts, ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of truth. And so, just saying, that's where we seem to find ourselves, just from looking around.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's scary stuff right there, but it's all true.
It's all true, right?
Yep.
This was beautiful. I found this, or these things find me. So this lady wrote, she went to an old bookstore. She found a 1957 Webster's Unabridged Dictionary, Encyclopedia Dictionary for $25. She said to the checkout lady, she felt like jumping up and down of excitement. I'm like this too with old books. And the lady said, you won't find much use for information in a dictionary this old. And what did she do? She opened the book and found this. Knowledge in truth is the great sun in the firmament. Life and power are scattered with all its beams. Daniel Webster. Boom, baby.
Boom, baby. Webster knew what was it.
You say it, Jen. I was going to use the thing, but you say it.
Boom, baby.
Yes. You just have to record that for me, and then I'll use a drop.
Right.
Okay. So that was pretty cool. And where did I want to go with this? Well, that's the thing. I'm kind of all scattered here because all this stuff's been saved up. So let's just go over it. So, and anybody want to jump in, just talk over me, okay? Because that happens. So this was John Levi. And I think you were playing this the other day, Ray.
Yeah, I was playing it. I've been doing a lot about this lately. Cymatics.
And for anybody that doesn't know John Levi's channel, he's awesome. And you can put it in, I choose like 1.5 speed, and you can still understand him fine. But he went over cymatics of water, right, Ray? You can talk a little bit about this.
Oh, I can talk a lot. I can talk a lot about this if you want. All right. So I connected everything with cymatics, dude. Okay, so cymatics is sound frequencies, right? All right. So like you got that scientist Komodo dragon, whatever his fucking name is, who does like the thing with the experiments where it shows like peace, love, like good words and good vibrations make the water make good designs, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like like dirty things will make the water like make it really messed up or look disgusting. So they're finding out that like they could use different frequencies in the water to make different patterns, which match up with the patterns in the stars. The same. So the stars are trying to show us something. It's important that we pay attention to the stars because those cymatic patterns that the stars are making, it's probably the secret to everything. And then like the way the whole place works, like if you look at the whole realm from above, like the whole computer board thing, it looks like the whole realm was shaped with like all the star forts and everything. It could have been some sort of cymatic frequency, like when God said, "Let there be light." All right, and it reverberated. It was cymatics that just made the whole realm, and that's why it's shaped like that, like all the star forts and everything else. Like, that's what I'm thinking. Just my opinion.
Well, here's what I do know. Like you say, the water gets affected by the vibrations. And like, there's even things that just thinking, like with the rice thing, if you take rice and you put it in a jar and you say a bunch of nasty things, it turns dark. And if you say nice things, it stays nice. And so the sound waves, let me get out of this.
They've done it with rice. They've
think,
done it with
'cause see-
sand. They
well,
do it
but
with
the
a
whole-
lot of different things.
Right, but the whole thing is they talk about, sound weapons and stuff that the military, and we all know, they've announced it. But where I like to make everything connect to is in Shapu. You were showing one of these etchings, and it wasn't this one, but the Walls of Jericho. It's a story, and they went around it, and all they did was they played these horns and stuff, and they marched the Ark of the Covenant around Jericho. For 6 full days. They did it once a day, and then on the 7th day, see, they're doing their trumpets and stuff, they did it 7 times, and then it fell. And you read the story and you're like, oh, come on, this is a children's thing, and it couldn't possibly do that. Yeah, go ahead.
They went around it for 6 days, and on the 7th day it fell. God created the earth in 6 days, and on the 7th day he rested. Do you think maybe it had something to do with, it just sounds interesting that it took 6 days and the 7th day it happened.
Yeah, his numbers, they always have specific numbers that they do things. So yeah.
The story of Jericho too, and the Walls of Jericho is a big relevance in reggae music and reggae culture, just because that's one reason why they play, and give the truth through reggae music, because they want to bring down the walls of Babylon, like the walls of Jericho, through the word sound power.
Yeah. And so just like you're saying, it's in the reggae culture, but you can find thousands and thousands of paintings and etchings and things that deal with this, to an event that people say, well, the Bible's made up and it never happened. I don't know. It just seems like, why would so many people recall this event if it's just mythical or whatever you call that word? I know we put Thor on movies, but we don't have all these stories about him like this.
Yeah, no.
So, and now he's a girl, I guess, or something. I don't know.
Yeah, the new one.
Nancy, thanks for the water.
He was a trans god.
Nice.
I thought that was his brother. What's his name?
Loki.
Yeah, Loki.
Right? Yeah. He's the trickster, which is another thing. It used to make, here, I'm going to get this idiot off the screen for a minute.
You got a picture of Loki there on the screen.
Yeah, right. That was the other thing. I was like, when I started waking up to this, there's different ways that you can find out things on the other side, whatever you want to call it. The way I like to do it is I ask God, and if he wants me to know, he'll show me. And if he doesn't, then I don't try. I'll just keep asking, and then he'll show me when he's ready. But you can use like all kinds of things, tarot cards, you can use Ouija boards, you can use all this stuff. And God talks about it in the Bible. Why? Because he doesn't say that it's fake, because he says it's real, and you're actually tapping into things that you don't understand. And here's where Loki comes in. If you're touching through to the other side and you don't know how to use the phone service or whatever, but they do, you don't know who you're talking to. What if you're talking to Loki? You know what I mean? So that's, I have to just be careful with any of that stuff, mushrooms and stuff and all that stuff, because you can tap into the other side, but it can tap back into you, or you can get a seizure, I guess, from mushrooms.
Loki was a comic book character. Yeah, mushrooms have been giving people seizures lately. But you know what? I heard that it's when they're not dried out properly. But who knows? I don't know.
But whatever the reason is, it's kind of just be cautious. I know that's a big thing in a lot of communities, and just be careful. Where are we? We are on the Ceiling Fan Man Show. 118 beautiful peeps here. And I hope every one of you has pounded that like button and shared it, please. This is the Christmas spectacular. What do we have? Yeah.
We're on a mission from God.
And just remember one more thing. Don't forget what Superman says.
Don't smoke. It doesn't make you grown up. It makes you a loser.
So judgmental. I can't believe it.
I'm smoking a cigarette right now.
I know.
A cigarette?
A cigarette.
Oh, should I dare play that clip? No, you guys have to find it on your own. There's a cartoon show. What's that thing called, Shapu?
You sent it to me. I downloaded it a couple weeks ago. I didn't even listen.
I don't know.
to
I
it.
have to look it up, but yeah, they were discussing ziggurats, and he calls it zipper. Whatever. Where are we at? Let's see. Let's move on to here. Yeah, let's look at this because I like presenting. This is my this is the news section, I guess. Oh, we can. I haven't played this one in a while. Let's throw all the stops in. Where is this guy? How about this one?
This week in The Real World is Scary.
Hey.
Dude, were those some albino wolves?
I filmed that so long ago. I don't even remember what's in it. That's funny.
There's albino everything. There's
white
albino
wolves.
everything.
The white wolf.
One of my friends is albino, and he told me that there's albino in every species.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, are we allowed to call them that, or do we call them absence of color people?
I've seen an albino cockroach.
Hey, you talked over my joke, Jen.
I seen an albino cockroach one time. I should have took a picture of it. Yeah, no lie, it was
Do
albino.
we call them albinos, or do we call them absence of color people?
Well,
How about
one thing.
deleted color bug.
They have a lot of skin problems because their skin is real light, and if they go out in the sun, they have to wear like special lotion and stuff. It sucks.
No, I'm not making a mockery of their situation. Just
I know. No, they know. He doesn't mind that I call him out. This one that I know, he's Dominican and he's albino, but he looks like he's Irish. I'm like, whoa.
Dude, that's so
wow,
weird.
that's a lot of confusion in one sentence.
Albino black people, though. I've seen a few of them.
Dominican, don't forget he threw that in there too.
They have red hair and stuff.
Yeah, they have red hair. He looks
Yeah.
Irish, but he speaks Spanish and he has an accent. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Well, I knew a 6 foot tall Chinese gal that grew up in England and spoke with an English accent. She's fantastic. So let's see. What do we got here? Biden signs gay marriage law and calls it a blow against hate. And man, he looks angry there, right? He's really.
What's the law? Like, I thought it was already a thing that they could get married.
I know. They just, how they like
Behind the
making
times.
news.
He doesn't
right?
know it's already.
Yeah. But then it's funny because then when this comes out, they always drop these. And here's the old Joe Biden and his views.
Handbasket. We are desperately concerned about the circumstance relating to avian flu. We don't have enough vaccines. We don't have enough
about back then
police officers. And we're going to debate the next 3 weeks, I'm told, gay marriage, a flag amendment, and God only knows what else.
Now, isn't it the exact same things that we're dealing with right now? Nothing changes. It's the same. It doesn't matter what puppet they put in. It's the same stuff. But listen to the rest of this.
I can't believe the American people can't see through this. We already have a law, the Defense of Marriage Act. We've all voted, not where I voted and others said, look, marriage is between a man and a woman, and states must respect that.
Oops. That didn't age well.
Yeah.
Why is he blue?
Nobody's violated that law. There's been no challenge to that law. Why do we need a constitutional amendment? Marriage is between a man and a woman. What's the game going on here? And
so
what's the game?
Well, what defines a woman? This woman on some show recently being questioned by somebody with Congress, who knows what, said define a woman, and she could not even define what a woman is.
Yeah, that's the thing. They've got our kids so confused that they don't even know how to define these terms that they're using. They don't even know.
I do have to say though that Biden has become my favorite president. Actually, I really enjoy it.
Because he's funny. Because he's funny. He can't find his way off stage. Is that what
yeah, he's great. And like it's just like it's like I don't know. He reminds me of like an elderly family member that you don't
dementia.
You just laugh at their antics. You never know what they're going to say at the dinner table.
Oh my God!
These people can't drive cars anymore. We're letting this guy run the country.
No. Yeah. Okay, and just for those of you that where are we going here? Let's see. Clickety click. because we laugh at all sides of this political nonsense theater. There's this, which I thought was interesting. You know, that one where everyone says the same thing on the news things. Well, this was interesting.
Do it. Project to get judges are a priority. And honestly, we have businesses that have been locked down and locked for over a year. No COVID vaccine passports are made in China and shipped here. Why would we want so many important things? Can we take them to us be at the whim of China?
China. It's like they go to a room and they learn how to do this all together. You know what I mean?
Exactly. CFM. It's true. They all go to the same type of school for politicians, and they all learn the same move. It has been created back in 1947 for the Nazis regime, and they all use it.
I just can't believe that people still believe that he's going to come and save the day. You know, like
here. You know what's funny about that, Rasta? I just so happen, hopefully Ryan is still here. Let's throw this in real quick. It has Sarah on it, but I made we didn't make any food, so I made a little trailer for a show that probably mixes well with this. So enjoy.
The ceiling fans? They're very attractive.
Coming soon to wherever your television plays your programming, it's a new series, Yellowstone. It's the story of a family, a very corrupt family, a brother and a sister. Both of them are very beautifully successful, and they fight all the time. The brother says, "Sister, I'm gonna put you in jail. I know stuff about you." And the sister says, "Oh yeah? Well, I'm gonna put you in jail because I know stuff about you." But the thing is, neither one of them know. They're just puppets to the real master. No, the real master. And so, they all play their part. Who will win? Well, he doesn't know. Coming soon to the television near you. Yellowstone. It's time for Ceiling Fan Man and Sarah, and kisses and tacos.
The Black Panther is stalking for prey, not allowing you to eat the birds. No, I'm not allowing you to eat the birds.
Yeah.
Satellite tracking continues.
Thanks for, what do you guys think?
That was awesome.
So what do you think, Russ? That's That's the thing. They've been saying they've been taking each other to jail for like the last 10 years.
Nobody's going to jail.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, and it's like now it's like now the left, they think like they're gonna get Trump in jail, anytime now. Like he's like they're waiting. They're like, oh, it's just a matter of time, and it's like, well, who cares anymore? Either way, it's like, aren't you sick of this? Like, have you not had enough at this point?
Eat your popcorn.
And,
That popcorn's so stale at this point.
Yeah, it's like none of them are doing anything good for us. So it's like, why do we, the people put them up on a pedestal like they are gods when like they like you say, they don't look very attractive or healthy. It's like they don't take good care of themselves. So how do you think they're going to take good care of the country?
Yeah. Oh yeah, the health experts are some of the most unhealthy looking people I've ever seen. In fact,
Yeah,
I
like the one with Mitch McConnell beside the U.S. health expert, the trans woman thing, and they're like they look just alike, and it's like no one's ever seen them in the same room together.
Right?
So,
Huh. That's we'll have to just
looked into it.
look. Yeah, I haven't either, but well, someone else can look into that. It's interesting. But look at this. Speaking of the health people, let's see.
Yeah.
This I wish this was fake, but our real life is worse than the fake news or whatever.
Well, kids, I'm just doing my yearly call to the North Pole for Santa's holiday health check.
What?
She's calling.
She's calling Miss Santa.
Oh my God.
Mrs. Claus, so good to see you again. Where did Santa go?
Oh, Santa was late for snow yoga with the elves and reindeer. She says it's great cross training.
Anyways, I'm not going to list this whole thing, but basically they say because Santa got everything, he's up to date on all his stuff, and he's protecting everyone. He can make it to Christmas.
Wow.
So,
Oh, right. Like it's gonna be coming into your house dropping off gifts. You better have his backs going on.
Yeah,
right.
Krampus is coming to kill.
Brag.
what's crazy is like I never watch Tucker anymore, but like I just happened to see that it was premiering before like I jumped on here. And so I clicked on it for a minute. I was like, I just want to hear what he's talking about for a minute. And he was like literally dropping like some serious like truth bombs on the thing that people got, and how like like now it's like mainstream that the people who got it are way more likely to die of a severe a severe illness, or they're more likely to get sick than those of us who chose not to. And so like I just
compromised our immune systems, and they've weakened it over time. Yeah.
And they even contradict themselves by saying the complete opposite too at the same time. So it's just crazy.
Yeah, and it's crazy because now all the information and the facts are available, but the people who got it, they all still double down, and it's like they don't compute when you give them the new information, even if it comes from sources that they trust. They don't acknowledge that in any way. It's like it goes in one ear out the next, and they go right back to square one.
That's
of their
because
belief structure.
they've used fear-based mind control over the last 2.5 years to promote this type of thinking. So the next time around, and people like us, they knew getting these people right away the way they did. And, we did put out the information. There was Event 201, and we were covering it, but not enough people saw it. And they're actually going to get ready to do it all over again. And that's the scary thing.
Yeah, and that's just like
better this time.
Yeah, because like you say, not that many people see the real, and when they play all the things on televised vision to keep us occupied, and then people don't see, where is it? I had it here. It goes along with this. Hold on. It's not there. It's that one.
So when you're doing fear-based mind control to somebody, you're breaking them down, you're traumatizing them, you're giving them multitudes of information that contradict themselves in turn. So they have to pick one of your theories to stick with, like say a certain news station, a certain narrative. That's why you saw so many people with the face covering on, and then other people weren't. It's like you can almost tell which TV station they were watching and stuff.
Mm-hmm. I had an interaction. I don't confront people about their face coverings anymore. But the other day, I was going in the grocery store, and there was one of those Salvation Army guys with the bell standing there, and he was standing there as an older gentleman, and he was double masked, and his mask on the outside said Jesus on it. And so I'm like, I have to say something to this guy.
Yeah, that one I might say something to.
I'm like, I'll just go about my business. With everybody else, they can choose to do whatever they want. But I'm like, Jesus would not wear a mask, and he would not, approve of you doing it either, because like you're basically, the mask represents the opposite. It represents Satan, and so like you're like
slavery.
Got a Satan mask on that says Jesus on it. It's like a total contradiction of itself. So yeah,
I would in Thessalonians, Jesus kills the man of lawlessness with the breath of his mouth.
Yeah, that's right.
So he's covering the breath of his mouth, and also people who walked around for the last 2 years saying I have COVID is actually saying I have a demon attached to me.
Well, and the
right, isn't it Divok? Right, isn't it? This?
So every time they say I have Divok or I have COVID, Divok backwards, are saying I have a demon attached to me. I have an evil spirit attached to me. That's exactly what it means.
Well, and I asked him, I'm like, have you gotten all your boosters and whatnot? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, you're still doubling up with the face coverings. It's like it's like how, and that's the thing. Every single person who's wearing a face covering right now, they're all up to date on their things. Like those are
they have. Oh, so good. Go ahead, Ray.
Just real quick. There was a guy on my show the other night. I'm not going to say his name, but he had a dirty test, and he's fine. Like he was like, "Look, my test was dirty right now, and he's fine. There's nothing wrong with him." That's all I'm going to say. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I forgot what I was going to say, but yeah.
Well, on the other thing too, like with like the truther aspect of it, with the shedding and things like that, where people like are really like, oh, I can't be around these people because of this. Like I don't subscribe to that as much either.
Look, Jesus hugged the lepers.
Yep, that's right. Jesus hugged the lepers, and I personally now have, in the past year, I've dated 2 different women who have been fully up to date on their things, and it hasn't been a problem for me, and it hasn't been a problem for them that I don't subscribe to it. And I've also stood my ground and spread my truth upon them, but at the same time, I'm not going to let that affect my relationships with people that I have interests in, or that I want to be around. I'm not going to put up those walls. And
I'm with you. I don't buy into the whole shedding thing. I never have. With all the information that we have now on how do you say that, Ray? Post-postulates. I can never say it.
Post-postulates.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say it out loud.
Okay, but in any case,
that stuff.
The fact that we know so much about how viruses transfer and how they've actually haven't isolated things, and the PCR test by their own admission doesn't work for what they say, including the guy that invented it. Like we them 1,000 ways that they're not going to listen. I get it. We have all the facts on our side. But the thing is like, because we have that knowledge and discernment, we can also get duped into like being afraid of more things, because everything in this world is trying to kill us. And now truthers are trying to say, oh, this stand next to someone and it's going to, or, get too close to this and you're going to. So it's like more fear. And we just have to use our discernment and watch out for these things. It's just like you can say sugar causes diabetes and it'll kill you. Well, yeah, if you eat a ton of it, maybe. But if you eat regular amounts and stuff, it's a really good thing. So it's the same thing. We have to use our discernments to make sure.
Yeah, and it sows seeds of division. And I think that's really the thing that we need to look out for in this time is like we're here to like bring everyone together. We're here to bring unity and love to everyone. And so we need to be, be engaged in that on a daily basis, as opposed to trying to, put up walls from people that, don't see, because we were all lost at one point too. We were all blind to the things that are going on as well. And so one day it might all click for them, and I don't give up hope. I mean, on anyone, even if they've, taken the things and, you know, all lined up. You know, it's not over until it's over for these people.
You know
For
what?
any of
I do have something for that. Hang on. It's a perfect one. Okay, it's that one. I'm going to grab this tab. You look at this. It fits just what you're saying. Clickety click. It was this one. This guy, Dr. Peter S. Ruckman. Check this out. Oops. Oh, isn't that great? He doesn't say anything. Click on this. Here we
That
go.
fella couldn't do anything. He couldn't even kneel to pray. And he got saved. Are you saved?
And for anybody that doesn't know this story, real quick, this is the crucifixion of Jesus, and he wasn't alone. Back then he was on a cross that he carried, and then they stuck him up. Now he's on a tree. But let's move on from the Mandela effect. But there was two other dudes with him. I think they were thieves. I forget what the other guy did. Does anybody remember? But
was a thief, one was a murderer.
yeah, that's it. Murderer and a thief. Okay. And so that we can pick up the story from there. It's pretty self-explanatory.
Fella couldn't join the church. He couldn't join the church. He couldn't get baptized. He couldn't get baptized. He woke up with God. He woke up with the devil. Are you saved? So the fella didn't take the sacraments. Didn't take the sacraments. Didn't say the rosary. Didn't say the rosary. Didn't tithe. Didn't tithe. He went to heaven. He went to hell. You saved? Didn't keep the law. He didn't keep the law. He broke the commandments. He broke the commandments. He didn't keep the golden rule. He didn't keep the golden rule. He woke up in glory. He woke up in the pit. Are you saved? You're saved. If you're not saved, you're over here or you're over here. You sure ain't in the middle. He said, Lord, remember me, thou comest thy kingdom. And Jesus turned to him and said, verily I say unto thee, today shalt thou be saved. It's like that. You have been saved? If you ever saved, you were saved like that. That fella.
Right?
I like that.
Right?
That's what I'm a firm believer of. You know, like when you pass away, like the moments before you pass away, where your heart and where your spirit is at that time, you know, it has a lot to do with, you know, what, you know, where you stand at the judgment seat. Because like I don't know, like we could be the ones who end up judging our own selves at the end of the day, you know, like having the toll upon our own, you know, salvation. And, you know, it's like, do we want to, you know, criticize and be all that, or do we want to free ourselves and
you just put a new fear into me, because one of my fears is and Judgment Day, for all those of you keeping score, here's the way this works. Judgment Day comes for everyone at once. Bad people, devils, good people, saints, all of us at once. We all get to see what everyone else did. I was hoping I maybe just go off to a room by myself with God, and he can like, could you explain this day and that day, and what were you thinking? I'd hate to do it in front of everyone, but now you're saying there's a chance God might call us, my nightmare, the word, like to the head of the class to draw stuff out on the chalkboard as a poor left-handed child, where I get chalk all over my arm and hands, and then the squeaking and the stuttering of the word, and it never looked good. I was terrible at the blackboard, and now you're telling me on Judgment Day, Rasta, I can't believe you did this to me. I'm thinking now I'm going to go up in front of all of you and God and go, so today. Oh, man.
Yep. Yeah, that's the way I see it.
Oh, raising a meeting.
Nancy.
Uh-oh.
Nancy, I need coffee.
Yeah, Nancy.
Nancy, did you clear the coffee with Santiago yet? Thank you.
Okay, so let's see. Let me clear some more of these tabs. Hopefully everyone's having a good time. I know I am. So, oh, hey, Aaron, good to see you. I always have my glasses falling to say hi to her. I don't know why. 111 in the chat. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, that's what he's saying. And thumbs up says Boston Ray Mudflood Adventures. So,
Yeah,
yes.
that's what I was doing.
I know. I see that. I see that. Thank you. Okay. Where are we at? Let's see. Clickety click. We'll go here. We'll go here. And we'll go there. What's this one? Oh, for those of you keeping score, We just gave a bunch of billions of dollars to this guy that runs Ukraine, so that's cool.
What the F is that?
That's the guy running Ukraine that we're just giving all the.
What? Oh
He came-
no! That's
He
just
actually
not-
came to our country a couple days ago. It was
And then
such
here
an
he is.
honor.
Here he is playing a
Such an honor to
president.
have you here.
Oh my God! What is wrong with these people?
Yeah, he's just an act.
He's
I mean, he should have gotten a much bigger parade and grand welcome when he came, because you know
Yeah,
he's
right
such a
there.
spectacular
Play
person.
this.
And I'm not playing this one, but this one, he's on some show, and he and some people, they I get rid of this.
His pants are down around his
Yeah,
neck?
because they play the piano with their penis.
Oh
So-
my God!
And now he runs a country.
Okay, listen.
That's
Now,
that's some
what
white
they're
sauce
doing,
for sure.
what they're doing is trying to get everybody to be tolerant. They want you to be tolerant of this stuff, accept it as the norm. So we all have to tolerate this stuff. God does not tolerate this stuff. It says it many places in the Bible. Don't ask me to quote them, but it does. Okay. And why should we be required to tolerate something that God does not tolerate? You see what I'm saying? This is intolerable what they're doing. It's disgusting. It's profane. I can't
It
even
is.
deal with it.
It is. It's outrageous, and you know, and we can all feel that. You know, it's that story in the background that keeps, you know, you keep wanting to go away, but it keeps churning and getting bigger and bigger until there's, you know, there's gonna come a day here soon where there's gonna be like some type of event that's gonna happen with this thing where it's gonna draw us into it in a much larger scale than, you know, right now it's just a proxy situation where we're providing all this support financially, where a lot of that money isn't even going there. You know, it's getting circled right back to like the people giving it out. You know, it's just a washing scheme. But yeah, the, you know, the Putin and the, like, I don't know, he's, you know, he's part of it too, obviously, but like it's gonna go to a grander level at some point, you know, probably sooner than later. And you know, we all just need to be prepared for that. We shouldn't be scared of it. You know, I'm honestly excited about it. You know, like I want it all to burn down, because like that's the only way we can purify this place is through fire, and through it all just burn to the ground. And so it's like it's going to be painful, and it's going to be something that, you know, is going to be, you know, trials and tribulations for us all, but it's necessary and it's part of God's plan, and that's why we should just cheer it on. You know, it's like it's not something to be afraid of.
True.
But it
Yeah,
is-
that's true.
I mean, judge not, lest ye be judged. Okay. But at the same time, I am not tolerating. If God does not tolerate it, I'm not tolerating it. I'm not going to support it. I'm not going to I'm not going to sit there and judge and mock people and put them down and make them feel bad about their choices, because their choices are between God and them. And if God doesn't tolerate it, they're trying to get us to tolerate all this obscene stuff across the board, even the stuff that they want to teach your children now in these profane public schools run by the government, teaching them all this crazy stuff at very, very young ages and stuff like that. Tolerate that. It's tolerable. Tolerate the fact that your child at a very young age can now make adult decisions, and all, and we're not supposed to, you know, do anything to the innocents, the children. I mean, that's severe offense against God if they mess with the innocence of the children. And the parents aren't there to protect them because they're being tolerant. Oh, well, it's tranny man hour at the drag queen hour at the library. Let's take the kids down because, you know, we got to show that we're tolerant of this and we're open-minded people and forward-thinking in society. We're culturally correct and all this stuff. Meanwhile, God's not tolerating this stuff, and He's not going to tolerate you tolerating it, letting your kid be subject to this stuff. Just saying.
Yep. And that's why the fire is coming, you know, and the fire will burn it all down.
Yeah. There will be.
And
There will be protests. There's protests coming up on the schools. I'm telling you, I've been hearing a lot of.
Yeah. The school thing sucks because like a lot of parents, you know, don't have the choice to like take their kids out and put them in you know, a private situation. I personally am able to. I have my daughter in like a private Christian school, which I've been very fortunate to have her in, and you know, they still, you know, they still preach that we or teach that we live on a spinning ball and things like that, but they're, you know, the rest of the things that they teach are pretty much, you know, morally in line with how I believe, and so I really am thankful to have her there. But you know, for a lot of the parents, you know, like especially the way the finances are, it's like hard to,
Sorry.
you know, hard to have other options because you have to work, you have to support yourself, and you have to, you know, be a part of this. And so it really,
This is where that trial comes in for us, that God put forth in the Bible. Be in the world, but not of it. It is so important for us to not be of this world. And it's so, they make it so hard for us to be not of this world, because look at the generational mindset that they've have us. You know, I grew up with the whole Christmas theme, and, you know, you got to go out and you got to spend all this money and all these other types of cultural mindsets that we pass on from generation to generation, that we get entrenched into this physical reality and the consumerism of it and everything, and that these new sneakers are going to make me feel better, and the likes that I got on Facebook are going to get me through my day, and all this stuff. That's being of the world, you know what I mean? And we're not supposed to be that way. We have to start teaching our kids that. It's so very important. My kids are grown now, but you know, if I had grandkids, I'd be teaching them this stuff too.
And that's the thing, Rasta, he talks about this multiple times. What are we supposed to do when these times are here? Like you say, we have to be prepared. Now, of course, that means let's try to make sure our needs are met as far as food, water, and all that. But he also says, if you know me, I'll make sure you're taken care of, like the birds, right? But at the same time, what does he say? He says to stand and to wait and to be patient. Why? Because all these things, like you say, have to happen. If it stops tomorrow and everyone goes back to quote normal, there's still, you know, people being killed and atrocities going on in the world and horrible things happening. So nothing changes. The only way to change it is, like everyone says, the people that are reading the Bible think there's a some kind of judgment coming. The people that are running the show on us, they're going off that same playbook. And then everyone in between, they're waiting. Even the new age people are waiting for the new age coming in and the torus field to squish itself and all that stuff. So we're all waiting for a change. And so what I believe happens is this. There are no gifts of Baal. There's gifts of God. There's blessings from God. Now, there are times when God allows Satan to touch you, just like he did in the book of Job. He didn't do all that stuff to Job. He allowed Satan to do it. And so the way I look at it is this: if you're under God's protection and you're in his hand, it says no one can pry you free. However, we have free will, and you can open yourself up by doing different things, knowing that you're going against the word of God. And as we said today, that reverberation, cymatics of the water or the sound waves, that affects it. There's two things in men. I know women have a tongue, but in men, there's two things that's written about they cannot control, and that's their tongue and their penis, right, dogs? You can't control those things. We're in a constant battle because the human side of us versus the flesh versus the spirit. And so that's why Satan's world, everything you turn on, there's going to be some kind of ad, especially for men, to try to get them into that flesh thinking and get them out of the spiritual side. That's why you get yoga pant commercials. I never bought a freaking yoga pant ever in my life for anyone or myself. Why am I getting those? Women bent over in yoga type or whatever. But that's what I'm saying. Think about it. Those are the two areas that it says we can never tame. God says you can never tame your tongue. And why is that important? Well, because everything in this backwards world is backwards. It's brilliant. We'll edit that out. They teach you sticks and stones will break your bones and names will never hurt you. And yet God spoke, his spoken word is still resonating to this day. And so the words that we speak, that's why they gave us this shitty language of English with a spell and spellings. We're saying different spells without knowing it possibly. And so because of that, we have to be watchful of what we say. And like you say, there's people that don't think like us. You're going to go around and ridicule them? Of course not, because that's not helpful. We were them just not too long ago. Some of us still are in some ways. And so
You love your neighbor as yourself. And it's up to God to judge them and wake them up. And part of this whole process, I believe that we have to go through these trials and tribulations. You can have a baby without 9 months and then some pain, right? And it's the same thing. If God did tomorrow judgment, how many of us would actually be ready? All of us would be caught, like Vladimir Zelensky with the pants down playing the piano. You know what I mean? That's what I feel. No matter how prepared I am, I still don't feel prepared. And we're the ones that are waking up to this. Think of how the poor people are that aren't, because there's some people that'll wake up to a gentle, hey, it's time to wake up. There are other people that wake up to a loud alarm. And some people you have to shake. And maybe if they're, passed out, you got to throw water in their face. Some of our loved ones will probably have to have water thrown in their face. And why did the saints get worn out? Because I said we all have to be here to see it. We're not going to be, in my mind, flowing out of here. Why would God take away the A team right when the game starts? We're here not to necessarily fight. We are supposed to stand our ground, and that means fight for God when he wants us to. But the rest of the time, what? We're supposed to be here prepared, not just for our own salvation, but to help the rest of the flock when they see this stuff going down, stuff that could get really crazy to a level we don't understand. And we have to say, come here, we'll help you figure this out. And how do we do it? The beginning of truth, of knowledge is what? The fear of God. If you realize that God exists and things you do have consequences, then you stop doing those things. And then God says, don't worry about the rest, I'll handle it. And that's the way I see it. That was a long-winded thing. What do you guys think?
Well, I'd like to say that there's no.
Can I boom baby me? Here, I'll do this one.
There's an old saying that goes, the tongue has no bones, but it can break bones.
Wow, I like that one. Did you have something, Ray?
There was something I was going to say, but I lost it. It was
did Nancy write it down? Does she take your memos?
Nancy.
Take shorthand. It's my fault, Ray.
It was at the very no. It was at the very beginning of his speech. But he went on for. I didn't want to interrupt him, and he went on for like 20 minutes.
It was a little long-winded. I agree. I was holding on to my thought too. I was like, please don't let it go. I'm borderline Alzheimer's as it is.
I'm sorry, but you see the name of the show, so just so you know. Where's my guy? Here we go.
I don't care.
No, I know I talk a lot.
I like this one.
But it's to fill the dead air for Shapu. What were you going to say?
I just love Michael. This one is pretty.
Right? He's one of my favorite handlers. So, okay. Well, if you come up with it, Ray, I'm ready for you. So
yeah, I'm still. It was something you were saying at the very beginning. Do you remember what that was?
Well, I talked for a while, so. Well, it was something that Ross was bringing up about the end times kind of thing. I don't know. Yeah. We'll probably come back around.
And like you were saying too about being prepared, so we can help others. I think like a lot of it is to be conditioned, because like it's going to get gnarly out there, and a lot of people are just going to lose their minds and freak out and just have nervous breakdowns. And it's important that we stay calm and collected when it really hits the fan, because we're made for this. We were born for this, and we're here for this time. And I think like the majority of people who are watching this right now, who are awake to this, are a part of it. You were chosen to be a part of this and to be a substantial part in this. We all have a role to play, and we all have our part to do in it. Like we have to step up and be prepared for that. And here recently, like a few times here recently, I've felt this river of spiritual energy and light energy just coming down through the ether and just pouring through me and just going, kind of like cycling through me. And it's had all this just assurance and wisdom and knowledge coming in. And it's like I'm being activated for what's coming. And like I feel like we're all going to experience that in some way. If you haven't already, I think a lot of you may already be feeling that as well.
Yeah, because I even feel whatever we're squirreling away, food and stuff, it's not even for us. It's for whoever we're going to need to help. And then the other thing is when you're prepared, God says, we keep reading that same passage, is to put on the full armor of God. Because if you're not armored up, then you can get pierced by the enemy, right? That's the whole idea of Passover. The first one, they put the Passover blood over the house, and well, it was the angel of death. Now it's God, but whatever. Passed over those areas. And so if he says that we were scattered among the heathens, and I think that it could have been separate incidences, or it could have been the same. Tower of Babel, when they decided to get to heaven and take over, and he did the smackdown, that could have also been Revelation. I don't know the times, I wasn't there. But the whole idea is that, what did he do in the Tower of Babel? He confused our language and he scattered us. Maybe he changed our appearances, or at least the way we perceive each other. Because the way I see this now is, if we're a light being in a meat suit, when I think of God, of course, being over here in America, and little white Jewish kid, I just looked at all the pictures that they had of the guy that's apparently not even Jesus. Who is it? It's somebody else, Leonardo da Vinci's friend or something. But that's the view that we get. In other countries, he looks darker or more Muslim looking and things like that. And so I think about Jesus, or like that movie It, when they looked at the monster, whatever that they were afraid of, that's what it became. Werewolf or Dracula or whatever. And the actual monster, I think, was a spider. But why doesn't God have, of course, has the same capabilities? Because Satan, he changes his look all the time, and he's beautiful. And we know angels can do it. So what I believe is Jesus looks however you perceive him to look. And when I look at people from these other countries, maybe that's the way my brain has been shaped, that's what they look like, right? Because they say, you can never see with your own face.
Well,
you know that?
That references what I was watching The Empire Strikes Back earlier with my daughter, and like there's the scene where Luke is in the Dagobah system with Yoda, and he's training, and Yoda tells him to go into that one area that's like controlled by the dark side, and he confronts his worst fear, which is Darth Vader, and then he sees that it's himself, that he's actually turned into Darth Vader, and that's his fear. So that's what you're saying, similar to that, what you're saying. And also, like you mentioned the full armor of God and how we must be, covered in that. And I feel that I've asked for the protection and the guidance and the wisdom and the power of the full armor of God. And because here in Portland, Oregon, which I mean, most people, think of as like a wretched place of like sin and all this. It's like, most people don't care to go there, but I wouldn't be anywhere else in the world than right here, right now. Like you could offer me $10 million to live in some other city, and I wouldn't take it, because I know that I'm supposed to be here right now. And I've already begun like battling demons on a very literal sense on the front lines here on almost a daily basis. Like they come and they try and just like attack me or like take me on, or sometimes I have to go at them and take them on. But I'm not afraid of them at all. I just, I'm prepared for this, to just strike them down.
On a mission from God.
It's true. It's very true.
Very true.
We're all feeling it. Yeah. Well, think about it. Look at this ragtag of people on the screen. I would have never known any of you existed. I wouldn't know anyone in the chat existed. How did we all meet and come together in all these different backgrounds of races and religions and countries and stuff? It's a divine intervention. There's no coincidences in my mind anymore. Everything happens for a reason. So
that's right.
Okay, let me get through some of my tabs here. Clickety click. Okay, here we go. What do we got here? Oh, he's always good. Let's see.
National conspiracy to buy elections and control America. But
You don't need a formal conspiracy.
Right.
When interests converge, these people went to the same universities and
please.
fraternities. They're on the
It's
same
very
boards of
simple.
directors. They're on the same country clubs. They have like interests. They don't need to call a meeting.
They know what's good for them,
It's a
and they're
tough
getting
thing.
it. And there used to be 7 oil companies. There are now 3. It will soon be 2. The things that matter in this country have been reduced in choice. There are 2 political parties. There are a handful of insurance companies. There are about 6 or 7 information things. But if you want a bagel, there are 23 flavors because you have the illusion. You have the illusion of choice. There.
Right? That's America. We have the illusion. We have 23 choices of bagels flavors, and yet you lose your job if you don't do what they say. You know what I mean? The last couple of years. So there's what do we got here? And this is where I think it's getting scary. Your First Amendment auditors. This one, Johnny 50, he posted this. Basically, it's a high-speed pursuit in LA, as usual. It ends with a crash. Guy gets out and he runs to another car and steals that truck, and he gets in that. And he goes on another high-speed chase. And let's see, it continues on to, right, let's see.
These ones are my favorite
Right
because
here.
I'm really cheering for the person, trying to run at this
Oh,
point.
stop it. Anyways, we'll move on. So this
Here we are
guy,
at the end
but
of
here's
the
what
pursuit
happens.
at the 1000 block of Hacienda
crashes
Boulevard.
into this car right there. And then the cop hits him and they get hit twice.
Deputies crashing into his vehicle. Now, notice the vehicle here with the white moonroof that we just passed that was struck by the pickup truck. You're not even going to believe what's about to happen there. So, the suspect vehicle rams the police cruisers. The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department proceeds to open fire on the pickup truck. But here's where it gets really, 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 really interesting. Up at the top of the frame, you can see the sheriff's deputies are grabbing the victim that was hit, wrestling him to the ground, roughing him up, and putting him into handcuffs. Are you kidding me? This is the victim of the pursuit whose vehicle
You don't want
was
to
just
get near cops in LA. I don't care who you are.
when the only tool that you have is a hammer, the whole world looks like a nail.
Amen.
So here is the standoff.
I think I know what happened.
With
They
the
were
police. You
worried
can see
about
the
his
K9 in the frame.
safety, and so they
This is
yanked him
unbelievable.
out
This
of
guy
the
getting roughed up.
car to protect
Can
him.
you guys hear me?
If you're unfamiliar with the history of violence in the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department.
Did you say something, Jen?
Everything just went blank on my end, and I said, "Can you guys hear me?"
I did. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I implore you to Google LASD gangs.
Yeah, and we did this, by the way. There are, I forget how many, but at least a dozen, I think, actual gangs within the Los Angeles Police Department, and they know of them, but they exist. They're actual cops, part of gangs. You can look it up. They know the names of them and everything. So think about that. You got a bunch of gang members going to bust other gang members. It's no wonder it's become the purge and we don't even realize it. You know what I mean? You can't tell the cops from the criminals. They're all tatted up and now they're wearing masks and they come in like army.
Make the arrest.
I feel like it's been like that for a long time, like a lot of them are, the most of them are Masons, are part of some secret society, and they're all, this brotherhood that, work for, definitely don't serve the people.
So, but just the fact that they went and they yanked the guy out of the other car, this one, and all he was is a victim of being hit. So just know that that's going on. These people aren't trained. There are good cops, but what do they get? 6 months training, and then they're off to the streets. And they don't obviously have this. Some of them are so hugely overweight. I don't even know. They only have a choice of shooting or tasing you. They can't chase you. It's ridiculous. And then speaking of car crashes,
like that CFM, I never thought of it like that.
oh yeah, we watch the auditors, and they have a lot of lady cops now, which is fine. But I'm talking they have long fingernails and long hair and dreadlocks and makeup and jewelry.
Hey,
like they're cops.
She ain't chasing nobody. She's gonna shoot your ass.
And if you're in a scuffle and you got long hair, just yank that thing and that gal goes down. I'm sorry. And what are you gonna do with long nails as a cop? One gal had a pink badge. It's like they're going to prom. Like you got to watch out for our cops out there.
Well, look what they're doing in the military on top of that. Like the military's even worse than that now.
Are you looking through my tabs or what is going on? Where's that one? My God, here we go. There you go. Look at this. This I thought was for Jen. The Marine Corps are now nixing gender identifications for drill instructors.
Oh,
So you'll no longer be able to say, yes, sir. Yes,
what are they
ma'am.
going to say? What are they going to say?
Oh, I know. I'm so glad you said that, Jen, because I have it.
them.
Where is it? It's right here.
That's the fact. That's the fact. That's the fact.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna do it again.
The fact. The fact.
I just,
Okay.
I mean, I guess because they could just say yes, drill sergeant, no drill sergeant.
Well, I guess what they're supposed to say now is, let's say the guy's name is Major Wallace. You say, yes, Major Wallace. Like you have to say the whole freaking thing now.
So what they're doing is another level of tolerance.
Mm-hmm.
Again, they just
and confusion.
Yes.
Think of how many years that it's been yes sir, yes ma'am in the military, and now a whole generation of military people are going to come up with, and they're all going to be arrogant little whatever with their noses going, oh, you're an old person, you're saying sir and ma'am. We're way more tolerant than you. Get the hell out of here. You know what I mean? That's what this new generation is kind of acting like.
Well, and that's just in our country too that this is happening. You know, like other nations like China and Russia, they're going polar opposite of this. You know, they're doing away with any feminizing of the men and all of that. You know, they're basically
what's that?
Ukraine, next door neighbor, they're not.
Exactly, Ukraine. Yeah, they're.
Well, you saw him tonight, and then there's
scary, them high heels and those leather pants.
Yeah, I saw a headline the other day. It said something like World War III is going to be a war of a gay war or something like that, where it's just like a war about gayness. And like,
I think heterosexual men and women will be a thing of the past.
Yeah.
I really do.
And I forgot to play when we were playing all the things about the guy from Ukraine. It was on those tabs. I missed it, but it was Sean Penn. He went there. Along with other actors, of course, and they met with the president of Ukraine, and he gave him his Oscar from some shitty movie, and he gives him his Oscar, and it's like so poetic. People on Twitter are just losing it, going, "Well, because he's the best actor this year, you know." And then someone else made the comment, "If Sean Penn shows up, aren't you the bad guy?" So I thought that was funny. You know, because he's the guy that went to all these places no one could. Like, didn't he find what's his name, Bin Laden, when no one could? He went to a cave and interviewed him, and someone else. I think he did it a couple times.
I remember that.
Or was it Saddam? One of those. Anyways, so let's see, where was I? Well, I know I could bring up these photos. Let me get rid of these because I need to clear all this stuff from all these weeks. Clickety click here. I think it's this. Let's start here. Oh no, not the. Oh, you know what? Thank you, Melanie. Melanie sent me this.
Oh my god!
Thank you, Melanie. She wanted to show me the beauty in tattoos. I don't know. I'm at mixed feelings on this.
I know this guy. I hang out with him in high school.
I have mixed feelings on this tattoo, although it is thought-provoking.
So in other words, he wants somebody to fuck his armpit.
Hey. And this one for you, Jen and Melanie. I thought I'd find this.
I never even thought about that too.
Okay, and these are the pictures. Let's see what else is on there. We've shown these.
You like that,
Rustin? I'm just gonna keep on moving. There was something I wanted to show. I think I've covered all these. Oh, this one's interesting. I'll just put those on. People can come back and look at them later. This proves to me the Mandela effect is changing the Bible. Because can you imagine a pastor? Everyone, open your prayer books to Ezekiel 23:20, and the children to sit down and listen. For she doted upon their paramours, whose flesh is of the flesh of asses, and whose issue is like the issue of horses. Sorry, that.
Now that's some short season of Satan Mandela effect stuff going on right there.
Exactly. Exactly. So, but that's how the Bible works. I can still get a lot of information from it. And if I see this, I know where it's coming from. Because if it doesn't sound like something God would say, nah, he didn't say it. So, anyways, I don't want to go through all these. Let's see. Here we go. I thought this was interesting. So, how about this? This was in the, how do you say those in between books? I believe.
The Apocryphers or?
Yeah. Yeah. And so in here it says, and in the days of the sinners, years shall be shortened, and their seed shall be tardy on their lands and their fields.
Oh my goodness. See,
And
it's a sign right there.
And in those times, the fruits of the earth shall be backward. And like we know, bananas now grow upside down.
And you will know them by their fruits as well.
Right? Right?
And yeah, the banana thing is crazy. That's just too much.
So God now uses the word tardy. I believe this is in the Bible. I'm trying to figure out
Speaking
what
of
passage.
tardy, I saw Singe Man just pop in the chat.
Okay. Well, I'm not on that screen.
Very
I'll have
tardy.
to-
Hey, Dana.
I'll have to hit it when I come back. I thought this was funny because I have coins that have been around for like everyone else, 50, 100 years or whatever. I mean, they never go away. Where are they going? So, okay. And then everything's going to scare us. So just that. Okay. What was that, sir?
Oh, was that the Home Depot coin shortage?
Yeah. Yeah. Those are all like, getting through my photos, so clearing them out. Okay. What else do we have? We have this. We have this. Go over here. Okay. So yeah, for those of you that already read this headline, just be careful that if you haven't got all your boosters, you're a much higher risk of getting into a traffic accident. Because of the studies, the smart people have made the determination. And I looked into this. You know what the study was? They figured, well, if you're a science denier, then you're most likely a seatbelt denier and a traffic law denier. And so that's how they justify this headline. So yeah.
Whoever wrote this should be fired. Or tasered, one or the other.
Right. And then this one.
Here there was even like a video saying that if you didn't get the thing, you're like mentally unstable and should be put in mental institutions.
Well, that's coming next, we feel. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you've gone this far and hadn't gotten it, and you decide to get it, then there's something serious. Then you deserve.
Yeah. Why'd you wait this long and then cave, right?
If you break at this point, then there's something wrong with you. Because I mean, you deserve a medal for holding out. Because I mean,
more than that, we're actually
everything in the world at us, and we're still here. And
actually, even more than that, Rasta, we're actually desired now because we have clean blood.
Interesting.
Okay, let's see. And this one, just because nobody knows who the heck Bernard Alt is, but he's the richest man in the world. So the handlers that we know their names, there's a bunch we don't know. And above him, there's someone else, or there's demigods or demons.
Look how they all look the same too. Like they all have that creepy just look on their face, and like they look like Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. Like
exactly.
They look like they woke up and they crawled out of a cat. And they look like they drink blood. Too.
They woke up out of a cat.
Like all these characters, like that. Yeah, it's like it's strange.
What did Count Dracula used to say?
What I don't know. I remember the cereal. What was that? Count Chocula. What did Dracula say?
I don't know. I want to taste your blood.
Oh, I want to drink. I want to
drink your blood. Yeah,
I want to drink you.
There he is. He looks just like that.
Yeah. Vlad the Impaler. Yeah. Which isn't it funny? Again, we talk about how they're all related, and was it Prince Charles? Oh no, he's King Charles now. He even he's boasting about how he's connected to Vlad. So there you go.
Yeah.
They tell you.
They can't let the royalty get out of the family. You know what I mean? They just they got to keep the royal money with an inbred family.
Yeah. All right. So here goes Vlad. He's gone. This one I thought was hilarious. I don't know who this person is. Among the wildflowers, but it's on our feed, and she just wrote boobs and then said testing. Well, of course, I was intrigued, I have to say. And so when I looked at it, it's now up to 121,000 views. And that's all she did was just write boobs. 50 retweets, 30. I mean, it's just like, it's so funny. And I was scrolling through it because I wanted to show you all the responses, but some of them get kind of bad. But I screenshot some of the best ones, like this one. Boobs is an absolute proof that a man, in fact, can concentrate on two things at the same time. Thank you. It's nice to be acknowledged there, because we're told we can't. And then there's this one. Any last word? Shouldn't it be words? Because that's probably Mandela. No, I'm on a tight schedule, just one word. And his word, of course, is boobs, because that's what you would say if you only had one word and you were about to die. And then this one, which I like, some wonderful man found this article from 2017 that staring at boobs is a boost to male lifespans. So it's helping us if we look at the boobs. And lastly,
nice.
For those of you that are having problems with the winter storms, be careful and make sure you track the polar vortex. Yes,
Polar boobs. There's some nipples there.
Yeah, it's quite nipply out. Yes.
Nipply out.
Well, that was the joke I was going to tell. That I heard Tommy tell the other day. He said that boobs are pointless without nipples.
Nice. And if I could get to we can find him for that one.
Why do men have nipples?
He's over here. So we can chest feed, Jen. Don't you know? You got to be more tolerant.
It makes no sense.
And so once again, everything makes to scare us. When I was growing up, there was winter storms, and occasionally you get a blizzard. Well, now they got so many new names and terminologies. We've got a bomb cyclone, which is so now the snow is going to blow up in your face.
That was crazy. In Denver, they said it dropped from like 40 to 45 degrees down to like -8 in like 7 or 9 minutes. It went from
oh my God, that's like that movie.
That is like that movie.
They said the same thing about you. It's just crazy.
Where was that?
In Denver.
Yeah,
it went from 45 down to like -8.
Wow.
And I think it was 7 minutes time.
And then what? Patrick Swayze? No, the dude that looks like him, but he's not him. He goes and gets his kid, right? And he fights the white wolves. Wherever the day after tomorrow. Yeah.
I remember the movie Ghost. Patrick Swayze.
Yeah. But who is the guy that kind of looks like Patrick Swayze when you couldn't get him, and you get this other guy, the one that's in Day After Tomorrow? The chat will help us out.
One of the bald ones.
Dennis Quaid. Thank you, Big Butt. Dennis Quaid. Yeah. When you couldn't afford Swayze, you get Quaid.
Really?
I don't know. I make that up, Ray. I make up most of this show. Just like if you couldn't get Dennis Quaid, you get Randy Quaid.
Oh, no, now yeah.
Oh, the jokes keep coming. Okay, what do we got here? We covered.
Nancy, how's the Christmas order coming out? They're shipping out the Christmas order.
And this one I thought was beautiful. I don't know why, but they the lovers of this, they put this aquarium with 1,500 tropical fish in Berlin in this hotel, and then of course it broke.
Holy
Yeah, I remember reading this story too, and like I was like imagining what it would be like. It would be like out of a movie, like like you could just picture it breaking and just like pouring into the like the street and just washing people away. Somebody maybe get eaten by a shark.
Yeah. Well, again, this was in that movie, the Tom Cruise one, the first Mission Impossible, when he blows up the tank and everything washes out of the restaurant. It's the same kind of thing. So but yeah, okay. So let's see. We got rid of that. We covered this guy last week, but it's worth playing again because for those of us that are struggling, because that's the other thing with these words that they teach us. Then they also try to make us like not pray properly. And so let's say you're having this beautiful prayer, alone time with God, and at the end you want to say amen, and then all of a sudden you stop and you go, oh wait, that's Amen Ramen, the sun god. No, and wait, did I call him Yeshua Mechia, or did I call him Yahweh, or just stop it? Just stop it.
I struggled with the amen thing for a while.
Right? We all did. I think we all were listening, and Richie was talking about that too, and we all did. And then I just went back and just decided I'm talking to God, and he understands I'm talking to him. Just like you're saying, Rasta, intent. He's not going to think, I don't know who you're talking to.
It's probably true, though. It's probably true that
absolutely, because going back to the first thing we were having a conversation, by me saying those things, maybe I'm creating something. But at the same time, if my prayer gets stopped like a stutter, then what's the point? I'd rather just let it flow and just say whatever comes out of my heart. If Jesus can look like anyone, we don't even know his name.
I was saying,
when you pray, you don't even have to say it out loud. As long as you're thinking it, God can just hear it, I think.
Yeah. Sometimes I like to do that, though. I do.
I was saying, too, the other day, I was saying, not only does God not care what you call him, you could call him the dude, and he'll be perfectly fine with that. Because, like, I think, like, he's not going to be attached to any titles and get offended if you call him something other than what you feel like you should call him. You know, it's your personal relationship with him. Not only that, but we have God, you know, inside of us. And so, like, when we're praying, it's like our prayers don't have to go very far to be heard. You know, it's pretty much a personal thing, and we're also responsible for if our prayers get answered or not. Because if we ask for things that are within our means and we put in the work and the effort, you know, then those things, our blessings may be answered. But you know, like you ask for things that are out of your means or whatnot, or you don't put in the work, then you can't blame God for not, you know, answering your prayers. It's all on you.
I like it. But here, listen what he has to say about the name. I thought was really good.
Your intentions when you say it. So.
Jesus stuff. The New Testament was written in Greek, and there was no J in the letters. So I don't believe in that Jesus stuff. And then there are other people who say, it's not Jesus, bro. You disrespecting him. It's Yeshua. It's not Jesus. It's Yeshua. I'm like, okay. Do we not understand that just because the language changes doesn't mean the meaning of the object does? Okay? Like a compiled set of pages in English, we call that a book. In German, it's a book. In Spanish, it's a libro. In French, it's Levi. All different languages, but the same thing. So regardless if you call him Yeshua HaMashiach, regardless if you call him Jesus Christos, regardless if you call him Jesus Christ, demons tremble from them both. Doesn't matter which one you say. They understand all of
them. That's the way I see it.
I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I like that guy's. I like that guy's spirit.
He seems pretty passionate. Yeah, pretty.
You
Passionate.
know, you can tell when people are speaking. You know, when they've got the Holy Spirit working through them. You know, and the power of God. You know,
it's like the guy that wrapped my Christmas tree. It was nuts.
Yeah.
He was like that. He was
because
a reverend.
You can say any name you want, but in your mind, it's always the same picture when you say it. So that's the thought you when you say it, you think about it. So and knows what you think. Yeah.
And I came across this one.
Lincoln, I thought it was good, but I think there's a president that would make a much better movie, and that's Andrew Jackson. I read an article. He fought in 103 duels. To be like, I hate you so much, one of us needs to die.
I mean, right?
Wow.
What about this whole thing? What about this psyop? Do you guys believe that this went down like this?
I mean,
that's
a cartoon right there. So
exactly.
I mean, until I can see something that looks more real than that, I don't know. Like, even then, I don't believe it because like AI can create everything now.
But check this out.
It's so tough to tell anymore.
But
yeah, I mean, we see our news right now, like how much they lie in the news. Like, how do we trust any of our history at this point? Because I mean, if what they're telling us in real time is so twisted, it's like they've had years to change the past.
Yeah.
And then the whole photo manipulation. Have you guys paid attention to any of the research that's been going on?
I haven't gotten into that yet, but Vanilla Sky,
you need to check it out. It's around.
But here, 103 times this guy got so mad he pulled out a gun.
He was a commander in the War of 1812 over militia that wanted to mutiny, and he said, "If you mutiny, I will kill all of you." And they did mute me. The whole militia was like, I think he's serious. First ever assassination attempt. Guy walked up to him, shot point blank. The gun misfired. Dude pulled out a second gun because I guess he'd heard how hard it was to kill Andrew Jackson.
Right?
So he just brought a bunch. It also misfired, and then Jackson beat the dude with his cane.
So wait up. So they, just to recap, they just showed us a bunch of etchings and then a statue that they made out of bronze.
Yeah,
100%.
Pretty freaking
So
awesome,
wait up.
though.
Was this before the camera was invented, or like I'm just trying to figure that out?
No, you're dead on with this, Ray. This whole story is invented, so we can, discuss it.
Where's all the
history.
But it's a great story. This one is one that I would love to keep telling because it's badass. Like it reminds me of watching Star Wars earlier, and like every time you turn around, Darth Vader would be choking out another one of his admirals through the first one. He dials
That's
him
what
up.
they
he's
want.
in the thing, he
That's
pulls
what
him
they
up.
about
want.
this?
They
How
want
about this?
people like you to do that, to be like, oh, this is the greatest thing. This is like Star Wars. Oh, history. Yes.
But
The
how about
American
this?
Revolution. Woo!
How about this? I predict that one day in the history books, there's a movie that came out where he fought, I think, vampires.
Yeah.
And it'll probably be in there eventually that he actually did it.
Well, did you see where when Trump announced the NFT cards, where he's like a superhero, and comparing
now.
himself to like Homelander and things like that? Like in his speech, he's like, "I'm better than Lincoln, better than George Washington." Like saying he's better than all. Which I don't know. Like I don't know.
It's a clown world we live in. It's such
yeah.
a clown world. What's this? Oh, and this one bugged me. So I'm not going to play the music because we all know it. It's one of the best Christmas movies of all time, Die Hard. And at the end scene, when they get in the thing and this song starts, let's see, where is it? Right here.
Oh, the weather outside.
Okay, you guys know that song, right?
Yep.
So I remember that being
Frightening.
Bing Crosby
Oh.
singing that, but he's never sang it. And this guy named Von Monroe sings it now.
Really?
I've never heard of the guy. I think I covered this last Christmas because it kind of tripped me out when we were watching the movie, and I didn't know Von Monroe. So for those of you that think that
Bing
Let It
Crosby.
Snow was sang by Bing Crosby, well, you live in a different timeline, as Patrick Roberts says.
Yeah, that one's pretty interesting. I'm a little outdated. Like I'm not too familiar with either of the artists, but I'll take your word for it on that one.
Just before the show,
I saw one last night actually that really was that Moneybags 73 just put out about a new rule in the Monopoly game, where like there's this rule where if you land on a property and you choose not to buy it, then the other people that are playing with you, you can have an auction for that property then and there, and they can buy the property. Which I've played Monopoly so much through my life, and like read the rules, I don't even know how many times, and I've never seen that rule. So I mean, if you've seen that rule, like maybe you can
auction off property that you don't own.
Wait, first I got to say something. I didn't see these, so there is a Bing Crosby version. So I stand corrected. I thought it was just that other dude.
Okay.
So there is a version. Okay, so we'll leave that one go. But yes, the Monopoly thing.
Yeah,
what was that?
Well, there's a new rule that they were talking about. He showed a video clip of the newscasters talking about it because they were blown away by it too. They had never heard of this rule, but it's always been there. Where if you land on a property and you decide not to buy the property, then the other people that are playing the game have the opportunity to buy the property at auction it off between one another at that time. So they can buy even though they didn't land on the property, they can buy it already as the game's going around.
That's confusing. It sounds like
It is,
something.
and I think it makes the whole game like kind of not as fun, and it makes it like It's just
Well, there is another thing that I came across that I didn't know on that same idea is that game Uno.
Mhm.
And you know how you end up with like a whole handful of cards because it's a draw four and a draw four and a draw four.
Yep.
Apparently, that's not the way you're supposed to play it. It's never been that way. You're
What?
not supposed to end up with all those cards. You're only supposed to do it once, and then you don't keep going. Like when you're drawing for a card and you don't have anything to match, and you have to keep drawing until you get something you can use. That's not in the rules, and you
Someone
can look it up.
can't just keep throwing down draw fours on you. Like that's the fun
Well,
part.
no,
of the game.
I take it back. Not the draw four. It's when you're supposed to play a card and you have nothing in your hand, and you have to draw a card. Then you keep drawing until you finally get a card that you can place. Right? That's the way we play it.
Yep.
That's never been in the rules. You're supposed to just draw one card and then stop.
No,
That's weird. Yeah.
Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah.
Why is the Mandela effect affecting board game?
Our games. Oh shoot! And then according to Ray, he did a show where I swear I did stuff about Bob Barker dying because they had memes about all the dogs and cats that were excited because he would used to tell people to spay and neuter your pets. And then he died, and there was all these comics about it. And then he just celebrated his 99th birthday, and Ray did a show about him, found all this residue.
Sometimes I think that they're clowning, they're like trolling the Mandela effect community, like bringing like maybe he did die a long time ago, but like just to mess with us, they brought this story out.
I like it because Ray found all the articles of the residue. What, Ray? You're muted. I can't hear you.
Muted.
No sound.
Or maybe Bob Barker, because I look at each Mandela effect on a case-to-case basis. Like I have a theory that it's not like one thing that's causing them all. People are just finding glitches in reality, right? So like Bob Barker, what if he's just a TV personality? He's not even a real person, and they just have actors play him. So like, that like the original actor died, and then they announced it by accident, and then like a few years later, they're like, yeah, let's bring him back because he owns like a lot of prison. Like, I don't know if he really owns prisons. People say he does, but some people say it's an urban myth. But he owns all the friggin' products that they. Yeah, the Bob Barker soap, shampoo. Yeah. They give you that in the prisons, the institutions, all them places, homeless shelters. So like, I don't know. Like, he
wouldn't be the first time.
I heard prisons, and he owns like private prisons and private prisoners. So like, it's a big name. He's worth a lot of money. Maybe they don't want it to die. They just want to keep the money flowing. So they keep bringing him back every few years. And like when the guy dies, they're like, oh, Bob Barker died again. And then like a few years later, they're like, oh, here he is, his 99th birthday, and it's just an actor.
Well, you look at people like Morgan Freeman.
Barker effect instead of the Mandela effect.
Yeah. Well, Morgan Freeman looks not only like Nelson Mandela, but he also looks
Jimi Hendrix.
Also looks identical to Jimi Hendrix. Like their facial features like are identical. Like, and it's like, how do you explain that? Like how
I
like
have the picture.
I'm gonna bring something up too.
No, it wouldn't be the first time like they did with like Paul McCartney and
or even like Alex Jones and what's his name?
Bill Hicks.
Bill Hicks, yeah. And like I think they do it all the time. I think they do it because like it helps their craft, like their witchcraft. Like if they can be out in the open, and the closest they can get to like where people could find out, like the more direct and in your face that they are, the more power it gives them, especially if the masses are just blind to it.
Yes.
Kind of like that one event where like after it happened, they brought all the kids out on the football field, that Super Bowl, and just paraded them all out there, like the exact same ones that, were.
Check this out. Look at
we're on
this.
the hook.
Check this one. Yeah, we'll dance around there. But look at this.
It's a Westworld kind of thing.
Look at this. I did this on my show once. That's Mike Pompeo, and that's Brigham Young. And Brigham Young, besides the university and the religion and stuff, he was the first person to call in martial law in the United States. And he did it too. So isn't that interesting?
I think Trump looks like Nero.
Yep, or like what's his name? General Patton. Like there's pictures of him next to General Patton, and they look very similar.
Oh, you know who said, what is it? Bruce Willis, General Patton lookalike.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, we can look there, I guess. Let's see. This is fun. I don't mind. Bruce
a couple of them.
Willis, General Patton. Patton, right? Let's see what we got here. Clickety click. Clickety click. Let's see. Where are you guys? You're over here. There you are. Oh, I see.
Oh,
Look, they got
baby.
Bruce Willis. And then,
There's
yeah.
Trump. Patton.
Wow, look at that. That
That's what
one's
I'm
pretty
saying.
good.
Go, baby.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
wild.
MacArthur. That's who he looks like.
it's
He looks like
MacArthur.
MacArthur,
I'm sorry, I said
and
the
he
wrong
looks
guy.
like
I said
Patton.
Patton.
But
I
he
was
does
close.
look like Patton. Look at that face in there.
Yeah, he's got the gobbler thing, and yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. All right, let's get out of this nonsense.
Oh.
Go back to other nonsense. So hi, Rockfin people. Good to see you over there. 7 people over there.
That's a fun rabbit hole to dive down for sure.
Doppelganger.
Yeah.
Said you look up
Oh,
his face,
I
you
did
go
a whole
up
show
and-
like Nicolas Cage. You can find ones of him from like the 1800s. It's like spot on him.
I was hoping you were going to bring up Nicolas Cage because, like, I was waiting. I was like, if you mention Nicolas Cage, I'm going to talk about this movie that I just watched with him in it. It's called Mandy, and it's like a horror, but it's like a metalhead horror film where like he goes against this like cult of like people that like are like the head leader of the cult is making LSD in like this laboratory, and like all the rest of them are just all sick and twisted, but like he just goes just full annihilation mode on this whole cult of people, and it's I don't recommend watching it because it is very dark and twisted, but the fact that it has Nicolas Cage as the starring role, like whoever cast him in this movie, like they couldn't have been better. And there is like my favorite part of the movie is a chainsaw battle where he like I've never seen a chainsaw battle between like two guys in any movie before. I've seen the lightsabers, swords, everything else, but this movie they both had chainsaws and they were just like they were sword fighting, but like
chainsaws.
All right. Well, thank you for that report. Oh my goodness, where are we at? I don't have anything. What do I have?
I
got nowhere else to go. I got nowhere else to go.
And just so everybody knows,
There are no experts.
I know nothing. Nothing.
so there. Where this is one of those shows where I say I know everything. I know the opposite of that. God says I know nothing, and I like being in that situation.
Hey, Ruckus is tardy. Ruckus
is tardy.
Yep.
Oh, I got off that screen.
Hey,
There you go.
Ruckus.
Hi, Ruckus.
I don't feel tardy.
For anybody else that snuck in that I didn't see. So let's transition.
That's the fact, Jack. That's the fact, Jack.
All right. Love that movie. Anybody doesn't know that Stripes? Such a good movie. They're during their what do you call it? Boot camp, their officer gets blown up, injured, and so they have to invent their own boot camp. But here's this thing that we talk about, this 1,000 years. And are we in the short season, pizza, or whatever little season of Satan?
I love this.
Where's the sound? Is there sound? Oh, it's just techno music. Okay. So, but basically, you can find this on all these buildings where they've changed it. Well, and there's I's in places of J's, in places of ones, and so it's just intriguing. Will we ever figure out the mystery? Maybe not. Maybe we're not supposed to, but it's fun to look into it. Yes, Jim.
I was thinking about Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and how it's Matthew, MML, and then the J, right? So in Roman numerals, that actually MML is 2050, and J. It's just something I was playing around with the other day.
That's interesting. All right.
Throw that out there.
All right. We'll look into that maybe more. I don't know what to do with that, but you know,
I don't know what to do with
I
either,
was
but
I was
it's
watching Martin
the whole
Lidke the
thing.
other day, and people would say something to him, and he was just like, "Well, that's a lot to process. I'll think on that later." You know what I mean? It's like you hit me with something like that. I mean, it's going to take some time, you know. But what we were talking about earlier, to those of us that try to convince people that they did this before and they're doing it again, he says this.
Prepare for the next one. That, I'd say is will get attention this time.
And they're so happy when they do say these things.
That smirk on his face.
Right?
Where's my
Right? And her
taser?
husband has it too.
Look at her. Him. Yeah.
Look at him. Look at
Yikes.
him.
Demon eyes.
It's just evil.
They're on demon time, these people.
Bill Gates looks a lot like a turtle. Like if you put a turtle shell on him and like he just pokes his head out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And see what they did to us last time was they had one of these things and they got together and said, hey, it'll probably come out of Wuhan, China and kill everyone. And then shockingly, that's what happened. And now here it is. They're called the Sears. And of course, it's a fictional scenario.
This is the one from this year.
Yeah. This one comes out of, wait, where is this? I'm American. What city, country is this? I forget. Where is this? Esperanza, is it?
Weeks alone.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
Respiratory syndrome 2025. Over the past 6 weeks alone, there have been 500 confirmed or suspected cases reported.
Well, this is the scenario.
Yeah,
wherever
but
this is.
we all know why they had like lung syndrome now, because they have been wearing this thing for 2 years, breathing.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Fauci did a paper on it. They said the 1918 pandemic then, most of the people got bacterial pneumonia infections from wearing that mask.
Yeah.
And so he wrote the paper on that. But here's the same idiots sitting here telling us what they're going to do to us, basically. And the last time they had one of these, they did as Mike Pompeo said, they ran a live exercise. Go ahead, Ray.
They did it in the 1880s too. I have it in a book. I have a picture of it. But hey, I know better late than never, but can I just show you the picture of Jimi Hendrix and Morgan Freeman? It took me a while to dig it up. I mean,
yeah,
I got it right here. I'm screen sharing.
Hold on.
It is worth showing. I mean, it's like, yeah. I just, speaking of Jimi Hendrix and Woodstock, like I just watched this documentary on Woodstock 99 or whatever. It's like, it was a real shit show I went down there.
There's similarities in this one, but to me, it's not as shocking like the Bruce Willis MacArthur one is.
He looks.
I don't know though. That nose and the freckles,
the shape of the nose, the smile,
I can't
and
see
the
the
eyebrows.
freckles.
Like it's all there. Like it's
all right. I'll do more research on this one, but you're maybe.
So there you go.
All right. Cool.
Cool.
Okay.
All right. Well, better late than never.
Right.
Chainsaw Cat said he was at Woodstock 99. Did you see the documentary? It's on I think it's on like HBO Max or something. But if you haven't seen that, Chainsaw Cat, like I feel for you if you were there. It looked awful. Like they were like it was wild. Like they thought they were diving through mud and stuff like they were doing at the original Woodstock when it was really raw sewage.
Oh God!
Yeah, the porta potties not.
Yeah, and there was a lot of assaults and rapes and things. It's terrible.
Yeah, that's where it got really dark at the end of the documentary because like they were talking about how many, women that happened to there because like it was just like the worst of human nature just like came out of these people and it was like this mob mentality of like how, the psyche of like. And the video footage of it just looked like crazy. The energy that was out there in the crowd. I'm so glad I didn't go to it.
Yeah, no, it looks terrible.
Debauchery.
Yeah, I like this guy. That he has these really good news articles and stuff. This one was really interesting. They had this metaverse party and no one turned up, which is hilarious. And then
maybe they were all there in the metaverse.
Yeah, right. This person, their dentist gave them 3 front teeth. And but where's the other one I was looking for? This one. No, I guess it was this one. It's this. I already played. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, anyways, that's the guy. I like him. Don Talks. Let's see what else we got on here. This was creepy because it showed up as a commercial on some we were watching, and it's this thing called Kenzo's World, and it's got whatever the audio is, but I don't even really know what this company really is about, but I kind of get an idea just from the commercials. So she's at some event and she goes out to, I don't know, have a smoke or something. And then all of a sudden this like something comes over her. And to me it looks like demonic possession.
Oh no.
Right?
Dude, what the F? I'm watching right now.
What are they trying to sell us?
I don't know. Witchcraft?
It reminds me of the mask with Jim Carrey when he puts the mask on and then he starts walking and stuff like that.
That looks like the head that was on the you put on the thumbnail. The one they just showed.
She got that green dress.
And she must be wearing some green Cabbage Patch looking dress, by the way.
Yes.
Oh yeah, no. You went hard at the Cabbage Patch.
And then she kills that guy for no reason. Like why?
The Cabbage Patch research.
Dude, I got so much stuff we're gonna look at. It's gonna blow your mind.
And then, like, this isn't even the weirdest part. You think, come on, ceiling fan man, how could it get any weirder than this? Oh, but I say nay, nay. It can get weirder. Watch what she does next. Because if you want to know who she's playing,
this is the way they
watch
dance
it.
in Metropolis.
Here's who she's playing for. Here's her teammate. And let's see, cut to there you go.
This is wild.
It's for what
Through the one eye symbolism.
And there you go. It's a fragrance.
Oh, it's a what?
Wow.
Perfume.
You're gonna get
Right.
that.
If I kind of want to, when I go through the mall and I go through the whatever the J.C. Penney or whatever, I want to at least get a whiff of that. See what it smells like.
You might end up doing whatever she did.
Yeah, do that through
Watch
the
out,
store.
man. I wouldn't get a drop
You'll
on
end up
me.
freaking out, man.
You have to
Oh,
exercise
God.
it.
And then, just so you know, it's proof positive that there's money laundering right in front of our eyes. Yeah. Because, and eBay's the same thing. They sell cheese sandwiches for thousands of dollars and Beanie Babies for hundreds of thousands. It's the same thing. But moving on. This is weird. If you guys haven't seen this, I don't know how he is on his views, but this guy has a way of he's a, what do you call it? Impressionist. But then with the use of AI technology, he morphs into their face.
Feels like to be an impressionist. Is anything more sad and lame, contemptible, beneath disdain? In short, provoking of disgust than being an impressionist. Third-rate, even fourth-rate skill.
Do you see what they're doing? And if you can do this at home.
Yeah. Well, that leads me into something else I was talking about actually last night. Was these AI generators that are out, in going around right now, where like they can generate pictures, or they can even generate like song lyrics or stories and things like this. It's a wild, like step up in what we're seeing, like with these AI generators. They're really creepy.
Yeah, and I mean, you can
recreate of cheap thrill. Like watching farm equipment rust.
I mean, come on, it sounds just like them. But yeah, I'm sorry, Shapu, I cut you off. What were you saying?
No. I was just saying that they even can recreate anyone's voice with like just a sentence.
Yeah,
it's just getting more crazy. This because they have so much information from everyone and pictures that can recreate the whole world if they want anytime.
Yeah.
Well, that was part of actually the conversation I was going to have. Where is it? Over here. Where is it? Maybe it's in here. Oh, come on. Where are you? You're over here. Yeah, here we go. Well, we're almost there, but where is it? This one. So there's first of all, the FDA approved whatever this is, this most expensive drug, $3.5 million of dose.
Yeah.
And it's, I think, for hemophiliac patients, but what is it? It's a gene therapy, right? And then you go to this one, there's a new way to detect cancer. They inject you with some kind of gene therapy, and kind of like the story that they used to tell you when you're at a pool and you were a kid, that they put chlorine in it, that if you pee, it'll turn purple around you. So they try to scare them not to do it. This gene therapy goes into your body and injects these things.
It probably has
and
the
then,
cancer in it.
well, possibly, who knows? But we're not saying that. We're not medical. Here, thanks a lot, Rostin. Now I'm going to put this up. There we go. But where'd my article go? You're over here, somewhere here. But what it does is it injects something into you, and then they can do tests. Of course, my wife told me if you do enough tests, they'll find something every time. That's what they're doing. They're looking for something because you went there. You're their patient. You're their money maker. They got to find something and improve their job. And so they'll do a test and say, "Ooh, this thing went and found this area, and it's making this thing looks like cancer. We better go start doing stuff." And so it's this whole preventative medicine that we live in now, that if you're not feeling sick or having any symptoms, you're probably sick, and we should do stuff to find it. And so why is this important? Because this company is Enlight Biosciences, started in 2008 as a collaboration between who? Pfizer, Merrick, Eli Lilly, PureTech Ventures, and they've since formed partnerships with Johnson & Johnson and Abbott Laboratories.
Okay, pause right there. Pause it right there.
I'm
Now
not paused. I'm just talking. Go ahead.
Okay.
I will pause myself.
Pause yourself.
Sorry.
Go
Look
ahead.
up Pfizer's criminal record and then read that short clipping, because Pfizer has a very interesting criminal record.
Okay, I have to. Let me
Yeah.
see. How do I?
Well, and that goes to like my philosophy is exactly opposite of that. Like that's one reason I don't even like to go to the doctor or whatever, because like I feel like as long as I don't know I have something, or like I'm told I have something, I don't got it. And like I'm good. I feel good. I feel great. So it's like,
Well,
as
that's
long
the
as
thing. When they gave out, when they had it made everyone have to have health care, they had this thing. Well, now you have health care, you can get a free physical once a year. And before that, I wasn't doing that. And then I started doing it because it was free, of course. And what happens? They always find things, and they want to put you on this, they want to put you on that. And when I was growing up, I had this conversation with my mother. She had maybe like 5 things in the medicine cabinet, like aspirin and Epipac to vomit and hydrogen peroxide, alcohol, that kind of stuff. Some
And
Band-Aids.
some 666 cough medicine.
No, she didn't have that, Jen. That was
Remember that
no.
Mandela effect?
But Vicks Vapor Rub, that was another one that's really good because it has turpentine in it, which is now illegal anyways. But my point is I talked to her, there was no preventative medicine. Maybe in the day we got like 4 or 5 vax, but now it's 72 the children get, and because you get this free physical, once a year I go to a room, and my doctor, some other dude, would like just touch me in areas that I would normally have to go to therapy for, and then I'm supposed to like meet him at a Rotary function that he didn't just have his thumb up my ass earlier in the day. You know what I mean? It's like really awkward. And so
demeaning.
Yeah, I think if you start controlling your eating habits and your exercise and all those things, you don't need all that preventative medicine. But I don't know what I'm talking about. So
well, wasn't like for like breast cancer, for instance, like it came out that a lot of these doctors were misdiagnosing these women on purpose. And it was a pretty huge thing. It didn't last in the media for very long because they don't like to let those stories linger for more than like 30 minutes on the headlines, but it was there.
Yeah. And here you go, Jen. Pfizer has been a habitual offender in engaging in illegal corrupt practices, bribing physicians. Since 2002, they've been assessed $3 billion in criminal convictions, civil penalties, and jury awards, and $2.3 billion settlement in September. So they have a history of this funness. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, she's not
Yeah,
there.
they've got quite the
Why
track
aren't they
record.
talking about that on the news? That should be on the news. People, oh, I got Pfizer. Have you looked up their criminal record? Nobody mentions it on the news, though, do they?
It's because if you look at who sponsors the news, like who runs the advertisements in between the commercial breaks, it makes it all very clear.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, but all these companies knows that all these disease can come from how you are, how you act in this world, you know, because you don't need any medicine if you are really righteous to everyone or everything around you. But you know, it's come from inside you, and they know that, and they make you feel bad in your world, so you develop
Fear
these
based. Yeah.
these diseases, you know. That's
All
why they
the-
call it.
And the reason
fear
that I
propaganda.
Yes.
And the reason that I thought this was so timely is because all these companies, including all the ones we just mentioned, are doing all this DNA technology and RNA technology and all that. Meanwhile, a whole generation of people just recently sent their DNA to this company, who's one of the Oaxaca sisters. What are their names? There's one owns YouTube, Wojcicki, or whatever you say that. Wojcicki, however you say that. The other one runs YouTube, and then this gal runs 23andMe, and everyone was sending their DNA. And then what happened? There's a lot of questions about what's happening with it and who's using it. And you can read through these articles, but basically they're saying is, you know, it's dangerous that they have all this information on people. Because why? Because every single month, it seems, there's a new thing about a hack, and the most biggest companies in the world get hacked of information. And check it out, companies in foreign countries are vying for your DNA. So now they're telling you they're actively looking for our DNA. Of course, we know they all work together, but yes.
Can I say something? So
Yes.
the DNA thing, right? I did a lot of research on this, and it's basically like there's articles. Okay, so if you look it up, like there's tons of articles of none of the DNA tests are coming back, right? Like the same as what people think. Like, all right, like if it says like you were told you were Italian, Sicilian, or Irish, or whatever, Jewish, but then you do the DNA test and it says like your family's from Africa and all this weird shit, right? And there's like tons of articles of people finding that out. But then they've been finding out that it goes back maybe like 500, 600 years. And then most people it goes back to an orphan. So it's it's connected to the orphan trains. Like, and then my brother, he's military. He works for like the VA. He's a federal employee. They gave him a letter that said no federal employees can take the DNA test anymore. So they don't want them figuring it out or something. I don't know. It's just
but
it's
this DNA, it's your own personal code, you know. Each of us have a personal like frequency, and this is the code for your own frequency. And in Google system, they use this to know where everybody is around the campus in Google. Each of employees have to give their own DNA, so now they have their own frequency, so they can spot every employee all over and they have this patented.
So that goes exactly what we were talking about. If you have a way of tuning into a specific frequency, someone's DNA, with your frequency stuff, you can affect them, right? They made a movie or book out of Stephen King's Cell where everyone got a pulse from their phone and did whatever was told.
Like
And
being a targeted
just
individual.
target individual. And just so you know, the people that run 23andMe, and you know, the puppet is of course the woman's face, but look who owns it. The Vanguard Group. They own everything.
They own everything.
BlackRock, they own everything. And it keep going. It's all the same people. And then the top 10 mutual funds. Well, Fidelity, Vanguard, Fidelity, Vanguard. It's the same people. The same people. So that's who has everyone's DNA, and we're trusting them to not mess with us.
And then with the tests that they were giving everybody, and still people are taking left and right, to find out if they have the cough. It's like that's like in my opinion, clearly taking people's DNA as well, on a much grander scheme. Like not everybody was playing into the 23andMe thing, and so they had to roll out a bigger harvesting way to,
what if they know another reset's coming and they're trying to collect all this DNA for the repopulation?
I think that's definitely, we all know something big is coming, and I think it's going to be bigger than anything we've ever seen or experienced in the history of mankind. Like it's going to be that big and substantial, and I really feel like it's right around the corner. But it's like it's gonna be some type of real reset where like a lot of people aren't gonna make it. And I personally, if I make it, great. If not, then it's been nice. It's been a lot of fun. But I don't really care either way. I'm perfectly content with. I feel pretty good every day that I get further on this path. I feel better about my soul and my spirit, and where I'm headed. But I do feel like I was put here to go through these trials and tribulations, and to be able to help and assist others. To maybe even rebuild. Because even though like this is the end of what we're seeing, there's going to be something that's going to rise out of the ashes, and it's going to be good, because all the wicked it can't stand. That's why this all has to transpire, to do away with the wicked.
Yeah.
Amen. Totally.
Yeah. All the souls are still existing everywhere, so they're all the same ones. There is no new. I guess new souls. They're all from the same bank, I guess.
Yeah, the recycling of the souls. And if you get trapped into the matrix of everything that they push on you, all the agendas, then it becomes harder for you to free your soul and allow it to leave this place, and go to the heavenly places that is prepared for us. That's where we're supposed to head. But yeah, so many people, they get trapped in this false reality that they've given us, that they just get cycled back through, because we come back to this place. If you subscribe to reincarnation or something of it, which I personally do. I think that people keep coming back because they can't get it. They don't get the simple lesson that's being taught, because a lot of this is a personal journey and personal lesson for each of us.
Well, I believe that we're like the people, the maidens that didn't fill the oil lamps. We got caught off guard, and it happened, and now we have got to do our part to get out of here. Yeah, that's the way I see it. Hey, you guys want to take a quick pee break? I'll throw a song on for like 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, sure. Great.
Okay. All right. I mean, you don't have to pee, but if anybody wants to, now would be the time. Okay, it's a couple minutes. It's my favorite dude, hydrogen peroxide. Here we go.
Hydrogen peroxide.
I love this guy. Shout out to peroxide.
Me too.
Love it.
How do you say it? I can't even think of it now either.
Oh, it's peroxide.
Paradoxine oxide.
I've never been able to say it, but yes.
I call him Parrot.
All right.
Pirate.
Pirate. All right, here we go.
When Mandela affected, oh no, where did that go? Mandela affected, oh no. I said we going Mandela affected, oh no, where did that go? And we all affected, oh no. I said daydreaming.
They said I'm just a daydreamer, dreaming with my head always motherfucking in the ceiling. But it seems that the shoes got that accent. Y'all ain't really fucking see y'all affects it. But now you got 6 holes in your fucking basement. What is you been sleeping? No one is mistaken me for logically frustrated. Cause now I know that there's always been 6 people seated in the JFK assassination. But of course all the bets, no bets go her way. Logically frosty, he shouldn't be like this. Honestly, he he should be cold as shit. Does he need a scarf and what's the point of it? Be careful what you wish for in the matrix glitch. Where I'm fucking from, it wasn't like this, but at least it's nice to know I'm not alone in shifts.
Oh no, where did that go? Mandela affected. Oh no, I said we going Mandela affected. Oh no, where did that go? Oh no, I said
You shifty bastard, your wrists are tethered as your pulses under your thumb no longer centered. You're shrinking back to here and after. Not even talking that quick, it's just that time is moving faster. You're lost in the facts, it's reality's hackfish. Like summoning demons with these dancing tactics. Like Sam psychiatric, blending semantics. Losing your stars and stripes as the demons demanded. Running in circles, but to whose advantage? It's a sense from the creators while on Satan sandwich. No longer get scared from Ricky Ricardo's laughter. I'm back to slap a bitch just to hear someone in the chatter. Like someone in a bar quoting it like it matters. Cause this isn't my home, it's a slain disaster. How the fuck could this be? Someone tell me, yo, can't say.
oh no, where did that go? Mandela affected. Oh no, I said we going Mandela affected. Oh no, where did that go?
All right. So, we good? What are you looking at? Oh, okay.
What are you looking
What are you looking at? Are you looking at me? And I think that scene changed too, didn't it?
No, I didn't know.
I don't know. I have to look at that one. I've been saying some tonight that weren't right. I guess, like, I really feel bad the whole Let It Snow thing, because, but I still feel weird because I don't remember that guy. Anyways, but yeah, I'll have to look for that one and see if it's changed. I'll tell you one that's really weird is when they change in a way that doesn't even make sense. Like, I even remember, I mean, I think I remember the line. It's in Scarface, and he's in the bathtub, and he's smoking his cigar, and he gets into a fight with his wife. He says some really nasty things, and she takes off, and he yells out, "It's okay, it's okay. Another Quaalude, she gonna love me in the morning." And now he's not in the bathtub; he's at a restaurant.
What?
What about the Joy to the World one? I mean, can we bring it
What?
up?
Well, I can, but wait, I was doing Scarface, and then we'll
fine.
do
You
Joy.
all right.
You're doing another. Talk to Nancy and bring up the Joy to the World.
Nancy, Joy to the World. What's the next line? What's the next line after that?
Let's see. I get it. It's okay. Where is he? See, now he says he's
Tell Suzanne to send them the facsimile now. Stat. Well, you're all fired.
Thank you.
You see them all working back there?
It's nuts. It's nuts. I feel bad you have to work on this Christmas Eve. But look, I'm not gonna play obviously for rights and all that. He's at a restaurant, and the line now is another Quaalude, she gonna love me again.
No, it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow.
Tomorrow, but now it's not.
Definitely
It's again.
tomorrow.
It's
Wow.
again.
Wow.
And he's
I
at a
know this one.
restaurant. He's at a restaurant. Let's see,
I
where
noticed
is it?
changes in this movie, but I didn't want to say nothing because people would think I'm like one of those.
Oh, I don't mind being one of those.
I didn't even want to bring it up.
I don't know why I can't hear it. Can you guys hear it? It's weird.
No.
Yeah. Anyways, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, it says it right there. She gonna
There's
love me
other
again.
changes too. There's other ones too.
But I remember him in the bathtub. He was here. Let's see.
Recall Vector found a good one on.
Well, see, this is like because I'll just watch Empire Strikes Back and then like the New Hope a little bit ago as well, and like.
See,
that
this
was
is
one
where
that-
he gets into the fight, and he says this, not at the restaurant. In my reality, anyways. Plus, and I can see him saying in the bathtub, and he puts a cigar in his mouth, and he doesn't say again. She's gonna love me again. Anyways, whatever. Okay.
I've
What?
watched this movie like hundreds of times, but I don't remember it from start to begin. Like,
Well, you're not helpful then, are you, Ray? I can't even type. What the heck?
I
Jay?
agree with you, CFM. That's how I remember it too.
Okay, what do you want to know? Joy to the World lyrics?
yeah, Joy to the World, and it's gonna aggravate you if you haven't seen it yet.
I haven't. Well, you know what? Instead of the YouTube, can't we just type it in the
Yeah,
in the
just
web?
say Joy to the World lyrics.
Yeah, I'm
Whatever,
working on it. I'm doing the best I can, Ray. I'm
Look it up
learning.
anywhere you want.
What?
Joy to
Where's
the
my
world.
guy? Where's my guy?
How do you remember it? First of all, how do you remember it?
In a second, I have to do this. Okay. All right. What am I supposed to do? Not know yet? Which part am I supposed to work? Okay,
Joy
wait.
to the world. The Lord.
Lord has come. What?
Has come. Has come. Okay, what is it now?
Oh, I don't know. Let's go look. Does anybody else remember Lord has come?
Joy to the world, the Lord has come.
Okay, let's see what we got.
That was the words.
All right, let's see what we got now. Now we have joy to the world, the Lord is come. The texts are going so weird because they don't even like match up.
It doesn't. It's just disgusting. It has
It's just disgusting.
Yeah, they're making like a debauchery of the Lord. Whoever did that.
Lord is come. Get it? Come.
Get it? Do you get it?
Wrong, man.
The Lord is semen. The Lord is semen. That's what they.
Okay, but I have a question. So someone else in the peanut gallery down here, my lovely wife said, could that also mean, because you know the Mandela effect changes and kind of gives us like hints?
Is coming?
No, he's already come.
That's
joy to the world.
I think it would have changed to the Lord has already come.
Yeah, because in the original lyrics, the Lord has come. They're actually telling you in the original lyrics, he already has come. Here, he's saying it. He is come.
Is come.
Right. So
this is wrong.
Right, but what I'm saying is, so then, as we discussed, we could be in the short season that this already happened. That's why they're changing the word instead of telling us the way we used to remember it has come, because Revelation happened.
I think
now he's not coming yet.
The has to an is changes the come into a noun.
Well, you can see it that way, I guess. You could see it that way. Not necessarily. I think that's spelled differently, those, but it could be. Those are some bad apples. How about that?
Well, I mean, if you do look at semen, it is life. You know, like it is.
That's
true. It
I
has.
love you.
How about this? How about this? They say that they talk about God and they talk about we're of our fathers of the flesh because of Satan's seed that's mixed in with us. And tell me a snake doesn't look like a penis. Got to say, very similar.
Yeah.
Oh God, what's happening here?
Boom, baby.
Oh no, that's
I
not even the one we want.
didn't even want to be the one to bring it up. I didn't want to be the one to break it to you.
You were thinking it. I had the balls to say it.
Oh my goodness. This is so funny. I still have probably 40 tabs. You guys haven't shown shit yet. And there's, what was it, like 10 o'clock? What is it, 8:30? I'm having a blast, though. You guys okay?
Yeah.
No. You guys have your stuff.
I finally figured out how to change the time on my computer from Seattle time to my time the other day. I was on Seattle time the whole time until like yesterday.
I love you, Ray.
But I measure all. Listen, I measure all my distances now when I calculate my route to the supermarket and everywhere else. I use the moon map. That's my map. That's what I use for everything. That's my new affinity. Nancy, what do you think about the moon map? Send them the facsimile.
Yeah, could she send me the memo on the moon map? I didn't get it in my my space here. So.
Oh, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Oh my goodness, here's something else. Okay, what do we got here?
I want a flat Earth moon map birthday cake. Office party.
Let's see. All right, let me keep going through my tabs then. Oh, you know, I did discuss with Jen once. You guys, we were talking about. Well, I was blessed. My wife and I got to go to Europe and see some stuff over there before all this nonsense started. And where is it? Oh, wait, it's the wrong screen. Hang on, it's this one. There we go. Click here. Clickety click. That one, and that one. Okay. And I got fascinated with these paintings because you'd see this beautiful painting of, you know, a beautiful mother and angels and creation and all this stuff, and then there was this baby, and a lot of the paintings they called it. My wife was laughing because they kept saying it was Maria and Babino. It was supposed to be marrying the baby, and she'd be like, "Oh, look, Maria and Babino," you know, and I started taking pictures. I wasn't awake to anything at this point. I was still believing that everything there was, you know, what it was said they were. And the paintings of the babies were fascinating me so much that I started taking pictures of them. And I put them together. And am I sharing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like for some reason the painters in those days could not paint a baby, you know? Like what that's creased up.
Maybe they just look different back then.
Oh yeah, there's some.
That one looks like what's that
That
guy
looks like
Crowley
Mark
talked about?
Zuckerberg right there. Like
Oh,
little
like
baby
Mark
Zucker.
Baby burger.
But it could also be that creature that was a Crowley met. What was that thing?
Oh, yeah, it was a lamb. Lamb.
Wasn't that him? Yeah. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Come on. What are we doing? Like, what is going on here? This is how all of them were.
Look at those
They don't
thighs.
even- look at the shape of his head. Like he doesn't even look like what are these the people from, like, you know, Fringe, the Observers? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what's going on.
Oh my God! At least he's holding a bird. That's interesting. What kind of bird is that? I don't know. Okay, let's see. Yeah, talk about shape of head. This one. I mean, come on, Ray. Look at this.
Something ain't right with that. No bueno.
Yeah.
I think she took the shot. This mom. No. Let's move on. Okay, what do we got here? Oh God. Oh man. These are the babies. Okay.
Ooh.
All right.
Well,
Yeah, Janet
Martin.
Jackson. Wardrobe malfunction here.
Yeah,
I'll be Martin Luther King.
Too
I'll be
much.
Martin. I don't know. Oh, how did that get in there? I don't know. But he's having a look at the tit. Yeah, that's what he's having. He's like, and this one heard something funny, but is that? I mean,
You
I don't
sound
know.
like him.
I did.
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you. It's a baby. Did someone say that's a baby?
Baby.
That ain't no
Flat-
baby.
Flat thumbs.
It's the thumbs.
It's a dog baby. Oh no. No. Next.
And my wife was right. Mullets are coming back. They've never left. See?
Wow.
You got some Popeye arms on that kid too.
Baby Joe
Letters
Dirt.
on that map right there.
Okay, come on.
Oh
What's
no. No.
this? That's some nightmares right
man.
there.
It's like, where am I? What?
Yeah, someone was it. The baby needs a dingo. Yeah, remember that? And I think that's changed too, hasn't it? Does she no longer say the baby? A
baby
dingo ate my baby. I don't
Dingo
believe.
ate my baby.
Someone look that up and check me, but I'm pretty sure she doesn't say a dingo ate my baby. Although Elaine on Seinfeld still does. There's this one. This is one of my favorites. There's all kinds of fun that's going on here. What is
in the
this?
world?
See, I think this is what happens when you get pure blood, right? Isn't that what they say happens? So
Yeah.
these are all the pure bloods.
Yeah, you get mutations like
Yeah.
that's 12 14 fingers. And
I mean, it's either that or these painters for some reason couldn't figure out a face of a child. I mean, what the heck?
Yeah, how could they get everything else so perfect and beautiful and muff this part up?
it's like the Cabbage Patch or the Garbage Pail Kids. You remember those, the stickers and stuff? Like
yeah.
Yeah, and Jen's gonna bring a
just
little bit
felt
about that.
like them, yeah.
Look at Jen. This one's actually in a bushel of hay or something. So interesting. All right, what do you got here? There you go.
I got when you're done, I got a picture that I just want to show from the 1880s.
Okay. All right. We gotta get through the rest of our demonic children. I think that was it. Okay.
No, I'll look at the demonic children.
Oh, okay.
Look at their heads. They're all misshapen. They don't even look human.
Right.
I mean,
And
why would they? I don't know. What is it, like a different type of breed of some sort of like children they were trying to like repopulate the world with that never worked out?
Right. The ones in the incubators. Maybe those are the incubator babies.
Yeah, the incubators. Exactly.
Do that,
what I'm
Jen.
thinking.
Shapu. Check that out.
Wow, look at that.
I took this picture. Didn't even know what I was looking
Even
at.
got like the symbol of electricity on it there.
Yeah. Does that look like letters there? It's hard to tell.
It's like
C9. What?
Yeah.
C9, yeah.
And then there's little things on here.
Oh,
This is
yeah.
that building that looks like it's Legos. And what does this
Wow.
say? Turnham. I don't want to say it. Maybe
Eternity.
something Opus.
Yeah, Opus.
Huh.
What? No.
And what were we talking about the other day? Look at that. Look at the bells. There's more going on to these things than churches.
Look at that.
wow.
Wow.
Yeah, that thing's crazy.
Right? What do you got on this side?
Wow.
Hard to tell.
Yeah,
Shields.
there's some at Harvard University that look like that. It's like a ball. It looks like a globe almost. But it's
That's where I've been looking a lot into remote viewing a lot here lately, and how like I wonder if like you can like go to these places and like really absorb the energy and like remote view, like where
you know what they did with the bells, not to cut you off, but the bells right at Harvard University, they look, that's like an astrological clock. It's like the sun in the middle. But anyway, the black sun in the middle. But anyway, the bells at Harvard University, they took them all out and they put them around like statues. So they're like, this was donated to us by Russia. Like, no, it wasn't. That was a bell that was up there. You took it apart so that thing wouldn't work anymore. You pieces of shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry. They aggravate me. So fuck Harvard. Sorry. All right.
So check this out. So we were blessed to go see the Last Supper. And the things that shocked us were it's painted on this building and there's like a closed over doorway here. So a lot of the painting's missing. That's always been that way, apparently. And then I remember seeing their feet and everything and all these.
Yeah.
And they're like, you can't really see. You can see some of it. But like over here, you're not seeing them. But here's the weird thing. To everyone, I used to think this was Mary. And now this is Peter, even though it looks like a girl. And then the other thing I think is weird is I forget which
I think
guy
Jesus
this is.
looks kind of like a girl
Look.
there too.
Oh yeah, he got very effeminate. And this guy's
Wait,
holding
the
a
whole
knife.
thing is this the Last Supper?
Yeah,
This whole thing looks different to me from the last time I've seen it.
right. And then check
No,
this
the
out.
whole thing.
Everybody has a glass of wine, but the glasses weren't invented yet. There's no goblet. There's no Holy Grail.
Yeah.
There's none of that.
Wow.
They have
It doesn't look
glasses.
the
They
s-
didn't have glasses,
It keeps changing, dude.
right?
It was
And these
different.
guys are arguing that they didn't. They're vegans and they didn't have the meat, and they don't want to have to pay that share. That's what's going on over here.
See, that's why that in his hand, because there's something on his plate in front of him. He was getting ready to eat his dinner.
Which this guy?
Yeah, see the knife?
Yeah, but no, look, the knife is behind his back backwards. He's ready to slit Peter's throat.
Was it
It looks
always
really
that
chaotic.
Was it always that blurry, or did you just find a low definition? Like,
Well, I took the photo so you could
Yeah,
yell
you-
at me.
I
But-
thought it was more. I thought it was more like defined than that. I don't know.
Let's see. That's probably. And they
The
yelled at
black-
you. They're like, "No selfies," which I don't know why that made a difference. If you could take a picture higher, but that's all he was yelling. No selfies.
The
What,
black
they
part
they
looks
didn't
like
want you to take a picture of it.
No, they just didn't want you to hold it on a stick. I don't know. I didn't make up the rules. That's the guy was yelling. But what were you saying,
no
Shabu?
selfie stick.
Yeah, the black part. This was a doorway. They said.
Yeah, but it looks like it was like a plaque or some sort of, and then it
Where
has
does the
been like,
doorway lead?
yeah, that's probably not a doorway.
Yeah, well, yeah.
In many of these old paintings, there's like a text or something right there in
Oh,
the
that could
same
be.
kind of frame, you know.
That could be. They just
And
paint
then-
over it. That's the
I
top.
bet
of
it
the
could be like a
building.
Stargate right there. You know, like that could be like.
But this is
Stargate
on the
portal.
other side. This is that thing we were talking about earlier. This is the crucifixion, and that's the two dudes,
I mean,
the thief and the murderer and a thief. I forget which is which.
Technically, it is just an oil painting. Like overnight, they could have a really good artist go over it and just change
Yep.
it overnight, and then
Yeah.
and then there's still residue of it the way it used to. So
Jinx.
I don't know.
See, this is part goes to my theory that we already did Revelation, because if these buildings were already built before Jesus was crucified, then when he comes back and cleans house, that would make sense as to why they get melted, flooded, mudded, all that shit. To me, that makes sense, because here they are. They told us that these people lived in mud huts and they wear like robes and nothing, and yet no, these buildings exist in all the old paintings. So that's the way.
Why is there three people hung on crosses there?
Okay, you missed the first part of the show. Nancy must have had you on a meeting. This
Nancy!
is Jesus, and there's two other people they crucified with him, and one of them, you were there, Ray. I know you were. They were saying like they couldn't go to church, they couldn't pray, they couldn't kneel, they couldn't give tithings, they couldn't do anything. But he asked to be saved by Jesus, and he was saved immediately. And this
So
guy said, "I'll
it
take my
was-
chances with cryptocurrency," and he went to hell. What were you
Yeah,
saying?
it wasn't just Jesus that was crucified. It was Jesus and the disciples.
No, just these three at the time. Just these three got crucified. Jesus and
Barabbas
two
and
others.
somebody else.
Yeah.
So why don't we ever hear about the other two? Why are they always?
Well,
talking
in
about
Catholic school, I heard about
Well,
them.
we do. You were sleeping through it, Ray, but we do. I'm a Jewish kid, and I know this.
All right.
It's
Welcome to
okay.
the party, pal.
Welcome to the
I'm
party.
learning.
I got to get that as a
I'm
drop.
learning.
You're right.
I'm learning.
Dude, that's all we all are doing, and that's what's fun. We can do it together on these shows. But yeah, and I'm the kid in class teaching everyone the Bible. What I start picking it up 2 years
Look,
ago.
These
But-
guys
That's a
were
big
already
ass
on their
cross.
crosses. When Jesus got crucified, they were already on their crosses.
What is this?
Oh,
Nancy, tell Suzanne about this.
Not bad for a
Yeah.
picture I took. You got some good definition. You got some nuns over here doing nun stuff.
Nun
Nunchucks.
stuff.
Nunchucks. Ha!
Huh.
No, I really am acting like Martin. Let's see. All right. And then look at this. Don't look so good. As Steve says, no bueno. Whatever that creature is.
Yeah, what's the other one doing on him?
It looks like Tom Hanks, that one guy on the cross.
Where?
The guy to the right. He looks like Tom Hanks.
And you're on fire tonight. You're on fire tonight,
It
right?
is. Eagle eye. Eagle eye Rasta.
That's funny. That's funny. All right. What else we got? That's the building in there, and it's just amazing. This thing.
This brickwork.
Yeah.
Wow.
They had to put Tom Hanks in there.
Right?
They had
He's in
to.
everything.
They couldn't help themselves.
There's the Iron
That-
Cross.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. What else? Oh, what's this? Who are these guys? So that's the thing. They put all this stuff, and we have no idea who these people are. I mean, look at that building.
They could have been crucifying people left and right back then. We don't even know like how
Yeah.
many people were actually crucified. Like it looks like this is a common practice.
Oh yeah, they were doing it. It was a common thing.
There you go, Jen. There's another one.
Oh yeah.
They had tech all over that thing. What's this one?
Oh yeah. Look at This is, I love Venice.
That one
I'm
still
telling
has
you.
gold on it.
Wow. And then the other building there, that you're scrolling down, you're going to see it in the background.
Which one? Oh, okay. We'll see it in a minute. Oh,
That one.
shit.
Look at all the
Look
tech
at
on that. It's still working, their tech. Look at it. Guys, it's all lit up.
It's all lit up.
All those little balls, when it's not on, you see all the little balls sticking off of it at night. Look, it's on. It's working.
Those big rose windows, there was no glass. It was cymatic patterns that go through there, and it causes vibrations and helps.
Yeah,
put the
these kind of
window-
things.
They put the glass in after the fact to make it stop working.
Right.
Those
We
things-
actually, you're right, because we covered this on like those things. Yeah.
Yeah, but you could tell like there's one church here in Harvard, and it has a George Washington in the stained Freemason, and I'm like, there's no way they would put him in a church on the stained glass. Like, it's definitely them. They did it.
Yeah. Look at this one over here
Yeah,
too.
let's look at that tech up there too. That's wow. That's another gold one up there.
Yeah, and they're dancing or something around it too. Wow.
That's
Look
so
at just
cool
look
that
at
you
these
got you
buildings.
got the tech lit up like that.
I didn't realize it because again, I didn't know what I was
know,
looking
right?
at.
It's lit up.
Yeah.
Because you think it's lighting up on its own, or they just lit it up?
Oh yeah, it looks absolutely 100% functional the way it's
Yeah.
supposed to be to me.
Totally.
Where is
Totally,
this?
man. What do you call it? What's this square called? I can't think of it. It's but we're in Italy. All those
Venice.
things are. Venice,
Yeah,
yeah.
the griffins
Look at this.
are everywhere. It's their
And
logo.
look,
the griffin.
first of all, cameras everywhere. Second of all, gold tech on top because you can't get to it.
Yeah, there's a lot of gold tech around me, but they try to say it's like 24 karat gold plate, but I don't know. It looks pretty thick.
Yeah.
Look at this. What go
But
down
look-
135.
Well, I was just looking at the wolf here with the wings. But yeah, go on.
It's a griffin. Is that I-35? What is this?
Yeah, it totally looks like an eye.
Or
noticed a lot of
13.
A lot of the houses around me that had
Oh,
antique
35.
on the top, they've been cutting it all down and like scrapping the metal.
Oh, this picture's for Aaron. They actually had this chair, and I found this picture. I had to put it in. Hi, Aaron. Good to see you. And look at these.
Oh no. Do I have to?
Well, I don't know. They weren't
No.
there in a window just to
Well, we
show
got
us.
training
They
men
look-
here, training
They look like pro wrestlers.
Yeah, that's what I thought first.
mannequins.
There's a bit of nipslage in here.
Why they got boobs?
For-
I don't
for
know.
guys, they
I
got
don't
some.
know.
They got some nice cleavage there.
Get this man-made canal here.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that too, Rasta. Boobs. But yeah. Let's see. Let me see.
Man
Ooh,
boobs.
how about this?
Oh, it's not leaning there. That's so cool. How did you
Yeah,
do
they
that?
tilted it down just for that one photo. Look at this. This is in front of the Tower of Pisa. And look what
As
it's called.
Steve would say, I'm all set.
Angel Caduto Fallen Angel.
Yep. Oh, bueno.
It's right there next to the Pisa.
Yeah, and see, what if they really have some of these fallen angels locked up in a pit underneath these places? Like they're.
I believe they do. Yeah. And this is some ancient castle that's right across the way from it. Look at the.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Some heat damage there.
How'd we do, Jen and
Look at the little
Chapu?
brick there. Go scroll back to that wall. See the nice brick there in the middle? Scroll it with your cursor. Go up a little bit. Right there, that little patch of brick. You see
They
it?
always have it.
Okay. All right.
Nice. Someone ran in there. Go. What do we put in here? Get some of those bricks. What are they? Cracking bricks. Some kind of brick. What do they call them? You guys had a name for them. Clinkers.
Clinker bricks.
Get those clinkers in there, and then just arbitrarily put this. I don't know. Some weird
That
stuff.
was an archway at some point.
Yeah, it's been repurposed.
There's a whole house of clinker bricks right next to me. I'm about to go take pictures of it.
And this was, I didn't have a really nice camera. This is just an iPhone, but I think it was pretty good to be able to get all this. This thing is just so old. And how far down do you think it goes to? You know, what's
Right.
ground level anymore? Who knows what ground level is?
Well, I'd mentioned to Ray not a little bit ago about the underground city in Seattle that's up there, and they have the tour you can do. Have you ever done that?
Well, we tried when Jen was out here. Look, Jen.
Look,
Ah.
that's right. I remember looking at these at your house with you. We tried to go on the tour, and they wanted us to wear a face diaper. We said no, no
Yeah.
bueno.
We're by ourselves and we're outside for most of it, and they're like, nope.
Get there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
well, we didn't. Wasn't needed.
Crazy
all
they
right,
still are pushing that.
Look at these buildings. That's the thing you were talking about, Ray. Those windows.
Yeah, the rose windows, the cymatic patterns. They look like the stars. You know, it's all connected.
Rose window, babies and roses, girls are roses, boys are cabbage. I can't wait to get to this.
And they try to tell us this was built in the 1800s with big horses. And why? Because they had a lot of resources and a lot of time on their hands. Bullshit.
In Venice,
Look at
which
the
is surrounded
symmetry.
by water.
yeah, exactly. They had to build a giant canal first. Because why? Because they had plenty of time. Bullshit. I'm so sick of this.
Wow.
That's a beautiful building. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's mind blowing.
That's a porthole right there that they just filled in.
Show me the picture that there's some freaking horse up on this level helping you build this. Because if not, you're going to have a crane pulley system that's pretty monstrous. And that horse is going to have to walk out like 6 miles in one direction. Doesn't make
out
sense.
to the water.
Yeah, in the water, exactly. Because hopefully put the canal in.
Well, let's
How did they get that gold ball up on top? You know,
How'd they
like
get
what type of horse took that ball up to the very top?
Yeah.
Put it on.
Yeah,
They have
a bunch of Clydesdales along with the beer.
They use mules.
Mules, yeah, that could be the mule thing. But look at the intricate carvings and stuff that they did on these buildings. Like it took them years to do these things. Where's Dad? Oh, he's still working on that church in the post office.
They might do it in molds and sections.
Yeah, but still, it's like,
yeah.
Why do you put this much work into it and then put it as a church or a post office, and then you go back to your mud house? So, I just took this picture because I said that when I saw it. I don't even know who this is or what it's about. Okay, next. I took pictures of David, and two things. One is if he's Jewish, he's no longer he's now uncircumcised, so that's weird. And then, of course, you guys, I didn't get the best angle, but this, you can look it up every day of the week. We've covered it on this show. This is now an honest-to-God penis, and there's tentacles falling in under here. And that's supposed to be his slingshot. And I didn't carve it. Michelangelo did. So.
Yeah, well, that's something like Owen Benjamin on his streams here like this past week or so. He's been going hard at the artwork in the Vatican and like a lot of this old artwork and how it's like traumatic and like really sexual and like, you know, it's like it's a blasphemy to God to even have this artwork, especially around the Vatican and other places, you know, especially to depict a lot of children like that. It's like it's extremely unnecessary and vile, and you know, to defend it in any way, it's like it's not defendable.
And to me, this seems like Behemoth before I even knew what Behemoth was. But you can't kill Behemoth, only God can. So that's cool. Just the buildings are just amazing. How about this one?
Wow.
Looks like a Super Mario Brothers, like.
Yeah, right. That's where you come off the tower and you hit the flag.
Yeah.
I just heard the song in my head. Anyone put one in the chat? We just heard the do. Yeah. That's how mind controlled we are. I heard the freaking song just by you were mentioning that. And the clock has been changed, so that's interesting.
Yeah, that's crazy.
For those of you not playing along with that, growing up around a lot of watches and clocks, this was an IV, and it's now 4 lines. Looks weird
but you can see like all the others are like IV, like the 9.
Yeah, everything else is correct except this one.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, you can still find one with an IV, but
but it's weird though because this never existed in my timeline as petrogravitsis.
Right.
There was never 4.
Yeah, there's no other numbers in the Roman numeral that adds this 4.
They taught me Roman numerals in school, and it wasn't like that. It was an I before a V.
Yeah.
And you know, these all have meanings too, but we don't understand them, and we just go, "Oh, what a pretty building that these donkeys made." But you got like the Pope hat and something there, and this is probably the Rothschilds, I think, with the dragon and the thing, and then who's the 2 keys, and I mean, each one of these represents one of these controlling families, most likely that's doing this to us. It's kind of fascinating. So here you go. This is what started my whole conversation on this. When I read the Bible, and God talks to Noah, or excuse me, Moses, and he says, "Look, if you look at my face, if you look at me, your face will melt off." Then you see raiders, and so he says, "I'm going to put you in the crack of this mountain. I'm going to cover it with my hand, and then I'm going to walk past by you, and then I'm going to remove my hand." But then the Mandela effect came along and said, I'm going to screw with you a little bit. Now he says, but then you'll see my ass as I walk by. It literally says back parts. And you can look at every Strong's concurrence, whatever you want to call it. They all say back parts. And here's the Sistine Chapel that I took this picture, even though you're not supposed to. And you can already see God's hand. Adam's wrist is limp, and he's still higher than God's. Actually, it looks kind of almost even now. Isn't that interesting? They're leveling out. But it used to be he was putting his hand up and God was lowering his. And then Adam's was higher, and now it limp wristed, and now they're about equal. But if that's not creepy enough for you all, you go just immediately away from that. And there it is. Proof that God shows his ass.
Look
and
at how out
a little
it
bit of
is
his junk.
It used to be around his butt cheeks. Now his whole
Dear
ass
Jesus,
is
help
out.
us. Yeah, because when I first brought this up on my show or with Jen there, you just saw maybe a bit of the top cheek.
Right.
And then you got the whole butt, and then you're kind of, it's scary. You're kind of seeing a little bit more than I want to know.
Yeah, under the junk there, the family jewels
yeah.
and stuff.
And please, God, forgive us. We're not
It's
painting
crazy
these. We're
how
just-
these are changing in real time, like how they keep on, seeming to morph every time we look at them almost. It's different.
In the gay community, that would be an invite.
Yeah, bagging, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he's ready for
He's asses and elbows right there.
Yeah.
open for business.
God help us. But yeah, so that's so yeah, proven in scripture now. Proven in scripture that he showed his butt. Well, this is a little bit better definition, Ray.
Yeah.
What's going on here? What is this?
I just wasn't. I wasn't complaining about the definition.
Oh, I know. I was just giving you.
I just wasn't sure if it changed, like it got blurry on us.
And then I've been reading, fascinated with these books called the books of Adam and Eve. Now, there's people arguing who wrote it and how they're written, whatever. But my point is this: the books are coinciding with the things that I read in Scripture, so I'm not finding anything blasphemous in it, other than they're filling in spots that didn't make sense, and it seems to make sense. And one of them is when Satan shows up in the garden, just like it's depicted here. See, he's got this like serpent kind of tail, but before the fall and our banishment, Satan didn't just have the tail. He had whatever, arms, legs, wings, maybe a dragon, who knows. But after is when God turned him into the serpent that goes on a belly and eats dust his whole life. So I thought this was an interesting depiction because it's sort of a man creature.
That reminds me of this G.I. Joe character I have here. He's called the Serpentor.
I love you.
And he's made with part what's his name? Sergeant Slaughter. They took his DNA and mixed
Okay, I gotta get in. Let's see this. I gotta see what you're. Okay.
He's like an old school G.I. Joe character, the Serpentor. And yeah, he's got like a serpent head.
I kind of remember him.
And he's like the most powerful king. Like the Cobra is the bad guys in G.I. Joe, and then there's
Cobras,
the Joes. But yeah, the Serpentor. And then there's this other one that is like a snake, like G.I. Joe character as well. I used to love G.I. Joes. They were some of my favorite toys when I was a kid.
He is a real American hero.
Yeah. The Hulk, or what's his name? Sergeant Slaughter. He was really, he was
a great
in
name.
WWF for a while. He was a character that like merged the worlds.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I love it. I never know where we're gonna go on this show.
Play with that.
Freaking fantastic. Hey, I had was it stretched Armstrong, and I made sure that I got to the point where I could stretch him and broke his arm, and goo came out, and then you had to throw him away. But wasn't that the point? Everyone tried to stretch him until we broke, and then we broke him. We were like, shit, why did I do that?
I do. I remember that weird stuff coming.
Oh yeah. Well, back in the day, they didn't care what they let us play with. They said straight up chemistry sets. They had my brother had one that had a welding tool, like a Rector set or something. Like we had click clacks. It was just giant acrylic balls on a rope, and you'd smack them together. But you could swing them around like nunchucks, and you could punch a hole in a wall. And so they got rid of those. You know, it's amazing any of us survived. Oh God, where are we? Oh, that's what I say every day. Where am I? So let's see. Oh, this was an interesting wall. Look at this wall.
Wow.
Yeah.
A lot of nakedness going on.
Yeah, that's what you guys are bringing up. We got to have a discussion on this.
Yeah.
How come no one wears clothes back in the day? This doesn't make sense to me. They go to war naked. And then, of course, Jen covered this many times, has gotten in trouble. But come on. As Martin Luther King would say, "Oh, look at the boobies," but then we got Mr. T Popeye arm. What the heck?
Right?
And this lady has so much testosterone. She has 2 Adam's apples. She's doubled up.
Yeah. Well, and think about if you're like a nun or even like a Muslim person, and you view these artworks, you know, and like you're taught that you're supposed to cover yourself and be decent all the time. And then you go to these places and everybody's naked. It's like,
well, 100%. You know, you weren't allowed in the Vatican if you were dressed wrong. If women had to have a covering.
The other guy's looking at his ass right there, up in the left-hand corner. See that guy looking at the other guy's ass bending over?
I'm there's so many
Right
so many
there.
asses and lookings
Your
going
cursor's
on.
on it right now.
Oh, here's an ass. Yeah. Oh, and this
the
guy's
guy's
checking it. I see. Yeah.
Looking at it.
Yeah. Yeah.
The other guy's pointing over to the other guy's butt.
Well, okay, you're worried about that. What in the hell's
look
going
at
on
those
here?
three.
I don't even know what's happening there.
Where are your hands? Between
Hey,
2
we're gonna
pillows.
pull up
Those
out of
aren't
here.
pillows.
We're gonna pull up out of here right now.
Anybody? What is that? Planes, trains, and automobiles. He goes, "Where's your other hand? Between 2 pillows. Those aren't pillows."
And she, well, I don't even know what's going on here.
What's going on? This looks more like Sodom and Gomorrah than some godly painting to me. And I'm assuming this is supposed to be God in the middle, or Jesus and Mary. Who knows? Who knows what's going? Oh, who's this in the? Well, let's see. Do I have a better picture? Sorry, Ray. Oh, I don't. Let's see. Oh, and then we're out. So that's all you get in there. But oh, and this place was
Go
a
back.
trip.
Oh wow.
Oh, go back.
Go
Here?
back one and scroll in on that tech right there, the little dome.
Up here.
No, the little dome. What are they doing there? They're doing something to it.
Looks
Okay.
like they're removing stuff.
I gotcha. All right. Wow.
That one's
look
still
at
on there.
that. Gold.
And there's something that goes even a little bit higher, looks like, than the cross too, like a line. But yeah.
my cat just tried to eat the bird that we rescued earlier today.
Oh no.
My daughter rescued a bird, and we've got it in a cage, and the cat knocked it off the counter and tried to cause some chaos, but everything's all right.
Everyone's okay.
Nature.
Sylvester didn't eat Tweety. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Jonathan Clegg for a while I was listening to that guy, and I don't know, he kind of went off the rails a little bit, it seemed, but with quoting dates and stuff. They say don't quote dates because nobody knows. But look at this thing. This thing was nuts. And there's a whole thing like this is like a portal, and this is like a dove coming through, and it's probably no bueno. It's not who they portray as coming through there. You know, it's the other side. That's what a lot of these idols in here were. But look at this thing.
Yeah, man, that's some tech right there. Got the gold ball and cross on that one too on top.
Right up
Yeah,
here.
who'd have even designed that?
Right?
The
And the other thing
millennial technology is what it is.
and the other and look at these columns and how they're spiraled and stuff. It's just wild. But
This is in my Antiquitech buildings video that I got on my channel. This technology right here.
nice. And that's the other thing we found out when we were at what's that one that burned? Notre Dame. They told us that they normally house the crown of thorns.
Yeah.
And I turned to my wife and I'm like, well, that's weird. I didn't know they existed and that we had them because wouldn't that prove Jesus? And I would have remembered that as a little child trying to figure out if Jesus was real. And suddenly they were there, but then they took them out and they put them, I don't know. They just to me appeared in this
I never heard of
timeline.
them. I never
right?
heard of
Well,
existing.
and that goes back to that that cartoon, the iPet Goat 2 or whatever, that keeps on, like I think something else like that with the World Cup or something, I think just added to like some other scene from that movie.
Oh, really? I bet I
Yeah.
wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, because it keeps on, bringing about relevancy of things that are going on in world events, and it's like I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
It's very,
Yeah.
very telling
Yeah.
film.
I made a video about it because it burns, and they went in there and saved the crown of thorns, and then the old Corona thing happened right after,
Mhm.
and I made
Yeah.
the comparison between the Corona and the crown of thorns, and
I thought this was
Oh,
I thought
go
this
ahead.
was interesting. This is all the popes. This is a piece of marble, and they carve it into this thing with all the dates.
Yeah.
And then you can see in the year 999, this is Gregorius the Fifth. I don't know. Maybe this is nothing but stupidness, but look at this thing.
Yeah, look at that.
Wow, that's creepy.
What else? And then look, they had gold in the floors inlaid in these lines and stuff.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah, and that's
Look
another
at-
slap in the face
it's
to all
gold.
the people who would visit there, like they're all poor peasants and whatnot, and like everything there is just lined in gold and
lined in gold.
Yeah. Just totally put you in your place.
These are the guards of the Pope. They look like court jesters. It's probably why we get that,
Those colors. I like that color scheme.
right? And
Yeah.
Shapu, you could rock that hat. I know you could. You could.
Barrett, yeah.
I could see Shapu in that whole outfit.
Right? He can totally rock. Well, I don't know if the outfit, but he can
I'm
rock
not
that.
Swiss.
I don't think I'd put Shapu in that. I wouldn't put anyone in that unless they were.
I would
going to
rock that
circus.
outfit.
Would you? Yeah, I guess you could. You could roster that up.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I would totally rock that.
Oh my god! And I just I sent that to Martin. By the way, if anybody hasn't seen it, look for it after the show or whenever. It was a video by oh shoot, who's the guy that sings "Rock Me Tonight"? It was oh come on, Billy Squier.
Billy Squier.
And he came out with these songs. It's a big deal in the 80s, the hair and all that. And he came out with these songs. He was like sex symbol kind of guy, I guess. And then he did a song called Rock Me Tonight. And it was in the day of MTV where everyone did videos. He did a video where it's called the what do we say in this day and age? The happiest kind of video. Like it's more than happy than any other happy videos you've ever seen. One might call it gay. They're so happy. And he rolls around on the floor and he rips off pink camisoles and he rolls on satin sheets and he just dances so happy that they said, I mean, according to the stories of the musicians and stuff, that it ruined his career because he disappeared after that. Because that video, before that, the happiest video ever was when Mick Jagger and David Bowie sing Dance in the Streets and they like make out in it. It's really weird. But then this one was deemed the happiest video. And in any case, it's disappearing from the internet. You can't find the original video. You can find people's copies of the original video. Isn't that interesting? They're getting rid of it. So look for it before it's gone at a theater near you. I don't know how we got into that. Anyway, Shapu could wear that hat. Okay, next. See how we made that all come around?
Full circle on that one.
Full circle. What's going on in here? I don't have any commentary because, like I said, I didn't know what I was looking at when I was taking these pictures. But here's some tech in there too.
Yeah,
in
look
these
at
things,
that. It's supposed to be candle holder things. Jesus
right?
in the corner.
And
This place is cool.
right. But let's see what else we have. All these buildings have this stuff on them. And this one's been just gutted, it looks like, right? Now these are just holes, and this is no longer
Yeah.
gold. So they stripped all the gold off of it, and they took out whatever was in these cymatic windows.
Yeah.
So these are like dead batteries, right? These are dead batteries.
Yeah.
Probably.
The holes might have been portholes for ventilation too, because they didn't have air conditioning back then.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. I'll go with that. These are the ruins that are near the Colosseum. And this is a guy named Spicoli. This is Spicoli. No, I think it's Caesar.
Yeah, it's not his name.
Oh yeah, here it is. Civilly Caesar, which by the way, these letters have switched for those of you playing along. And did you know where Caesar salad was invented? And I'm not making this up. My wife figured this out. It was invented in was it Mexico?
Really?
Well, Caesar is a pretty popular name in Mexico, just like
Caesar. What? Tijuana. Caesar salad invented Tijuana.
Nancy, was it Tijuana?
That's the only place in Mexico I've ever been to is Tijuana. Interesting place.
Ceilingfan's dancing is named Jeannie.
Suzanne said yeah. Suzanne said yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, I'm thinking they whitewashed this, but you can still see the bricks underneath it.
Uh-huh. All brick.
All brick.
Red motherfucking brick.
Every day of the week. Look at that. So let's see what else we got here. This is the Colosseum.
Oh yeah, it's all muffed up.
This thing's trippy how far down it goes too. Like they told us this is where what's his name? The gladiator. This is where they hang. Well, Spartacus.
Is that supposed to be the foundation? Or is that supposed to be a whole floor and there's more underneath it?
The storyline goes like this. These are the seats. There was actually a floor here that all the stuff went down, and underneath it is where they had all the prisoners. And why can't I think of that guy's name that was Gladiator? But yeah, where that guy was and all that in these places. And then they would come up and they would do it here, but it's gone. The floor is gone. The main stage, I guess.
I used to build
Maximus.
I used to build foundations. I used to do it for a while. I did it. It was like my job. I was doing construction and laboring and shit. And like I know, like this one house we built, we had to build an 8-foot foundation, but we had to dig a 12-foot hole to build the 8. Like they used dynamite and blew a 12-foot hole. So like, I don't know, like foundations, some of them do go pretty deep. Like they go about 12 feet, depending on how big the building is too. So like, I know some of these buildings are flooded and you can see that it's not a foundation. But then like, sometimes I can't tell. I'm like, is that the foundation or what? Because foundations could go pretty deep.
Yeah. You see anything there, Jen or Shapu? I'll keep going.
I'm seeing some muffed up melted brick everywhere.
All bricks.
Because like you guys talk about it, what do they call it? Popcorning. So as these things heat up and they start like soap bubbles, you showed that was a great example, Shapu. Then soap bubbles start forming bigger bubbles, and that's what's happening here. Like these things are melting.
Yeah, that's pretty deep. I don't think that's a foundation. If you can see it back there, it goes all the way down, and then there's tunnels even way down there with more rooms. Yeah, that's like floors and floors of a building underground. A big building that got melted.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there even looks like there's some there's even like if you were to go into this area here more back in there. But yeah, pretty crazy building.
It's a lot of brick.
A lot of brick.
I want to know where all the brick even came from. Like where did all the abundance of brick just come from? You know, it's like there's brick everywhere. It's like, where are these brick factories, and where do they get all the, how do they get the formula for the bricks and the certain type of rocks and crush them down and make the bricks? Like, that's a whole process in itself.
Correct. And then even if you could sort all of that out, Rasta, that's the size of a human. Okay. And we've already discussed that's like ground level that we can tell. Look how high up this thing goes. Like, we didn't even go all the way up here. I think, walked this level. You could go to that level. You keep going.
Yeah, and I think it
Well,
was even higher than this because
right?
like it's
It
not
probably
even
had-
finished,
Yeah, that's
I
not
think it
finished
even
up
had
here.
like a dome over it at some point.
Right?
yeah,
Maybe it
yeah, I
did, like
think so.
this Astrodome or Super. Yeah, maybe it had a
Mhm.
dome.
Yeah, maybe it had like a dome and then another big, energy receptor on top, and it like fed off the energy from the people inside. Because we're all batteries as well, and we
Correct.
all, we all generate energy, positive and negative. And so when they have these, they still at the events they have now, like the football games and the races and the concerts, those are all energy harvesting events where they, take our energy and basically stuck it for their bidding or whatever.
Look at these guys. They look like they're wearing masks.
Yeah, and that looked like a melted horse statue. You
Yeah,
just had.
I wanted to ask. I took this picture because I didn't understand why it's at the Coliseum. It's part of a horse and looks like a horse dropping.
What's
I mean,
left of this leg?
I mean,
Oh,
this was so important to keep this.
That's a masterpiece. What are you talking about?
But I'm more interested in these guys wearing masks and, once again, no clothes. Barely little. Oh, this is that's that other movie, 300. These are the guys that oil themselves up and they dance around. Yeah, I remember that movie. Oh, this stupid movie. Okay, what's this place? Oh, this is that fountain. This place
thing's
is nuts.
crazy. Yeah, this is crazy.
You guys can do a whole show on this fountain, which we
Me and
won't do.
Steve covered this before. I showed Steve it. He was like, "What is this?" We saw it in the Giovanni Battista etchings first, and then we found it here in I guess this is it's still in Venice, right?
I don't. Jeannie knows the places. I forget. But
Jeannie,
yeah, where's the place? Where is this? The fountain.
Nancy.
Nancy, where's the fountain? And this is London, of course. Look at these things.
Yeah, I got the.
Yeah, that's all tech all day long. Look at that.
Yeah, that's wild.
And here's these lamps.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the old days, without light bulbs, and these things were lit up too. You guys have shown that on your show. Oh, look, they still have gold on these really tall ones that no one can possibly get to.
See all these little nubs that are sticking out on the way up on the sides, the little tiny nodules? I think they all would have lit up. The whole building would have been
Right.
self-illuminating at night.
Like that one that I caught on the balls. I'll have to send you those pictures. That picture.
It would look kind of like the houses and stuff are for Christmas right now, right? With the lights all over it.
Look
Right.
at the stuff on Big Ben. Look at all the
Whoops.
gold up there.
Hang on. I was going there.
They still got a lot of juicy tech up there. Look at that stuff.
Wow. Look at all that.
Look at their tech. That's just like the thing we see on that Chinese thing that lights up in Asia. It has that symphony behind it. Remember, it had those round things going around the top and Sipu, and they all lit up. Y'all know that one. It's like an Asian building.
Yeah, in Indonesia.
Yeah.
It had that same kind of tech on top, and all those little things sticking out lit up.
Yeah, they got them all over the place. Wow. This thing's got lots of these. There's a little one back there too.
Mm-hmm.
All over this thing. They probably added the clock to make it not look like some monstrous,
Yeah, there could have been those bells in there or something.
Yeah, I mean, you take away the clock, and we're basically getting close to looking like Tesla technology, where you'd see the electricity coming off. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh. And all these are at key points on ley lines as well, which is, I think has a lot to do with a lot of this. Is the positioning of these.
And that last in the Vatican City is a sovereign city amongst its own nation. So is London, and so is the DC, and they all have Osiris penis monuments in them. So there's that. And this Lego thing again. So what is this one? I think this is where the Queen was before she died. This thing's cool. If you guys covered this, this is at this it's a park.
St. Albert's Memorial looks a little like this thing.
This is Hyde Park, I think is the name of it.
Wow.
I think. Nancy would know.
Yeah, I think the whole thing during the millennial reign would have been covered in gold.
Yeah. All right. Oh, this is the one that was trippy because we found a picture of this, Steve and I, and it looked like it was George Washington here because it matched up. Oh, this is in the museum. They had some things here, and I wanted to show. Well, that's me standing next to those creatures.
It's Rip.
It's Rip from Yellowstone. I did look more like Rip when I had more weight.
Hat on that, and that's Rip right
that's
there,
Rip
guys.
every day of the week.
Every
Boom,
day of the
baby.
week. Boom, baby. Put
You
a one
hear
in the
that,
chat.
Nancy?
If
Nancy,
you
that's
think
Rip.
he looks like Rip. Put
Nancy.
a cowboy hat on his head.
One, if I look like Rip. Two, if you don't know who we're talking about. And three, if I just look incredibly handsome. Okay. This is the Rosetta Stone was there. I didn't even know about it until we got there. And it supposedly is the key to translating everything, I guess. Hieroglyphics.
Yeah, I heard about this thing. I don't know.
Wow. It was there.
Where did they find it?
It was in the lobby of the museum.
From the Sphinx or something?
Yeah, I think.
Come on, Ray. That was a good one. I don't know. I don't know.
So where'd they find it? The Sphinx?
Yeah, I think
Let's
that's
see.
where they found it under the
Let's
Sphinx.
see. It'll tell us. Let's see. Da-da-da. See, it says help decipher Egyptians.
Somewhere, yeah.
Here we go. No, it doesn't say where they found it. I think they just made it.
Yeah, they made it too. It's an old made-up story.
Look at this.
Demonic right
Why
there.
wouldn't it tell
Demonic.
you? It doesn't tell you. If anyone was going to tell you, it would tell you here.
Yeah,
I think they
now
just made it.
if they have that, they can tell you not like any hieroglyphic meaning.
Right.
they want, you know?
If they say their key and it's wrong, it doesn't matter. We're now coding it in their key.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, that's too much. Love it. Okay. Oh, here we go. Now we'll find it. Here we go. Oh, okay. 196 BC. Let's see. It still doesn't tell you where you found it.
No.
It just tells you the age.
What's the name of the guy again?
Rosetta Stone would have been placed against the temple wall like this, but it wasn't. It's the only surviving part of a larger. What is that? Stela? This reconstruction shows how it might have looked. Again, cartoons, paintings, no backstory whatsoever. They just tell you when they think it was made, and they tell you what they think it says, because these two these two scientists, Thomas Young and Jean Champion, they tell you what it says. Okay. How do you fight a story when it's like 10-year-olds are fighting with you and they just make stuff up as they go along?
You just don't fight.
Well, yeah, there's that. Okay, you're right. Let's get out of this nonsense. Wow, I still have 50 tabs, but I've talked all night. What do you guys? We still good to keep going? What do you want to? I know Ray wanted to show a picture like an hour ago. Is he still there? Nancy must have hauled him away. Oh, I know I can show you this thing. I covered this a while back that there was a company that said that they were going to. Why is this so large? That's what she said. They were going to launch satellites with a spin, and now they've actually done it. And they have a YouTube video supposedly of doing it, and it's just like a NASA video. It's a whole bunch of build up to nothing, and then you see that this thing is spinning inside, and then there it is. It's like out of a movie. It's a what do you call cylindrical force, and it spins in this container. Where is it? See? And so it's like, woo, 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 and then, whoosh.
I remember a toy like that where you'd pull a string and it would like fly up into the air, and
Yes, I remember that.
and so now this is what it's doing, it's spinning around. Look at that. That guy looks great, right?
Toys too, or something.
What's that?
Little helicopter toys that we used to
Yeah,
have.
the little helicopter toy.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, that's what you're talking about, and then you push it, it would take off.
Flies
Yeah.
off.
Yeah. I like how everyone's sort of this what do you call that? Like the back of the trash can tie thing. They're all
This kid here in the
metrosexual.
front, he didn't even brush his hair before he came to
I
work.
know, some messy hair. He's got a hat. They're all looking pretty snazzy. It's the new
They
age.
don't have time for that. They have science to do.
That's right. And they got a Boomer in here going, I think you're doing it wrong. But yeah, and then Mark Ruffalo, right? Isn't that the guy that plays the Hulk? Anyways, so you got all this going off, and we'll see it again. This is the moment of magic. And he points to him and he pushes the button, and there it goes.
Dude, that's
See?
so roughed up.
See? It's right there. And there's hugs all around. But I just my
Happy
favorite
hugs. They're happy hugs.
they're very happy. Just like we were talking about
So
before.
happy.
Watch. I love this part. This guy, see, like there's people in command, I guess, right? And the guy with the cool hair, this guy points to him and go. And then this guy, he actually moves his head as he pushes the button for launch. Boom. And then launch. Dun, 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 dun. Anyways, that's how your satellites are getting.
So pointless.
You must throw cake and surprise somebody.
Right, and then everyone cheers because they all saw it, and they take the picture selfie, and they all put the gang sign of the flat, and then there you go. Okay, what's next?
All right,
This
guys,
guy.
I have some stuff to
Okay.
show. I'm gonna have to
Okay,
get
let
out
me
of
get
here.
out of my stuff. I'll get out of my stuff. I'll be here all night with my stuff. What do you want to show? Okay, where are you at?
All right,
Oh, Boston
hold
Ray's
on.
got something though. What did you have something, Ray?
Yeah, it was just real quick.
Okay, real quick, and then we'll go to Jen. Here we go.
You see it?
And I do.
This is a photo that I found in a book at the library from the 1880s of some pandemic thing they had going on. So this has been going on since even the 1880s, even before 1913.
Yeah.
So that's all I wanted to say. All
Oh.
right.
The real face
Thank you.
diaper right there.
Thanks, right?
What I know it's
I
not,
like the part where he goes like this.
I'm Boston Ray, and that's my slice of the mud.
I like it. Where's my guy? Yeah.
That's very true.
Okay, Jen wants to transition to something else. I mean, not
All right.
her, but yeah.
Am I on screen? Am I screen sharing?
No, there's nothing there.
Really?
There's-
I thought I
no.
clicked share. No, maybe not. Hold on.
You're ruining the show. Thanks. I
Ever
was
do.
going
How
so
about now?
smooth.
Can you see it now?
I can. There you are. You've got a fish cooking.
Nice.
What the heck?
Okay.
It's
All right.
like a
So look, guys.
nightmare. Right?
So we were talking about Cabbage Patch Kids and the whole scenario of repopulation and them seemingly pumping out these kids and the whole Cabbage Patch theme. This is one of the pictures that came up in the video Mine Unveiled. As soon as the video opens, this is one of
Jen?
the opening pictures. Yes?
For those in my audience that might not have seen what you're talking about, can you real quick the Cabbage Patch that you're talking about? What were you researching?
Okay, we were looking up the repopulation agenda and how they were promoting children being produced through cabbages and roses. Like girls are from roses and boys are from cabbages, and you could just go out to the Cabbage Patch and pick yourself a baby, and it lends to the orphan trains and the repopulation, and it just seems like an overabundance of babies. Of course, we have the infantoriums in the early World's Fairs where they were pumping out preemies left and right. You could just buy a baby and take it home with you. And there's a lot of this theme here of kids being fished out of rivers, kids being plucked out of gardens and patches and stuff, as if like you could just go pluck a kid out of a cabbage patch and took them up? Or were they actually cloning people for the repopulation? I'm not sure. Either way, it looks like there's a role reversal in this particular photo. You got the fish who's frying up the kids as opposed to, people frying up a fish. So
did you see what Johnny Cool wrote? A head of lettuce has a whole new meaning. Ugh.
Right.
Here's this guy.
Of sort of like a food source in a way. I'm just saying it could have been many things. Could have been repopulation and a food source. And I don't know, but some of these pictures can be pretty creepy. But we're going to move on from this one. Somebody sent me this in a comment. It says home remedy to dry up breast milk is to apply cabbage leaves to your breasts. And I had never heard that. I don't know if it's
no, thank you.
Anybody knows about that? Maybe I don't know how cabbage is linked to all this stuff, but it's really crazy. So
why do you need? Wait, why? Go back to that. Who needs? Why do you want to dry up your breast milk? If you have breast milk, I'm assuming it's because you have a child. Why would you dry it up at that point?
Yeah, I don't know. It could be towards the end of it when you're trying to dry your breast milk and wean the child off. Maybe I'm not sure, but I've never even heard this before that you would use cabbage to help with that procedure.
And I'm hearing pretty women like to do that. It works, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, right. Where's my guy? Where is he? There.
That's very true.
Okay, so we're going to move on from this here. It all ties in, though, guys. It all ties in. I started looking at the Oddfellow stuff again because we're talking about these Cabbage Patch Kids. We're talking about repopulation. We had shown the picture of the repopulation where they're pumping out these babies in those postcards that we were looking at. And the lady seems to have a few babies up under her dress that she already, they're kind of collecting up around her dress and stuff like that. Lending to
I heard that happen sometime.
Pumping out these kids. I went back and looked at the Oddfellow stuff. And of course, we have the globe here at the bottom because that's what they teach people. But look at this globe here. This one here seems to have some type of event that took place. It's got a huge cloud around it right here. Yeah. And an hourglass with a sickle. Like they're harvesting something.
Yeah, that could be an end times kind of thing.
Yeah, like as if this event has already happened. Okay. And then, clearly there's a huge cloud here. It looks like at least half this supposed globe has been, something happened there.
Look at that. They have the commandments and then they have bees. Sounds like did Richie from Boston draw this?
That's the hive mind mentality and the way that to control the people and put them in a hive mind mentality. But here the earth has recovered, it looks like. Maybe this is the side where they start the repopulation. But let's go back over to this side because I'm not done over here.
Did you used to get in trouble, Rasta, too, in school like I am with the teacher?
Oh,
sorry,
yeah.
Go ahead, Jen.
The scary
thing out in the hall all the time.
that connected all of this for me was this lady up here with the babies crawling all over her, and she's got a baby down here coming out from under her dress, which looks a lot like that repopulation postcard that we had looked at. I'm trying to figure out where the heck that postcard was. Was it this one? Okay, see, she's got the babies here coming out from under her dress.
Can you make it larger?
It says repopulation. The clock is on 12. That's like the doomsday clock. Something major's happened or it's going to happen. And they have to repopulate here. And now let me take it back to the lady with the dress, with the kids coming off of her right here.
Yeah.
This is an Oddfellow artwork, guys. And then you got the serpent right next to her here on this pole. So I thought that was really interesting in comparing those two.
Is the Oddfellow artwork, is that equivalent to like the Economist magazine cover?
No, the Oddfellows is a branch of the Masons.
Yeah, but I think I know what you're saying, Russ.
When she's done, can I show you guys my Oddfellow research?
Absolutely not.
I'll go through it real quick.
Of course, Ray.
Right.
Okay, so I have a lot to show, but we'll get
go ahead.
Well, we'll get pieces of it because I went a long time, but it was,
we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Mine's only like 10 minutes. It's quick. I'll go through it quick.
All right. So the globe, again, like it's showing catastrophe here. Clearly, there's a huge crazy cloud, and this is another artwork from the Oddfellows that has it again here on the globe, like something major has happened right here. And you go over here to this one. They're teaching the globe model now. Here's that map on the wall for the Oddfellows. And then
their motto was,
oh God, why, Jen?
What's going on?
Why, Jen? Why?
I don't know what this is, but it was in a Cabbage Patch. And I was like, oh,
nice.
Now you sound like Martin. Oh, how did that get in there? Where's my gal for that one?
Cabbages, right? Like
yeah,
it's
no,
the
here.
theme of Cabbage Patch Kids.
No, thank you.
This picture came up. I don't know what the hell's going on here, guys.
All right, move along. We don't need to see whatever that is.
This guy.
That's very creepy.
Cabbage Boy, and he is from folklore. Cabbage Boy, you can look him up and stuff. A lot of the whole cabbage theme. They still are doing this with kids today, guys. This whole Cabbage Patch thing. So I wanted to show you that it's old thing and it's a new thing, and
it's starting to look scary to me though.
It's very prevalent though. I mean, look at this. Check this out.
So should we be eating cabbage?
Cabbage.
Corned beef and cabbage has got a whole new meaning. Yeah.
Looks like a Chucky doll here.
What do vegans have to say about all this?
They probably say, "I told you so."
I have no idea. But it gets better. Look, we got kids coming out of flowers, all this stuff.
Roses and stuff. Yeah, I remember what is her name? Ann Getty. She was big on this. She was famous for
doing this theme today of like kind of like growing kids coming out of pumpkin patches.
Yeah. And then of course we had all the toys that they had. All right, we get the idea here.
Yeah, it's all come from.
Okay, wait.
Yeah,
get to this stuff here. Shapu, this is some of your stuff that you sent me.
Yeah, because you sent me like the lady in red, and these are like all paintings of like Madonna and the child, and she always like painted with the red dress.
Yeah.
Like in the Matrix.
Yes, the lady in the red dress. Yeah.
Looks like she's sitting on a melted building here, just saying.
Yeah, totally bricks her every day of the week.
Again, the lady with the red dress, and she always seems to have blue incorporated as well, with a couple of kids around her. Looks like there's melted buildings in the background here, just saying. Again, the lady in red, like you said, Shapu, with the red.
Okay, but before you go, can you zoom in on the baby at the bottom? That goes along with my photos. Keep going.
Whoa.
That one.
Yeah, you will see this. Yeah.
That goes along with my photos.
Why is the head shaped like that?
I don't know. Is
Big
that
ass
what
head.
the actual royal blood looks like?
Probably. Yeah.
I mean,
I'd
how
say
many
that's
of these
exactly
people are making these same baby faces? So it's just weird to me.
Yeah.
And they do look like the Cabbage Patch dolls.
They do in a way, yeah.
In a way.
And just a little more, yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Oh God, look at that baby. See, you were concentrating. It looks, you know what? That matches up with the one sucking on the breast on that one.
That one looks like a garbage pail kid.
Yeah, but like you were fixated on the fact that it's these creepy women with these babies, but you didn't see. Now you can't unsee the babies. They don't look like babies.
Yeah,
they're out of proportion. Their heads are weird. Maybe this is the day of the Nephilims and stuff.
But again, this lady's always in red, and it's always interesting that she's equated with babies all the time.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's the same outfit. But see, that's where if you were to look at all these paintings, it's where the ones we saw, it'll say Madonna and Babino.
Yeah.
That's what it's not Maria. It says Madonna and Babino. So these are all supposedly paintings of Mary and Jesus, is what they're saying.
Babino or Bambino?
I think it's Babino.
Because Bambino is baby in Italian, right?
Oh, right? maybe I misread it.
But no, maybe they spelled it differently. I'm just saying, like I don't know. I just know a few different languages. That's all.
Yeah. Well. Oh no. Yeah. That's probably what it is. Look at that thing. What is that creature? Come on, people.
Well, that's a natural. That's a natural thing, though. She's breastfeeding. That's what you're
No, but
supposed to do.
I'm talking about who's breastfeeding. It's not a baby.
It's not a baby.
Is that the baby?
What's going on back here? Is this like a tornado in the background? What's
Oh, yeah,
going
look
on?
at that.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know, like you can go through pictures of babies today too, and there's definitely some not
jacked up looking babies.
not that great looking babies. You know, even their mothers will be like, yeah, my baby was ugly when it was young.
Yeah,
you know,
but
like,
I'm
I've
talking
heard-
these look alien.
That
These
one,
look-
that one right there has the illumination around his head. You see
yeah.
that?
Well, again, it's Mary, it's Madonna and Babino. These are all supposed to. Yeah. This is something else. What's this one?
All in red this time she is. Look at this creepy guy right here. Gotta
Yeah,
watch
what's he
out
up
for him.
to? Yeah, I saw Game of Thrones. That guy's out to get you.
You know he's bad news.
Hey, can I say something? Can I interrupt this broadcast to make this special even more special? Here,
Sure.
where's this thing? You guys think you're on a special? Here it is. Shoot, where'd she go? Rose, come back. Rose was here. Okay, keep going, Jen. She left us.
This one's breastfeeding too. Let's take a look.
Yeah, let's look at that one. Come back, Rose, if you're there. Yeah, what a letdown. Sorry, audience.
Look at her hair.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Interesting hair. Oops, sorry. All right, what else we got? Oh, we got that guy again. Oh,
yeah.
Got
That
it for
is
those
boy.
ones. All right. You got my cat.
All right.
All right, so we're done.
Okay. Ray, where is he?
Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay.
No, I know.
Look,
I gotta find my thing for you.
I gotta
first,
share
Ray.
your screen.
I know, but I need to do
Alright.
this first.
Ray. Okay. You see it? Are we up on the screen?
I do. We are.
Okay, so this, all right, so way before I ever heard about the Oddfellows, this is where my research started with the Oddfellows. I saw this building in Malden, which is down the street, and I seen all these, like, look, they have like the knight right there with the, with all the tech on his head and everything else, and like they had all this symbolism, right? So I just go through it real quick. Like the building is beautiful, like, but like, look, they got the wreath and everything else, and they got all these, like, look, they got like the eye in the pyramid and all these occultic symbolism all over the building, right? So I could tell there was something up, and it's like yellow bricks, you know what I mean? So I looked into it, and I found out that it said right here on the side, look, it didn't even look like writing, but it is. It says International Order of the Oddfellows. This is dedicated to the uses of the International Order of the Oddfellows, right? So I was like, whoa. What is the Oddfellows thing? I even knew about it. And I started looking at it. So I did more research. They got like the winged cherubs, they got all this symbolism all over the building. I'll just go through it real quick. And they got the Griffith right there. But then I found I looked it up, and they had like a lot of Freemason Oddfellow artwork. I don't know if this was, I hope it was on here. Yeah, here it is. Look. The Oddfellows building is a historic commercial building in hold on. Let me get back to that. So I can go back a couple frames. No, it ain't working. All right. Hold on. The Oddfellows building is a historic commercial building in Malden, Massachusetts. The 4-story steel and masonry building was built in 1907 to a design. It was probably built before that. Face buff brick, permanently Renaissance revival in character. The first floor consists of storefronts, while the upper. All right. So then I go and look into it a little more. Right. And let me see. So Oddfellows. You see the triple links? This is their symbol. The triple links, a reoccurring symbol among the Oddfellows internationality. the motto, Amictia Amor et Veritas, English, friendship, love, and truth.
Yeah.
That's what that's supposed to mean. Friendship, love, and truth. That's what their symbol means. Oddfellows from that time include John Wilkes, Sir George Savile, 8th Baronet. They name a bunch of them here. In 1810, further instigations led to the establishment of the. So they started out in 1798 over in like the United Kingdom, even before that, and then they came over to America, and then they probably even go look. So this is straight. Look, this is straight from their website. Who are we? As an organization, the Independent Order of Oddfellows aims to provide a framework that promotes personal and social development for members. The degrees in Oddfellowship emphasize leaving the old life and the start of a better one, and of helping those in need. The command of the 100F is to visit the sick, relieve the distress, bury the dead, and educate the orphan. So that's what they did. They killed off. They killed off the sick in the distress, relieved the distressed. They euthanasiaed them. They buried them, and then they brainwashed the orphans. That's what these people. That was their job. Repopulation. All right.
Wow. They just straight up tell us.
They tell you right on their website. It says it right there. This is from their website, right? So then if you go back and look, it tells you more. Like they try to make it seem like they're doing a good thing. Relieve the distress, bury the dead, educate the orphan, right? Improve, elevate character of man, to improve and elevate the character of mankind by promoting the principles of friendship, love, truth, faith, hope, charity, and universal justice, to help make the world a better place to live in by aiding each other, the community, the less fortunate, the youth, elderly, and environment in every way possible, to promote goodwill and harmony amongst peoples and nations through the principle of universal fraternity, holding the belief that all men and women, regardless of race, nationality, religion, social status, gender, rank, and brothers and sisters. Like on the face, it looks good, right?
Yes.
But
Bring
then,
people,
Yeah.
But then, like you look at it, like, look up here, it says, "Look, educate the orphan. Look, we command you, visit the sick, relieve the distress, bury the dead, and educate the orphan." That's what it says right there. As an organization, the Independent Order of Oddfellows aims to provide a framework that promotes personal and social development, large degrees, and aim to improve the elevate. So they just basically killed people off, and then I even got pictures of them, like Jen just showed, like showing the orphans the globe. And this is what they did. Look, here they are. They're a bunch of Freemasons. And if you notice, their robes were more bedazzled than the normal Freemasons. It seems like they had, like, I don't know, more fancier like robes and stuff like that. So maybe they were above them.
Wait, that guy had the Illuminati eye and the 3 rings and stuff. It's right in the front.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? These guys are the ones that they're the ones who started this whole place, I think. And then, like, look, here's another one. Look, it's got like I don't know, some antiquity with like some crazy like technology. The Sovereign Grand Lodge of the Oddfellows.
It looks like they got the snake around the globe.
Yeah, the caduceus was the medical thing, right? Almost.
But that blows me. It's everywhere. Relieve the distressed, kill them, bury them, and then educate the orphan because we killed off the parents.
I got all this. I got all this from their website. This isn't like bullshit. Look.
I believe you.
This is another one of their.
There's roses there too.
Roses. Is there any cabbage? I didn't.
There's the hive mind that you keep showing me.
I didn't see any cabbage.
What's the heart? What's the heart in the hand? That's
I don't know. They show that a lot on like.
That's almost like it reminds me of the Jesus one when they show Jesus holding his heart on the Catholic stuff.
And that is a fascist as a fasce, which Martin taught me.
And there's the 3 rings right there. So there you go. That's them. And then there's even other artwork here that they got. Look at this. This is their whole thing. Look, they have the woman's side, which is the Rebekahs. Look, Rebekahs, Rebek.
Here, let me try to make this larger. So
if you can, I mean, I might be able to zoom in.
Oh, well, no, I'm gonna try to go this way.
I can't because it's a video.
Oh, there. Oh wait, wrong one. Oh yeah, I put the wrong one. Hang on.
No,
No. You can't see
you
it
got
on the
me full
screen.
screen.
I got the wrong one. Hold on.
Hey!
Let's see. Can I do that on this one? I can't make that one full screen. For some
Yeah, I
reason.
don't know, but either way, it shows you one side is like they have like a women's section called the Rebeccas, ladies. It says and ladies encroachment auxiliary, ladies auxiliary, patriarchs militant, and then on this side it's the patriarchs militant, and this is the Oddfellows down here. So it's like, you know, Oddfellows degrees, Junior Lodge. They got the handshake going on right there. Down here they got more pictures of them. Like, I don't know. Here's one. You can't really even tell the lot. You got to zoom in. Oh yeah, up top. There you go. The right-hand corner. Look, educate the orphan. It says right there. Educate the orphan. That's what it says, right? And he's showing the two little kids the globe. Right there, in plain sight. That's what they're doing. Brainwashing the kids.
And the other thing is all these signs and symbols that we've learned about on these channels. Like one of them is whatever when the flat earth people do, I've covered it, but I'm just going to say it out loud. It's a Freemasonic entry level position when you make that thing and you say
this is like a sketch of them doing some sort of clown thing with the kids. Like, you know how they do like the
I watched a guy that said that the Nephilims they talk about were clowns, or at least like in some way. So maybe that's a representation.
And then they have like those clowns that come into like the kids' hospitals, like that they own, like and they look like, you know, try to like make them happy when they're sick and stuff. And that
Shriners.
The Shriners, yeah, the Shriners and the Foundlings. Yeah, exactly. So that's connected. And then I don't know what this is. Manchester Unity, Independent Order of Oddfellows, Widows and Orphans Fund. Widows and Orphans Fund. So what does that mean? They had a fund for widows? What were they killing off the men or something? Like, what's going on with that? Like,
I guess
that's weird, and I can't read all that.
And Johnny Cool said those look like gestures, which would coincide with, remember, the Pope people. They were wearing gesture outfits too. So
then I found this on there. This has something to do with them. It says Masks of the Nations, and then it shows like
that's weird.
It shows like different cultures of people and the way they look, and it says like all the different like nations, which is like.
Hey, Rasta, is that Iris mask at the bottom right?
This one up here is the English guy with the glasses. It's almost like they were mixing together different cultures trying to do some sort of gene editing.
It could be. It sure looks like Iris.
Oddfellows, here it is. Truth is our first light.
What's that thing in the middle? Oof? Ioof? What does that say?
I don't know. It said that
100F?
Yeah, but it looks like an I too.
Yeah.
It's on the building that I was at. So I don't know. It was in the building in the brick.
Weird.
So I don't know what that means. Yeah. It means International Order of Oddfellows, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, here
So,
we got something for that.
Here's another one.
Here, boom, baby.
Boom, baby.
So
Thank you, Jen.
It's funny how it says like "In God We Trust" up here.
Just like the money.
Oddfellows memento, and it's got them all, and they're all satanic.
Yeah,
look, it's got
they're talking about the different god.
The skull and bones, the globe,
the fasci, the hand, whatever that thing is.
Yeah, well, that's like their symbol, the Freemason symbol. What's this? Like people in teepees? I don't know what's going on down here. They have someone holding up a cross over here.
Yeah, and there's the 10 Commandments down there somewhere, or someone's commandments.
Yeah, something's going on over here with some Christians or Catholics, Romans, because they got the cross up.
Let me try. Nancy, what's going on over there? Huh? It doesn't work for me.
This one too is weird. I think Jen was showing.
I just showed that one.
And then they got the clamshell. I just took close-ups of some of the pictures on the building.
This is cool.
The Griffith. This thing looks like some sort of I don't know, like technology. Look, here you go. Look at that one. That's the pyramid with the eye.
Yeah, the eye of Horus or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. And then there was another Griffith. This was on the building. So there's these Oddfellow buildings all over the country. Look, there's the handshake. There's another one somewhere else that looks like it too. But that's all I've got. That was where my Mudfled Oddfellow research started. And then I seen the stuff that Jen did where they were showing like you and Shapu was showing how they had like ships coming all the way across. That's even, you guys went even deeper with it. I didn't get to that part yet.
That was all very good and very informative. I learned a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. I went through it as fast as I could.
You did great.
You did great job.
Thank you. Thank
you. So did you, Jen. Yeah, it was excellent.
You guys did okay.
We covered the Oddfellows.
There you go. Where what do we have? I like that he says Richard too. So I don't know. You guys want to see the rest of my tabs that I have and get rid of these things?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Everyone's still having fun. 91 people here because you know why? I can tell you why.
It's a Christmas special.
It's a Christmas special, and
I got nowhere else to go.
I'm gonna be doing a 48-hour, 72-hour live stream starting after this.
Nice.
On the one you don't see. I'm gonna play every episode of Late Night Live back to back, starting at the first one. It's called The Lost History of Late Night Live. And there's gonna be some episodes that people don't like, but I'm still gonna play them anyway.
I want to know if anybody's
we're
gonna.
going through the whole history of we're going through the whole history of the show. So
you should give somebody an award if they actually stay there
Right.
and watch the entire thing.
48 hours.
I don't care. I'm just gonna let it keep going, and I'm just gonna keep track of it for days. It's gonna.
I don't know how it was in everyone else's town, but when I was a kid, I remember what was it? It was either Christmas or New Year's, and they would play Twilight Zones like for 2 days straight. And I
Yeah.
used to try to watch as many as I could. Those are some creepy ass shows, but good. So yeah, okay. Well, here we go. Well, I don't know what happened to Rose. God bless you. I'm sorry, Rose. She's traveling and stuff, so hopefully she'll come back. It would have been an extra special episode, but it's still a special episode because we're all special.
She'll come back. Rose, come back.
Come back, Rose.
So this
Come
guy
back,
Yuri Bezmenov, right? Is his name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yuri
Yeah.
Bezmenov. I know
Just
about this guy.
in case of people that don't know of this.
Ideological subversion is the slow process, which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions.
Because Satan is the author of confusion. Right, Jen?
Yep.
Yep.
In the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process, which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country.
What's that? I'm sorry?
One generation.
Right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
2000 to 2020.
The boomers.
Yeah.
Did you hear how he said to change the perception of a nation?
Mhm.
It's a perception deception. And that's what they're demoralizing people, and they know exactly how long it takes for everything. And we're at the end of it now, guys.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He even explains it back when he did this, and this was several years ago.
Country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of American.
He says the soft heads.
Yeah, the soft heads. We saw them in all those old pictures of babies. Yeah, they all have weird soft heads.
what is going on with those pictures with the babies with the pumpkin heads?
I'm telling you, man. That's what I'm saying. This is
Like
way
the
before
movie.
I
It's like the movie Pumpkinhead. What's going on? The horror
This-
movie.
I couldn't stop taking pictures of those babies and all those
They
photos.
remind me of the Hills Have Eyes. You know.
Oh God, that was a scary one. That creature,
Yeah.
that dude.
Yeah, all of them. Whoa.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to go to the mountains now. Jen goes into the mountains. I'm gonna stay around the brick buildings.
Well, Jen has to watch out for. Jen has to watch out for Dogman because he's got a bone to pick with her, huh?
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah. Oh yeah, she's been exposing him for a while. He's pissed.
She's been exposing Dogman.
Nancy, you got that? You got the facsimile from Dogman? Send it over to Jen. He's pissed. He's pissed.
Dogman says, "If you love my bark, let me bury my bones."
We should have ended the show an hour ago.
4 or 5 bad married bitches at home.
My goodness. Let's hear what the rest of your smart man has to say.
The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually, it's overfulfilled because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success.
Wonderful.
Most of it is done by Americans to Americans.
Exactly.
Thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not.
This is from 1984.
Is
okay?
it?
This is from and that's the year I was born. So
wow, make
this
me
dude, this dude was talking about this stuff that's going on now.
Yep.
Back then, when I was a little baby. So.
And how about that? He said in 1984, if that's when this came out, he said that they were already over and above what they needed to do to demoralize us. And that was how many years ago?
There's more things on this guy. He gave lectures at colleges. There's a whole bunch of videos that are like hours long on Odyssey if you look them up. But you got to be careful when you play this guy on your channel.
But the thing is this guy, he says the true information doesn't matter anymore. And that's exactly what we were talking about. It doesn't matter what kind of documentation, what kind of numbers or information you have. They're beyond that point where they won't even list like you're speaking another language, like God says.
He used to be KGB. He worked for the Russians. He defected. The United States or whatever gave him a safe place to go. And he came over and he ratted them all out. That's what happened, supposedly. That's the story.
But again, they allow us to hear this because they have to tell us their plan. That's part of the way this works. They can mess with us, but they have to tell us in advance.
That's because at this point, people are so dumbed down and entrenched in this brainwashing that the ones of us who do see it, but there's so small numbers of us that, popular opinion prevails.
Right. Well, like he says here, true information doesn't matter anymore.
A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he's going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boat crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization.
So that goes along with what we were discussing. Is why does God allow this tribulation to happen? Because there's some people, as this gentleman says, won't even realize something's happening until they get crushed in the balls.
Even if you show them genuine information, proof, you could shatter them with proof, shower them with proof, and they still won't see it.
No.
They don't even look at it. They get mad at you. They get triggered, and they run out the door.
And that's what we see in real time, because, the proof is in the pudding. We've got so much proof and evidence, pictures and documents that are.
And they just ignore us. They ignore us.
It's real research that they adhere to science, but it doesn't matter because they're blind.
And this is what I was looking for earlier, Rusty, because you mentioned you watched this guy.
Yeah.
And back in the day when I used to watch all these, I did like him.
Sometimes,
you had this guy, and he was like the feel good, have a cup of coffee, sit and have a chat with you. And then you had Sean Hannity who would yell at you and tell you to buckle up and stuff.
Then he changed. Then he changed a little bit.
No, I stopped watching at that point.
I still, out of all of them, I do have some respect still for Tucker. I like him.
The funny thing about
sometimes I enjoy watching him.
Well, the reason I brought this up was there's a guy we read on Twitter, and his or her name is Cat Turd, and this guy Fox ended up doing a whole story because this foreign affairs White House guy got upset at this post that Cat Turd posted, and so Tucker Carlson goofs on this guy because You know, he says this is literal evil, and if I met you in real life, it would not end well. He's literally yelling at a guy who's called Cat Turd. Okay. And that's why I think it's like, because Jeannie and I actually follow Cat Turd, and he's actually really funny, or she. But the fact that it became a Fox News article because this guy, got all upset with Cat Turd. So I'm not going to play it and get a strike on that, but isn't that funny? You don't know where the Onion News stops and the real news starts anymore. And here he is, Cat Turd. And of course this is Photoshop, but freaking hilarious. And the reason obviously it's Photoshop, but look at the length of this monkey arm, okay? But that's basically what America's doing to this dude.
That's what they're doing in real life, yeah.
Exactly. So this is a real photo, just this one's Photoshop, but that's what we're doing.
Zelensky's probably been here in D.C. the whole time, in front of the blue screen or whatever.
Absolutely, right?
He's probably hasn't even been in Ukraine one day.
No, he's been staring at Osiris's penis.
Yummy.
And then, this guy was interesting. So let's see. Can you hear it? I don't hear anything.
No.
Oh, because the sound's up there. All right, let's do this.
Have you ever wondered why Moses and Elijah talk with Jesus on the Mount of Transfiguration? Then Peter says, hey, look, it's so good that we're here. If you want, I'll make 3 tents, right? One for you, one for Moses and Elijah. Peter sees Jesus on equal footing with Moses and Elijah. Now remember, Moses represents the law and Elijah represents the prophets. And if you read Exodus 19, Moses meets with God on the mountain, right? And then if you read 1 Kings 19, Elijah meets with God on the mountain, okay? So then this is what God says. A bright cloud overshadows them, and a voice from the cloud says, God speaking, this is my beloved son, with whom I am well pleased. Listen to him. That sounds a lot like when Peter quotes Moses in Acts chapter 3, saying, the Lord God will raise up a prophet like me from your brothers. You shall listen to him in whatever he tells you. So God is saying, listen to my son, who is the substance and fulfillment of the law and the prophets, because Jesus is on an entirely different level. He's a better word and a better revelation of God than the law and the prophets. Have you ever?
So I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
What's the new covenant? The old covenant and the new covenant.
Yeah. All right. And we covered that guy. That's the one you got to rewatch this, Ray. You'll have to see. It talks about the people on the crosses. This I just wanted you to guys, Shapu and you, Jen. This is in the Baltic Sea. There's this weird anomaly. Do you know of this thing?
Shapu, I'll let you handle this one.
No, man. I don't. Oh yeah, I've seen it some time ago.
Okay, I didn't know about this thing.
I don't know if it's real. I can't tell if it's real or not, but it's definitely not natural.
Yeah.
Whatever this
they
thing
do
is.
call
That's
it
like
an
the Millennium
anomaly.
Falcon.
Yeah, that's
I just said it. There it was.
You said it right as the picture showed up.
That's wild. Yeah.
So, anyways, okay, moving on. Then, let's see. I just want to get to where is it? Let's see. And we did Scary Space News, sort of, kind of. We'll do that another time. I just don't feel like going through all these. Where is it? Well, actually, I kind of have to do it here. I want to do the.
You can't skip Scary Space.
Oh, right, Ray.
You're always in a.
This is scary space news.
Okay, Ray.
Nancy, can we skip Scary Space News this week?
I'm sure she'll say no.
No, she said no. No.
All right. Well, oh wait, I gotta start. I was over. I guess it starts here. So, there's new NASA satellites to map Earth's rising sea. So there, I think I covered this a little bit, but that's how they're going to come after us with the climate thing, because now they'll have these satellites supposedly that monitor flooding, drought, and many other water woes. That's what the article says.
The thing just doesn't even look like it does anything. Like,
I know.
What is it? Is it like it's like a paper mache project that they did,
right?
I don't know. I don't see how that thing would work or do
I
anything.
I don't either.
It looks
And
like
then-
a spaceship.
And then these are the guys that shot them. We saw that. Okay. So anyone hoping the aliens will contact Earth will have to wait at least 400 more years. So there's that. I mean, they just make up anything they want. How are you going to argue this? No,
Aren't
I
they gonna-
disagree. You know what I mean? Like, what's the
Aren't they
point?
gonna shoot an asteroid here soon too?
Oh, we got all kinds of things. In fact, you want to talk? It's like you're reading my tabs without knowing it. Here's asteroids can be spun into Manhattan-sized cities in space. Theories say. So now they're going to have us connect, like glob onto an asteroid, and then live in this 2001 spinning city.
It's like a rock tumbler.
Yeah, that's basically what it's going to be. But hey, we're spinning on a flying ball in space now. We'd probably never notice it, right? So there's that. What else? There's real footage of a volcano eruption on Jupiter's moon. Yeah, real footage. Da, da, da. That's it. There it is.
That's great.
Isn't that great? It's just wonderful. Millions of dollars of your tax dollars are spent on these. I can't even watch it. Okay, what's next? This do you guys know about this? This is news to me. Do you know the pole of inaccessibility?
No.
Anyone?
No.
No? Okay, here we go. Where's my guy? Da-da-da. Here he is.
Breaking news with Ceiling Fan Man. Take it away, Ceiling Fan Man.
Thank you, Ceiling Fan Man. Yeah, the pole of inaccessibility. It's a place that marks the most challenging place to reach according to whoever. And it's basically, why is it important? Because it's where NASA sends all of its junk, supposedly. So here's the northern pole of I'm not kidding. That's what they say. Here, let's see. They're gonna throw what's that one? ISS is gonna go there.
This sounds like some double speak to me.
No shit, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Where does it talk about what's going there? They go over how they calculate it. I got something better on here. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Eerie facts. They call it Point Nemo. It's the most remote location on planet Earth. 1,000 miles from civilization in all directions. So there it is. And it's called the middle of nowhere. And
Inaccessibility because it doesn't exist.
well, there you go, getting all technical, Jen. Oh, don't spoil it for the rest of us. Where's Point Nemo? It's officially known as the pole of inaccessibility. Blah, blah, blah. Where is it?
Right next to the nation of Nunyon.
Right. And none. Oh my God. None your business. Anyways,
That's neighbor Deception Island over there.
right. But here's the thing. First of all, I can't find the article, but it's in here. This is where NASA sends all their stuff because it's not near anyone. If it crashes, it doesn't kill anyone, supposedly. Besides the Bermuda Triangle, I totally believe a lot of their things in Florida go right in there. That's why we're not allowed there.
I think so too.
I saw, if it's still online somewhere, there was a video of some students. Of course, it's always students, right? The World Trade Center students got to take pictures of all the CO2 or whatever they in there. And the same thing with this. There were students. They were able to give an access to film, and they saw a bunch of rocket shells and stuff under the water. I don't think you can find it online now. But so anyways, oh, here we go. In fact, NASA and other globe space agencies have designated Point Nemo as their underwater space graveyard for falling debris. And in 2031, if we're all still alive, when the International Space Station comes crashing down, it'll do so here. So, okay, that's Point Nemo. But you think that's the weirdest thing about it? I say, nay. Check this out. There's H.P. Lovecraft. He put the home of the legendary monster Cthulhu eerily close to the coordinates of Point Nemo, even before they were calculated. So he knew where Point Nemo was before we did.
Wow.
And if that's not enough, and you go, well, can't get any weirder than that, Ceiling Fan Man. I say, nay, nay. Check this out. The bloop. Do you know what the bloop is?
Oh, the signal.
They say now it's the ice breaking off of Antarctica, but originally they were saying it's like the Call of Cthulhu, or some people were saying Behemoth. But guess what? Because you were on my show, I have the bloop. And this bloop, which they said was not man-made, and it was heard thousands of miles away. They don't know what caused it, but here you go. The bloop. 5,000 kms away, whatever that equals in English.
Far.
Pretty far, right, Chapu? Here we go. Bloop.
Yes.
Bloop. Oh, wait, you didn't hear it. We'll do it again. Bloop. Did you hear it? That was bloop. That's the whole thing. I think they do it again with like that Mr. BBB.
Yeah.
Now we've got it in a red filter. Now here it is in a blue filter. I'll zoom in a bit and we'll hear it again. Here we go. Hang on. Did you hear that? Look right about Jen when you
farted in the water.
listen right about, I'd say here,
Okay.
somewhere between here and here.
Not back there.
No,
Right
not back here.
And here.
Now we're
I
going to
got
play it again. I've got it in the blue filter, put a little resonance to it. The Schumann resonance is going on, Then we'll
Sounds like
check
God
the.
farted underwater.
I don't know. I'm on the Nextdoor app, and like you see people posting on there every other day. Did you hear that loud boom the other night, or the loud explosion? And like there's some real booms that are happening.
Yeah.
Like this thing doesn't sound like anything compared to.
Well, no, I agree with you there, but there is also like weird trumpet sounds and stuff, not to sound all what do you call it, end times, but there are noises. My wife recorded some when she was visiting friends in DC, and so yeah, it's there's weird noises going on.
Yeah,
but this is definitely the bloop. Here we go, Jen. Again,
Call it the fart.
listen right about here, okay? There it is.
Put one in the chat if that sounds like an underwater fart bomb. Put a 2 in
Well,
the chat.
if you're a behemoth, I think you could be right.
The bloop.
Okay.
Bloop.
I think we're good.
Bloopers.
I'm not doing any more tabs. Anybody else?
Guys, in his tabs.
We got a huge panel here. Rose didn't make it back. God bless you, Rose. Come back next time. We'll do another spectacular. But
Yeah.
Anybody got anything that they wanted to share that I didn't get to? Shapu, you
I
had
just-
1,000 pictures.
I just want to say that after this show right now, Jenny T.I. Murphy's having a premiere, and then after that, I'm doing a marathon. So
48 hours of rave, mud.
it might be like 72. It might go for like a week. Who knows? I'm gonna go for as long as I can until YouTube cuts it off.
What do I have?
I don't have any strikes on. I don't have any strikes on that channel, so it'll just be a warning, whatever they do, so they can suck it.
We're on a mission from God.
I'm sorry.
Oh
Gonna
God,
help
it's
myself. They just banned both of my channels, Boston Ray, Mudflat Adventures, Boston Ray. Right at the holidays, right when things are heating up, they like gave me a strike on both channels. So now I'm on the one you don't see, which isn't even my channel. It's like having Michelle L all over again. You
I
what
know,
mean?
right? I can't
Oh my
find it.
God, I'm back at square one. But it'll be back up in like a week or two.
It'll be okay.
It'll be
We'll
okay.
be-
I'll survive.
That's what my grandson says. It'll be okay.
It'll be okay. We're all gonna make it.
That's right.
That's the fact, Jack. That's a fact, Jack.
And on that note, if no one else has anything specific, I'll go around the room. Let me start with Shapu. You got anything you want to say or wishes or anything? Go for it, sir. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. It's pretty late now here. It's same time as Boston Ray, but I'm supposed to go sleep like earlier. But thank you for inviting me, and I wish everyone in the chat and on the panel some nice Christmas days. So have fun with your family if you have some. And
Merry Christmas, Shapu.
yeah, you too, Ray.
Nice.
You too, everybody.
Thanks for staying up with us, Shapu and Ray. Thank you.
Yeah,
dude.
I'm a bit tired.
I'm not going to bed anyway.
Yeah,
it's all right. Nancy.
Yeah, you see.
He's got to get more coffee going.
Oh my God. Okay.
I got paraplegic coffee.
That's good coffee too. I've had it. The Helen Keller roast is my favorite.
I got the Helen Keller roast. It's
Okay. Good night. I love you, Shapu. Thank you for coming.
Nice to meet you, Rasta.
Yeah, you too, Shapu.
Yeah.
What do you got, Rasta? Anything for us?
Well, I just wanted to say that I just about 2 weeks ago just registered my business name in the state of Oregon. It's called the Sofa King.
Nice.
Sofa King, awesome.
Yeah.
You know, it's Sofa King, reliable and dependable, and it's just it's a local sustainable furniture resale business where I'm basically taking sofas that were bound for the landfill and I'm repurposing them and finding them a home. Sometimes I'm giving them away for free to families who are in need.
I'll take one.
Yeah, if I could ship one for you, I would do it. Maybe once I get to that level, but
it would be cheaper just for me to go buy a new one.
But that's the next level, right?
Yeah,
Jen?
with things coming into the new year, I'm going to be getting a storefront where I'm going to have a showroom and a workshop, and I'm going to also have like music events there, and art shows, you know, and community-based events. So I'm really excited to get that launched and going. So. Yeah, it's the Sofa King.
You should make Rasta design furniture, like Rasta coffee tables.
Oh, you know it. You know
all the different the different symbols and patterns that Rastas use.
And other than that, just anybody who's not subbed to my channel, sub to my channel because I've been making a lot of good reggae mixes here lately. Good conscious, uplifting music, good daily affirmations that keep you on track and. Keep you, wanting to do good in this world.
And you got your audio hooked up right.
Yeah, man. I got the audio on point.
Yeah.
And I've just really been feeling it here lately. So, and everybody, it's time to just get your heart right, your mind right, your spirit right. Because the time, we're in those times and we got to be prepared for at the drop of the hat, something to go down. We got to be there. And it doesn't mean prepping with all your food and all that stuff. I don't really think any of that really matters as much as being prepared spiritually.
Yeah. Amen to that.
True. Yep. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone ever eats the prepper food that they buy. They just end up putting it in a closet somewhere and throwing it away eventually.
Yeah.
That's me.
Well, it depends on what you're talking about. If it's like that powdered stuff and stuff, probably you never get to, hopefully. But yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully it comes to an end before you have to eat that.
Yeah. Right.
Well, I'll jump on your powdered food once the time comes.
Sounds good.
You guys can hook me up.
All right. Well, hit us with what you want to talk about. You've said that Jenny's going live soon, and you're going to do a 40 to 72-hour marathon.
I'm going to play every late night live back to back from the number 1 all the way up to we're at number 212 now.
Fantastic.
But there is a few missing ones. I'm still trying to track them down. I think Bill Miller Flip has
but the
them.
question is if they're missing, will we be able to follow progression, or will there be, it's like when they take books out of the Bible, it'll be hard to understand.
It's gonna be it's like one presentation after the other.
Fantastic.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just gonna be like all truth for friggin' 3.8.
Nancy, get me some coffee.
Nancy,
I need coffee. It's gonna be a long night.
Well, I might go to sleep all the time. I don't know. I'm just gonna play it. I have a playlist and I'm just gonna let it play.
Ray, thanks for coming on. I know you've got busy life with your family and everything in this time of year, and you're staying up late. And thank you. I love you, man, and I really appreciate your friendship and coming on here. So
I appreciate your friendship, and I love you. I love Jeannie. I love Jen. Rasta always comes on my show and helps me. He's the man. Shapu, he's gonna start staying up late and coming on my show like a vampire. And Rose is here. Yes.
Rose.
Holding the show hostage at the last minute.
Yes, yes.
I love it.
We're going into
Can you guys-
overtime.
Can you hear me?
We
All
can.
right.
Here, you want my
had to
special? Here,
I
Rose,
had to
watch.
take-
Watch.
Wait, no, I can't look. I can't.
Go ahead.
I'm on the bus for the rental car.
Oh, you're on the rental car. Yeah, she's traveling. How you doing, Rose? Love you.
Jason's waiting for me at the Enterprise place.
Oh, say hi to Jason for us.
I will, but since I have the phone on my ear, who am I talking to right now? Who's on the panel? Can
All
everybody
right,
say
so
hello?
you got me, of course, CFM.
Yeah, well, I knew it was
Then
you.
you've
Who
got
else?
then you got
Boston
Jen, the Truth Seeker, Boom Baby 69. You've
Okay,
got
so my
Boston
favorite.
Ray.
You
I'm
can't
sorry.
get better than that. Okay, keep
Right.
going.
Then you got Boston Ray, Mud Flood Adventures.
Okay.
Then you've got Shavu. And then you
course,
have
Shapu, I love you,
Rastaver.
Shapu.
Hi, Rose.
Who's the last person?
Rastaver.
Oh my gosh, Rasta Bear, I saw that you were hanging out with your children for Christmas. That's wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so good to see you. Good to talk to you.
It is really good to talk to you. It's been too long.
It has been.
Okay, so what have you guys been talking about on this show?
Oh my God. Well,
Oh
let's
my God.
rewind. We'll start at the beginning. Let me get the tabs back.
Okay.
We're going for a marathon, Ray. Tell Nancy.
We're going into
for
overtime.
Nancy. Nancy.
Yeah, we've talked about it all tonight. We've gone deep. From Cabbage Patches to the Vatican to Yuri Bezmenov.
The Odd Fellows. Yeah, the Odd Fellows.
It's going to be hard to rewind it all. We were actually
Jimi Hendrix looks like Morgan Freeman.
That's true. Bruce Willis, it looks like MacArthur, and
Yeah.
Trump looks like Patton. So there you go. I think that covered it all.
What about the fact that who's the guy? Van Morrison looks like Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah, we covered that one too.
Yeah.
We did.
Okay.
We did.
What about Aleister Crowley looks like Barbara Bush? What about that one?
Oh yeah, we didn't bring that one up.
We've seen that, but did not cover it. I
That's a
did
good
bring
one.
up the fact that Mike Pompeo looks just like Brigham Young, and they both brought in martial law. So there's that.
Interesting.
Yeah, yeah. Check that one out sometime. Show that one to Crow. Huh? You heard that here.
Okay.
So,
well,
anyways,
I'm gonna sign off since I'm on a bus in public. But Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Christmas.
Thanks for coming
Merry
on, Rose.
Christmas.
Thank you.
Tell them all on the bus to smile at you.
Okay.
And ask them if they think the wheels on the bus go round and round. Just ask them. See what
Okay.
Yeah. Are you tardy?
or all mountains are ancient melted buildings.
Like it. Nice.
Oh,
Very
baby.
good there.
All right, my friends. Have a good night.
You
Merry
too.
Christmas.
Good night.
Happy New Year.
Bye. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Well, that was fun.
That was
Right.
cool.
Right?
The
Yeah,
last,
what a
at the
pleasant
last
way to
minute.
end it.
So I told
Okay,
Lily
Jen, you're up.
last night, the Santa rides by in the parking lot on a motorcycle at Walmart, and he goes, ho ho ho, and the lady's like, oh, Santa said ho ho ho. I said, oh, somebody said, Santa, what do you want for Christmas? And he yells, ho ho ho. So I said, 3 hoes for Santa. I'm so tired.
Why don't you say your good nights, love? What do you got for us? Say you got any shows coming up or whatever?
I'm gonna go live Christmas Day, I think. Who you're more than welcome to join me if you're around, not busy. but
No, I won't. I won't be able
All right.
to.
I'm gonna fly solo on the 25th and just go through a lot of my favorite stuff, a lot of favorites that I have saved.
I'd come sit with you, Jen, if you want someone to be on the show with you. I'll come look at bit.
You gonna come sit with me?
Yeah, just let me know.
All
Just
right.
let me know.
It's like in the song. You want to
Yeah.
show picture
I'll
Jen will
be-
sit with you.
I'll be around. I'll just let me know if you,
You
want.
know what,
if you need-
Jen?
if you need my help. If you need my help.
Yeah,
whatever.
sure.
Send a memo to Nancy. She'll handle it.
Yeah. No, Suzanne. Suzanne is up in arms about this. Suzanne. She's having a tip. She's having a tip back there. Send it down.
I hope
I
I'm the
just
only
wanna say
not the
I
only
love-
one that finds this funny. I find it hilarious. But well, once again,
Anyway.
okay. I'm going to
Thanks
run
for
through the
having me.
panel. Shapu, thank you, brother. It's been a pleasure. I love watching your work, and it's fun talking to you. And thank you. And Rasta, it's always a pleasure.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for having me on, and I love each and every one of you. And you guys are all awesome, and I really appreciate. And it's such an honor to be a part of this panel of great minds.
The Christmas spectacular.
Yeah.
And thank you, Ray, again for being
you,
here and
Rasta.
sharing your time with us.
Thank you
Appreciate
for
it.
having me on. I'm glad that I could contribute something. I feel like I did a good job tonight.
You did.
You did a good job, Ray.
You did good, Ray.
Thank
We
you.
You knocked
appreciate
it out of the park, Ray.
And Jen, thank you. Love you. It's very great talking to you as always.
Love you, Jeannie.
And to everyone in the chat, to everyone I already said hi, and the people that I didn't say hi, thank you for being here. Have a wonderful evening, a wonderful next few days, holidays, Christmas, whatever you want to call it. But there is a celebration going on. I know that there's a lot of darkness around these days, but there's celebration and there's joy. And if there's anything you've learned from my teachings in this channel, is live your life. That's not me barking. That was Rasta. Not used to that. Those are my dogs. Live your life in joy, right? Live in joy. God doesn't want you here trembling in fear. That comes from the other side. And so find a way to find joy. And if you're having trouble, that's where I believe spiritualness comes in. And make your relationship with God. You don't need a book. You don't need a church. You don't need anything. You just need a little private time. And you can't just come up with it. You have to make time and talk to God and tell him your problems and ask your questions and ask for help. That's what he's there for. And so I guess at the end here, I would just say to anyone, the sound of my voice, either live now or later, please, Father in heaven, watch over everyone that's here tonight. Guide us through these times, no matter how terrible or whatever happens. See us through this. And if we can't find our way around it, walk us through it or pick us up and carry us. But help us in these times. Help us learn the love and the compassion and the patience and the forgiveness that we were wanting from you when it comes to our judgment. Help us be able to use that same idea towards all of our friends and neighbors and loved ones, to truly understand how to love thy neighbor as thyself, and to love ourselves, and to find the love and understand God exists. I ask this in the name of Jesus. Thank you for everyone being here. God bless you all. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, everything under the sun. I thank you. So, amen.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
Yes. All you have said.
All right. With that, I am talked out and everyone's falling asleep. Thank you again for being here. We have this guy.
Class is dismissed.
Now we got the outro, and we'll see you, God willing, next Friday or whenever. Good night, everyone.
The world of science cares about you. Eureka! We found it. With the tools of science, we have invented, yes, hand sanitizer. But not just any hand sanitizer. This hand sanitizer was developed and approved by the Dark One himself. Here are a few of the things our product can bring you.
I like playing with fire, man. We'll let the world burn. Through the eyes of the rebel, the terrible, the turbulent treble, the words of the devil, they ain't shit, the world is a pebble. God isn't coming, it's all lies, heaven's a myth, kid. I'll wipe you off the earth like you never existed. Gifted, lifted, minding his own dog. I can scare your whole clique off for the phone call. I got my own words, X in my own drawer. I got bulletproof lungs and some chrome drawers. I got a pill full of heaven and hell. Masculine dreams, I'm high, but you never can tell. I got friends doing time locked in federal jail. And a million predators who all set up with fail. I don't spot beef, I stash burners under the car seat. Fuck swimming with them, I gotta wipe my chin from the shock meat. I'm gassed up from white women and dock freaks, and I don't need no motherfucking engine to stop me, nah.
Come on, make it burn. Come on, make it burn.
Come from kicks, kill you with a drum loop, bitch. 1, 2 spit, something I can gun you with. Once you bit by a zombie that's too quick, my cannon is loose. Unorthodox, Confucius, spark the flip. Oh, we gon' start some shit. Amadeus, I beg your pardon, bitch. Yeah, this be the hardest spit. Chemical imbalance, terrible with talent, no one dark as this. Coffins and graves, big stain, the boss of brigade. So often we blaze, never getting armed to behave. No control, overdose, hold the smoke, blow and choke. I can hear him calling, I ain't falling for the okie doke. To the death of him, setting fire to Bethlehem. Full of testosterone, surrounded by the estrogen. Get your next again, circumcise him like some extra skin. I'll burn this motherfucker down before I'm exiting.
Come on, make it burn. Come on, make it burn.
Like the fire that inspires the desire inside the tires underneath the NASCAR driver before a crash. Due to these fraud liars, now I keep my guard higher than God's choir. My bars fryer, proper, sharper than barbed wire on a chain link. Fence, I'm trying to make sense of what my brain thinks, but I panic all frantic cause I'm manic hard as granite. Granted, I've been through a lot, damn it, so how could I not plan it to be on top of the planet one way or another? Someday you'll understand it, but for now, it's just me. Trust me, nobody can touch me. These clowns animated like crutch, like crutch.
I'ma make it burn. I'ma make it burn.
Here we go again. Check it out. Yo, these mean streets is cold and callous. Where malice is blind, it lays waste to talented minds. I used to switch the cap off a bottle of Valentine and take another swig for every fallen pal of mine. Till my 40s was backwash and bottles was broken. Sniffing 40s and sacks off the side of a token. Now you boys better back off, don't try to provoke them. I put holes in your jacket, oh fuck the side of it soaking. Might of a sultan, it's a sight of a fighter revolting. The rise of the rebel, look into the eyes of the devil, incite and insult them. You go see the sides of the metal, the hole you falling in, the dirt spilling from the side of the shovel. In summation, I done run around the nation now, all the way to Russia. Now they wanna rush him and try to take him down. I move mountains to make it happen, you feel the shaking ground. You ain't understood it, so I guess I better break it down. These dudes try taking my spot. They wanna come and take what I got. I ain't getting beat up or shot. These dudes try taking my spot. They wanna come and take what I got. I ain't getting beat up or shot.
I'm in the crib, tripping and rolling, sniffing and smoking. Outside the picture patrolling, so picture this moment. Got a loaded gun, holding funds. Bunch of stolen ones, a brick stack of Benjamins, Molly, Bacardi, Coke, and rum. Headphones on, a high beat, the drop heat. Grab my notebook, then I proceed to rock geek. This is my chance. Got a pistol in hand, shit on your mans, dissing them scrams. Keep listening, fam, ripping the jam. So easy the kids understand. I'm the illest, so damn real. Make you piss in your pants. I'm the yard boy, got the whole world at my front door. I want more money, that's what I come for. Run yours, arms acrobatic in action. Monster madman, mathematics, I'm mashing. Earth the heat and disturbed. 30 heat in my word. Early chief in the herb degrees, 33 in the third. These fools wanna fall like they hard. They wanna take mines and get large. Wanna step foot in my yard. These fools wanna fall like they hard. They wanna take mines and get large. Wanna step foot in my yard.
Niggas disco rapping like Gloria Gaynor, while I splash the ink like a Renaissance painter. It's insane paragraphs stuck in my brain. I stretch out the canvas and staple a frame and pass it like a no-look. The gallery's my notebook where every single rhyme is tainted. This lead in the paint, ain't it? Amazing what I do with big pens. Van Gogh, Starry Night painted again. I spit 16s in the chapel. Michelangelo painted the apple that Eve bit. This is real shit, so slide with me like the serpent in the garden. Beg your pardon, I watch how the human heart hardens. I drop the bargains, dollar in the dream. Still tote max strap with infrared beams. Real as it seems, most niggas is fake. And them niggas that you talking to could be the fucking Jake. So
these fools wanna fall like they hard. They wanna take mines and get large. Wanna step foot in my yard. These fools wanna fall like they hard. They wanna take mines and get large. Wanna step foot in my yard.
Juvederm lips say it all. They can be bold,